Chapter 45. Absolute Ground Rent. In the analysis of differential rent, we proceeded from the assumption that the worst soil does not pay any ground rent, or, to put it more generally, only such land pays ground rent whose product has an individual price of production below the price of production regulating the market, so that in this manner a surplus profit arises, which is transformed into rent. It is to be noted, to begin with, that the law of differential rent as such is entirely independent of the correctness or incorrectness of this assumption. Let us call the general price of production, by which the market is regulated, P. Then, P coincides with the individual price of production of the output of the worst soil A. That is, its price pays for the constant and variable capital consumed in production plus the average profit. This equals the profit of enterprise plus interest. The rent in this case is equal to 0. The individual price of production of the next better soil B is P prime, and P is greater than P prime. That is, P pays for more than the actual price of production of the product of soil B. Let us now assume that P minus P prime equals S. S, the excess of P over P prime, is therefore the surplus profit which the farmer of soil type B realizes. This S is transformed into rent, which must be paid to the landlord. Let P double prime be the actual price of production of the third type of soil, C, and P minus P double prime equals 2S. Then this 2S is converted into rent. Similarly, let P triple prime be the individual price of production of the fourth type of soil, D, and P minus P triple prime equals 3S, which is transformed into ground rent, etc. Now let us assume the premise for soil A that rent equals 0, and therefore the price of its product equals P plus 0 is erroneous. Assume rather that it too yields rent equal to R. In that case, two different conclusions follow. First conclusion. The price of the product of soil A would not be regulated by the price of production on the latter, but would include an excess above this price, that is, would be equal to P plus R. Because, assuming the capitalist mode of production to be functioning normally, that is, assuming that the excess R which the farmer pays to the landlord represents neither a deduction from wages nor from the average profit of capital, the farmer can only pay it by selling the product above its price of production, thus yielding him surplus profit, if he did not have to turn over this excess to the landlord in the form of rent. The regulating market price of the total output on the market derived from all soils would then not be the price of production which capital generally yields in all spheres of production, that is, a price equal to costs plus average profit, but rather the price of production plus the rent, P plus R, and not P. For the price of the product of soil A represents generally the limit of the regulating general market price, that is, the price at which the total product can be supplied, and to that extent it regulates the price of this total product. But, second conclusion. Although the general price of agricultural products would in this case be significantly modified, the law of differential rent would nevertheless in no way lose its force. For if the price of the product of soil A, and thereby the general market price, equals P plus R, the price for soils B, C, D, etc. would likewise equal P plus R. But since P minus P prime equals S for soil B, then P plus R minus P prime plus R would likewise equal S, and P minus P double prime would equal P plus R minus P double prime plus R, equals 2S for soil C. And finally, P minus P triple prime would equal P plus R minus P triple prime plus R, equals 3S for soil D, etc. Thus, the differential rent would be the same as before, and would be regulated by the same law, although the rent would include an element independent of this law, and would show a general increase together with the price of the agricultural product. It follows, then, that no matter what the case may be as regards the rent of the least fertile soils, the law of differential rent is not only independent of it, but that the only manner of grasping differential rent in keeping with its character is to let the rent on soil A equal 0. Whether this actually equals 0 or is greater than 0 is immaterial so far as the differential rent is concerned, and, in fact, does not come into consideration. The law of differential rent, then, is independent of the results of the following study. If we were now to inquire more deeply into the basis of the assumption that the product of the worst soil A does not yield any rent, the answer would of necessity be as follows. If the market price of the agricultural product, say grain, attains that level where an additional investment of capital in soil A results in the usual price of production, that is, the usual average profit on the capital is yielded, then this condition suffices for investing the additional capital in soil A. In other words, this condition is sufficient for the capitalist to invest new capital yielding the usual profit, and to employ it in the normal manner. It should be noted here that in this case, too, the market price must be higher than the price of production of A, for as soon as the additional supply is created, it is evident that the relation between supply and demand becomes altered. Formerly, the supply was insufficient. Now it is sufficient. Hence, the price must fall. In order to fall, it must have been higher than the price of production of A. But due to the fact that soil A, newly taken under cultivation, is less fertile, the price does not fall again as low as when the price of production of soil B regulated the market. The price of production of A constitutes the limit not for the temporary, but for the relatively permanent rise of the market price. On the other hand, if the new soil taken under cultivation is more fertile than the hitherto regulating soil A, and yet only suffices to meet the increased demand, then the market price remains unchanged. The investigation of the question whether the poorest types of soil yields rent, however, coincides in this case too with our present inquiry, for here too the assumption that soil A does not yield any rent would be explained by the fact that the market price is sufficient for the capitalist farmer to exactly cover, with this price, the invested capital plus the average profit. In brief, it would be explained by the fact that the market price yields him the price of production of his commodities. At any rate, the capitalist farmer can cultivate soil A under these conditions, inasmuch as he, as capitalist, has such power of decision. The prerequisite for the normal expansion of capital in soil A is now present. But, from the premise that the capitalist farmer can now invest capital in soil A under average conditions for the expansion of capital, even if he did not have to pay any rent, it nowise follows that this land, belonging to Category A, is now at the disposal of the farmer, without further ado. The fact that the tenant farmer could realize the usual profit on his capital, did he not have to pay any rent, is by no means a basis for the landlord to lend his land gratis to the farmer, and to become so philanthropic as to grant free credit for the sake of a business friendship. Such an assumption would mean the abstraction of landed property, the elimination of land ownership, and it is precisely the existence of the latter that constitutes a limitation to the investment of capital and the free expansion of capital in the land. This limitation does not at all disappear before the simple reflection of the farmer that the level of grain prices would enable him to realize the usual profit from the investment of his capital in the exploitation of soil A, did he not have to pay any rent. In other words, if he could proceed in effect as though landed property did not exist. But differential rent presupposes the existence of a monopoly in land ownership, landed property as a limitation to capital. For without it, surplus profit would not be transformed into ground rent, nor fall to the share of the landlord instead of the farmer. And landed property as a limitation continues to exist even when rent in the form of differential rent disappears, that is, on soil A. If we consider the cases in a country with capitalist production, where the investment of capital in the land can take place without payment of rent, we shall find that they are all based on a de facto abolition of landed property, if not also the legal abolition. This, however, can only take place under very specific circumstances, which are by their very nature accidental. Thus, first circumstance, when the landlord is himself a capitalist, or the capitalist is himself a landlord. In this case, he may himself manage his land as soon as market price has risen sufficiently to enable him to get, from what is now soil A, the price of production. That is, replacement of capital plus average profit. But why? Because for him landed property does not constitute an obstacle to the investment of capital. He can treat his land simply as an element of nature, and therefore be guided solely by considerations of expansion of his capital, by capitalist considerations. Such cases occur in practice, but only as exceptions. Just as capitalist cultivation of the soil presupposes the separation of functioning capital from landed property, so does it, as a rule, exclude self-management of landed property. It is immediately evident that this case is a purely accidental one. If the increased demand for grain requires the cultivation of a larger area of soil type A than is in the hands of self-managing proprietors, in other words, if a part of it must be rented to be at all cultivated, then this hypothetical lifting of the limitation created by landed property to the investment of capital at once collapses. It is an absurd contradiction to start out with the differentiation under the capitalist mode of production between capital and land, farmers and landlords, and then to turn round and assume that landlords, as a rule, manage their own land wherever and whenever capital would not draw rent from the cultivation of the soil if landed property were not separate and distinct from it. This abolition of landed property is fortuitous. It may or may not occur. Second circumstance. In the total area of a leasehold, there may be certain portions which do not yield any rent at the existing level of market prices, so that they are in fact loaned gratis. But the landlord does not look upon it in that light, because he sees the total rental of the leased land, not the specific rent of the individual component plots. In this case, As regards the rentless component plots of the leasehold, landed property as a limitation to the investment of capital is eliminated for the capitalist farmer, and this, indeed, by contract with the landlord himself. But he does not pay rent for these plots merely because he pays rent for the land associated with them. A combination is here presupposed, whereby poorer soil A does not have to be resorted to as a distinctly new field of production in order to produce the deficit supply, but rather whereby it merely constitutes an inseparable part of the better land. But the case to be investigated is precisely that in which certain pieces of land of soil type A must be independently managed. That is, for the conditions generally prevailing under the capitalist mode of production, they must be independently leased. Third circumstance. A farmer may invest additional capital in the same leasehold even if the additional product secured in this manner yields him only the price of production at the prevailing market prices, that is, provides him with the usual profit, but does not enable him to pay any additional rent. He thus pays ground rent with one portion of the capital invested in the land, but not with the other. How little this assumption helps to solve the problem, however, is seen from the following. If the market price and the fertility of the soil enables him to obtain an additional yield with his additional capital, which, as in the case of the old capital, yields a surplus profit in addition to the price of production, he is able to pocket this surplus profit so long as his lease does not expire. But why? Because the limitation placed by landed property on the investment of his capital in land has been eliminated for the duration of the lease. But the simple fact that additional soil of poorer quality must be independently cleared and independently leased in order for him to secure this surplus profit proves irrefutably that the investment of additional capital in the old soil no longer suffices to produce the required increased supply. One assumption excludes the other. It is true that now one might say the rent on the worst soil A is itself differential rent. Whether the comparison is made with respect to the land cultivated by the owner himself, this occurs, however, as a purely chance exception, or with respect to the additional investment of capital in the old leaseholds which do not yield any rent. However, this would be 1. A differential rent, which does not arise from the difference in fertility of the various categories of soil, and which therefore would not presuppose that soil A does not yield any rent, and its produce sells at the price of production. And 2, the circumstance whether additional investments of capital in the same leasehold yield rent or not is just as irrelevant to the question as to whether the new soil of Class A to be taken under cultivation pays rent or not, as it is irrelevant to, say, the establishment of a new and independent manufacturing business, whether another manufacturer in the same line invests a portion of his capital in interest-bearing paper because he cannot use all of it in his business, or whether he makes certain improvements, which do not yield him the full profit, but nevertheless do yield more than interest. This is of secondary importance to him. The additional new establishments, on the other hand, must yield the average profit, and are organized in the hope of obtaining this average profit. It is true, to be sure, that the additional investments of capital in the old leaseholds and the additional cultivation of new land of soil type A mutually restrict one another. The limit up to which additional capital may be invested in the same leasehold under less favorable conditions of production is determined by the competing new investments in soil A. On the other hand, the rent which this category of soil can yield is limited by the competing additional investments of capital in the old leaseholds. But all this dubious subterfuge does not solve the problem which, simply stated, is this. Assume the market price of grain, which in this inquiry stands for products of the soil in general, to be sufficient to permit taking portions of soil A under cultivation, and that the capital invested in these new fields could return the price of production, that is, replace capital plus average profit. Thus assume that conditions exist for the normal expansion of capital on soil A. Is this sufficient? Can this capital then really be invested? Or must the market price rise to the point where even the worst soil A yields rent? In other words, does the landowner's monopoly hinder the investment of capital, which would not be the case from the purely capitalist standpoint in the absence of this monopoly? It follows from the way in which the question itself is posed that if, for example, additional capitals are invested in the old leaseholds, yielding the average profit at the given market price, but no rent, this circumstance in no way answers the question whether capital may now really be invested in soil A, which also yields the average profits, but no rent. But this is precisely the question before us. The fact that additional investments of capital not yielding any rent do not satisfy the demand is proved by the necessity of taking new land of soil type A under cultivation. Just two alternatives are possible if the additional cultivation of soil A takes place only insofar as it yields rent, that is, yields more than the price of production. Either the market price must be such that even the last additional investments of capital in the old leaseholds yield surplus profit, whether pocketed by the farmer or by the landlord. This rise in price and this surplus profit from the last additional investments of capital would then result from the fact that soil A cannot be cultivated without yielding rent. For if the price of production were sufficient for cultivation to take place, merely yielding average profit, the price would not have risen so high, and competition from new plots would have been felt as soon as they just yielded this price of production. Competing with the additional investments in old leaseholds not yielding any rent would then be investments in soil A, which likewise do not yield any rent. Or, the last investments in the old leaseholds do not yield any rent, but nevertheless the market price has risen sufficiently to make it possible for soil A to be taken under cultivation, and to yield rent. In this case, the additional investment of capital not yielding any rent was only possible because soil A cannot be cultivated until the market price permits it to pay rent. Without this condition, its cultivation would have already begun at a lower price level, and those later investments of capital in the old leaseholds, which require the high market price in order to yield the usual profit without rent, would not have taken place. At the high market price, it is true, they yield only the average profit. At a lower market price, which would have become the regulating price of production from the time soil A came under cultivation, they would thus not have yielded this average profit. That is, the investments would thus not have taken place at all under such conditions. In this way, the rent from soil A would indeed constitute differential rent, compared with the investments in the old leaseholds not yielding any rent. But that such differential rent is formed on the land areas of A is but a consequence of the fact that the latter are not at all available to cultivation unless they yield rent. That is, that the necessity for this rent exists, which in itself is not determined by any differences in soil types, and which constitutes the barrier to possible investment of additional capitals in the old leaseholds. In either case, the rent from soil A would not be simply a consequence of the rising grain prices, but, conversely, the fact that the worst soil must yield rent in order to make its cultivation at all possible would be the cause for the rising grain price to the point where this condition may be fulfilled. Differential rent has the peculiarity that landed property here merely intercepts the surplus profit which would otherwise flow into the pocket of the farmer, and which the latter may actually pocket under certain circumstances during the period of his lease. Landed property is here merely the cause for transferring a portion of the commodity price which arises without the property having anything to do with it. Indeed, in consequence of the fact that the price of production which regulates the market price is determined by competition, and which resolves itself into surplus profit, the cause for transferring this portion of the price from one person to another, from the capitalist to the landlord. But landed property is not the cause which creates this portion of the price, or the rise in price upon which this portion of the price is premised. On the other hand, if the worst soil A cannot be cultivated, although its cultivation would yield the price of production until it produces something in excess of the price of production, rent, then landed property is the creative cause of this rise in price. Landed property itself has created rent. This fact is not altered if, as in the second case mentioned, the rent now paid on soil A constitutes differential rent compared with the last additional investment of capital in old leaseholds, which pay only the price of production. For the circumstance that soil A cannot be cultivated until the regulating market price has risen high enough to permit rent to be yielded from soil A, only this circumstance is the basis here for the fact that the market price rises to a point which enables the last investments in the old leaseholds to yield, indeed, only their price of production, but a price of production which, at the same time, yields rent on soil A. The fact that the latter has to pay rent at all is, in this case, the cause for the differential rent between soil A and the last investments in the old leaseholds. When stating in general that soil A does not pay any rent, assuming the price of grain is regulated by the price of production, we mean rent in the categorical sense of the word. If the farmer pays lease money, which constitutes a deduction from the normal wages of his labourers or from his own normal average profit, he does not pay rent, that is, an independent component of the price of his commodities, distinct from wages and profit. We have already indicated that this continually takes place in practice. Insofar as the wages of the agricultural labourers in a given country are, in general, depressed below the normal average level of wages, so that a deduction from wages, a part of the wages, as a general rule enters into rent, this does not constitute an exceptional case for the farmer cultivating the worst soil. In the same price of production which makes cultivation of the worst soil possible, these low wages already form a constituent element, and the sale of the product at the price of production does not therefore enable the farmer cultivating this soil to pay any rent. The landlord can also lease his land to some labourer, who may be satisfied to pay to the former, in the form of rent, all or the largest part of that which he realizes in the selling price over and above the wages. In all these cases, however, no real rent is paid, in spite of the fact that lease money is paid. But wherever conditions correspond to those under the capitalist mode of production, rent and lease money must coincide. Yet it is precisely this normal condition which must be analyzed here. Since even the cases considered, where, under the capitalist mode of production, investments of capital in the land may actually take place without yielding rent, do not contribute to the solution of our problem, so much less does reference to colonial conditions. The criterion establishing a colony as a colony, we are referring here only to true agricultural colonies, is not merely the prevailing vast area of fertile land in a natural state. It is rather the circumstance that this land has not been appropriated, has not been subjected to private ownership. Herein lies the enormous difference as regards the land between old countries and colonies. The legal or actual non-existence of landed property, as Wakefield correctly remarks, and as Mirabeau père, the physiocrat, and other elder economists had discovered long before him. Footnote: Wakefield, England and America, London, 1833. Compare also Volume 1, Chapter 33. End of footnote. It is quite immaterial here whether the colonists simply appropriate the land, or whether they actually pay to the state, in the form of a nominal land price, a fee for a valid legal title to the land. It is also immaterial that the colonists already settled there may be the legal owners of the land. In fact, landed property constitutes no limitation here to the investment of capital, and also of labour without capital. The appropriation of some of the land by the colonists already established there does not prevent the newcomers from employing their capital or their labour upon new land. Therefore, when it is necessary to investigate the influence of landed property upon the prices of products of the land, and upon rent, in those cases where landed property restricts land, as an investment sphere of capital, it is highly absurd to speak of free bourgeois colonies, where in agriculture neither the capitalist mode of production exists, nor the form of landed property corresponding to it, which in fact does not exist at all. Ricardo, for example, does so in his chapter on ground rent. In the preface, he states that he intends to investigate the effect of the appropriation of land upon the value of the products of the soil, and directly thereafter he takes the colonies as an illustration, whereby he assumes that the land exists in a relatively elementary form, and that its exploitation is not limited by the monopoly of landed property. The mere legal ownership of land does not create any ground rent for the owner, but it does indeed give him the power to withdraw his land from exploitation until economic conditions permit him to utilize it in such a manner as to yield him a surplus, be it used for actual agricultural or other production purposes, such as buildings, etc. He cannot increase or decrease the absolute magnitude of this sphere, but he can change the quantity of land placed on the market. Hence, as Fourier already observed, it is a characteristic fact that in all civilized countries a comparatively appreciable portion of land always remains uncultivated. Thus, assuming the demand requires that new land be taken under cultivation, whose soil, let us say, is less fertile than that hitherto cultivated, will the landlord lease it for nothing, just because the market price of the product of the land has risen sufficiently to return to the farmer the price of production, and thereby the usual profit on his investment in this land? By no means. The investment of capital must yield him rent. He does not lease his land until he can be paid lease money for it. Therefore, the market price must rise to a point above the price of production, that is, to P plus R, so that rent can be paid to the landlord. Since, according to our assumption, landed property does not yield anything until it is leased, is economically valueless until then, a small rise in the market price above the price of production suffices to bring the new land of poorest quality on the market. The following question now arises. Does it follow from the fact that the worst soil yields ground rent which cannot be derived from any difference in fertility, that the price of the product of the land is necessarily a monopoly price in the usual sense, or a price into which the rent enters like a tax, with the sole distinction that the landlord levies the tax instead of the state? It goes without saying that this tax has its specific economic limits. It is limited by additional investments of capital in the old leaseholds, by competition from products of the land coming from abroad, assuming their import is unrestricted, by competition among the landlords themselves, and finally by the needs of the consumers and their ability to pay. But this is not the question here. The point is whether the rent paid on the worst soil enters into the price of the products of this soil, which price regulates the general market price according to our assumption, in the same way as a tax placed on a commodity enters into its price, that is, as an element that is independent of the value of the commodity. This by no means necessarily follows, and the contention that it does has been made only because the distinction between the value of commodities and their price of production has heretofore not been understood. We have seen that the price of production of a commodity is not at all identical with its value, although the prices of production of commodities, considered in their totality, are regulated only by their total value, and although the movement of production prices of various kinds of commodities, all other circumstances being equal, is determined exclusively by the movement of their values. It has been shown that the price of production of a commodity may lie above or below its value, and coincides with its value only by way of exception. Hence the fact that products of the land are sold above their price of production does not at all prove that they are sold above their value, just as the fact that products of industry, on the average, are sold at their price of production does not prove that they are sold at their value. It is possible for agricultural products to be sold above their price of production and below their value, while, on the other hand, many industrial products yield the price of production only because they are sold above their value. The relation of the price of production of a commodity to its value is determined solely by the ratio of the variable part of the capital with which the commodity is produced to its constant part, or by the organic composition of the capital producing it. If the composition of the capital in a given sphere of production is lower than that of the average social capital, that is, if its variable portion, which is used for wages, is larger in its relation to the constant portion used for the material conditions of labour than is the case in the average social capital, then the value of its product must lie above the price of production. In other words, because such capital employs more living labour, it produces more surplus value, and therefore more profit, assuming equal exploitation of labour, than an equally large aliquot portion of the social average capital. The value of its product, therefore, is above the price of production, since this price of production is equal to capital replacement plus average profit, and the average profit is lower than the profit produced in this commodity. The surplus value produced by the average social capital is less than the surplus value produced by a capital of this lower composition. The opposite is the case when the capital invested in a certain sphere of production is of a bigger composition than the social average capital. The value of commodities produced by it lies below their price of production, which is generally the case with products of the most developed industries. If the capital in a certain sphere of production is of a lower composition than the average social capital, then this is, in the first place, merely another way of saying that the productivity of the social labour in this particular sphere of production is below the average. For the level of productivity attained is manifested in the relative preponderance of constant over variable capital, or in the continual decrease, for the given capital, of the portion used for wages. On the other hand, if the capital in a certain sphere of production is of a higher composition, then this reflects a development of productiveness that is above the average. Leaving aside actual works of art, whose consideration by their very nature is excluded from our discussion, it is self-evident, moreover, that different spheres of production require different proportions of constant and variable capital in accordance with their specific technical features, and that living labour must play a bigger role in some and smaller in others. For instance, in the extractive industries, which must be clearly distinguished from agriculture, raw material as an element of constant capital is wholly absent, and even auxiliary material rarely plays an important role. In the mining industry, however, the other part of constant capital, that is, fixed capital, plays an important role. Nevertheless, here too, progress may be measured by the relative increase of constant capital in relation to variable capital. If the composition of capital in agriculture proper is lower than that of the average social capital, then prima facie this expresses the fact that in countries with developed production, agriculture has not progressed to the same extent as the processing industries. Such a fact could be explained, aside from all other circumstances, including in part decisive economic ones, by the earlier and more rapid development of the mechanical sciences, and in particular their application compared with the later, and in part quite recent, development of chemistry, geology, and physiology, and again, in particular, their application to agriculture. Incidentally, it is an indubitable and long-known fact that the progress of agriculture itself is constantly expressed by a relative growth of constant capital as compared with variable capital. Footnote. See Dombasle, Agriculture, the Rural Economy and Farming Law, Paris, 1824-37, and R. Jones, an essay on the distribution of wealth and on the sources of taxation, Part 1, Rent, London, 1831. End of footnote. Whether the composition of agricultural capital is lower than that of the average social capital in a specific country where capitalist production prevails, for instance England, is a question which can only be decided statistically, and, for our purposes, it is superfluous to go into it in detail. In any case, it is theoretically established that the value of agricultural products can be higher than their price of production only on this assumption. In other words, a capital of a certain size in agriculture produces more surplus value, or what amounts to the same, sets in motion and commands more surplus labour, and with it employs more living labour generally, than a capital of the same size of average social composition. This assumption, then, suffices for that form of rent which we are analysing here, and which can obtain only so long as this assumption holds good. Wherever this assumption no longer holds, the corresponding form of rent likewise no longer holds. However, the mere existence of an excess in the value of agricultural products over their price of production would not in itself suffice to explain the existence of a ground rent which is independent of differences in fertility of various soil types and in successive investments of capital on the same land. A rent, in short, which is to be clearly distinguished in concept from differential rent, and which we may therefore call absolute rent. Quite a number of manufactured products are characterized by the fact that their value is higher than their price of production, without thereby yielding any excess above the average profit or a surplus profit which could be converted into rent. Conversely, the existence and concept of price of production and general rate of profit which it implies rest upon the fact that individual commodities are not sold at their value. Prices of production arise from an equalization of the values of commodities. After replacing the respective capital values used up in the various spheres of production, this distributes the entire surplus value not in proportion to the amount produced in the individual spheres of production and thus incorporated in their commodities, but in proportion to the magnitude of advanced capitals. Only in this manner do average profit and price of production arise, whose characteristic element the former is. It is the perpetual tendency of capitals to bring about, through competition, this equalization in the distribution of surplus value produced by the total capital, and to overcome all obstacles to this equalization. Hence it is their tendency to tolerate only such surplus profits as arise, under all circumstances, not from the difference between the values and prices of production of commodities, but rather from the difference between the general price of production governing the market and the individual prices of production differing from it. Surplus profits which obtain within a certain sphere of production, therefore, and not between two different spheres, and thus do not affect the general prices of production of the various spheres, that is, the general rate of profit, but rather presuppose the transformation of values into prices of production and a general rate of profit. This supposition rests, however, as previously discussed, upon the constantly changing proportional distribution of the total social capital among the various spheres of production, upon the perpetual inflow and outflow of capitals, upon their transferability from one sphere to another, in short, upon their free movement between the various spheres of production, which represent so many available fields of investment for the independent components of the total social capital. The premise in this case is that no barrier, or just an accidental and temporary barrier, interferes with the competition of capitals. For instance, in a sphere of production, in which the commodity values are higher than the prices of production, or where the surplus value produced exceeds the average profit. No barrier interferes with the competition of capitals in order to reduce the value to the price of production, and thereby proportionally distribute the excess surplus value of this sphere of production among all spheres exploited by capital. But if the reverse occurs, if capital meets an alien force which it can but partially, or not at all, overcome, and which limits its investment in certain spheres, admitting it only under conditions which wholly or partly exclude that general equalization of surplus value to an average profit, then it is evident that the excess of the value of commodities in such spheres of production over their price of production would give rise to a surplus profit which could be converted into rent, and as such made independent with respect to profit. Such an alien force and barrier are presented by landed property when confronting capital in its endeavour to invest in land. Such a force is the landlord vis-à-vis the capitalist. Landed property is here the barrier which does not permit any new investment of capital in hitherto uncultivated or unrented land without levying a tax, or in other words, without demanding a rent, although the land to be newly brought under cultivation may belong to a category which does not yield any differential rent, and which, were it not for landed property, could have been cultivated even at a small increase in market price, so that the regulating market price would have netted to the cultivator of this worst soil solely his price of production. But owing to the barrier raised by landed property, the market price must rise to a level at which the land can yield a surplus over the price of production, that is, yield a rent. However, since the value of the commodities produced by agricultural capital is higher than their price of production, according to our assumption, this rent, save for one case which we shall discuss forthwith, forms the excess of value over the price of production, or a part of it. Whether the rent equals the entire difference between the value and price of production, or only a greater or lesser part of it, will depend wholly on the relation between supply and demand, and on the area of land newly taken under cultivation. So long as the rent does not equal the excess of the value of agricultural products over their price of production, a portion of this excess will always enter into the general equalization and proportional distribution of all surplus value among the various individual capitals. As soon as the rent does equal the excess of the value over the price of production, this entire portion of surplus value over and above the average profit will be withdrawn from this equalization. But whether this absolute rent equals the whole excess of value over the price of production, or just a part of it, the agricultural products will always be sold at a monopoly price, not because their price exceeds their value, but because it equals their value, or because their price is lower than their value, but higher than their price of production. Their monopoly would consist in the fact that, unlike other products of industry whose value is higher than the general price of production, they are not levelled out to the price of production. Since one portion of the value, as well as of price of production, is an actually given constant, namely the cost price, representing the capital K used up in production, their difference consists in the other, the variable portion, the surplus value, which equals P, the profit, in the price of production. That is, equals the total surplus value calculated on the social capital, and on every individual capital as an aliquot part of the social capital, but which in the value of commodities equals the actual surplus value created by this particular capital, and forms an integral part of the commodity values produced by this capital. If the value of commodities is higher than their price of production, then the price of production equals K plus P, and the value equals K plus P plus S, so that P plus S equals the surplus value contained therein. The difference between the value and the price of production, therefore, equals S, the excess of surplus value created by this capital over the surplus value allocated to it through the general rate of profit. It follows from this that the price of agricultural products may lie higher than their price of production without reaching their value. It follows furthermore that a permanent increase in the price of agricultural products may take place up to a certain point before their price reaches their value. It follows likewise that the excess in the value of agricultural products over their price of production can become a determining element of their general market price solely as a consequence of the monopoly in landed property. It follows finally that in this case the increase in the price of the product is not the cause of rent, but rather that rent is the cause of the increase in the price of the product. If the price of the product from a unit area of the worst soil equals P plus R, then all differential rents will rise by corresponding multiples of R, since the assumption is that P plus R becomes the regulating market price. If the average composition of the non-agricultural social capital were equal to 85C plus 15V, where C equals constant capital and V equals variable capital, and the rate of surplus value equals 100%, then the price of production would equal 115. If the composition of the agricultural capital were equal to 75C plus 25V, and the rate of surplus value were the same, then the value of the agricultural product and the regulating market price would equal 125. If the agricultural and the non-agricultural product should be equalized to the same average price, we assume for the sake of brevity the total capital in both lines of production to be equal, then the total surplus value would equal 40, or 20%, on the 200 of capital. The product of the one as well as the other would be sold at 120. In an equalization into prices of production, the average market prices of the non-agricultural product would thus lie above, and those of the agricultural product below their value. If the agricultural products were sold at their full value, they would be higher by 5, and the industrial products lower by 5 than they are in the equalization. If market conditions do not permit the sale of the agricultural products at their full value, to the full surplus above the price of production, then the effect lies between the two extremes. The industrial products are sold somewhat above their value, and the agricultural products somewhat above their price of production. Although landed property may drive the price of agricultural produce above its price of production, it does not depend on this, but rather on the general state of the market, to what degree market price exceeds the price of production and approaches the value, and to what extent, therefore, the surplus value created in agriculture, over and above the given average profit, shall either be transformed into rent or enter into the general equalization of the surplus value to average profit. At any rate, this absolute rent, arising out of the excess of value over the price of production, is but a portion of the agricultural surplus value, a conversion of this surplus value into rent, its being filched by the landlord, just as the differential rent arises out of the conversion of surplus profit into rent, and its being filched by the landlord under a generally regulating price of production. These two forms of rent are the only normal ones. Apart from them, the rent can be based only upon an actual monopoly price, which is determined neither by price of production nor by value of commodities, but by the buyer's needs and ability to pay. Its analysis belongs under the theory of competition, where the actual movement of market prices is considered. If all the land suitable for agriculture in a certain country were leased, assuming the capitalist mode of production and normal conditions to be general, there would not be any land not paying rent. But there might be some capitals, certain parts of capitals invested in land, that might not yield any rent. For as soon as the land has been rented, landed property ceases to act as an absolute barrier against the investment of necessary capital. Still, it continues to act as a relative barrier even after that, insofar as the reversion to the landlord of the capital incorporated in the land circumscribes the activity of the tenant within very definite limits. Only in this case, all rent would be transformed into differential rent, although this would not be a differential rent determined by any difference in soil fertility, but rather by the difference between the surplus profits arising from the last investments of capital in a particular soil type and the rent paid for the lease of the worst quality land. Landed property acts as an absolute barrier only to the extent that the landlord exacts a tribute for making land at all accessible to the investment of capital. When such access has been gained, he can no longer set any absolute limits to the size of any investment of capital in a given plot of land. In general, housing construction meets a barrier in the ownership by a third party of the land upon which the houses are to be built. But once the land has been leased for the purpose of housing construction, it depends upon the tenant whether he will build a large or a small house. If the average composition of agricultural capital were equal to or higher than that of the average social capital, then absolute rent, again in the sense just described, would disappear. That is, rent which differs equally from differential rent as well as that based on an actual monopoly price. The value of agricultural produce, then, would not lie above its price of production, and the agricultural capital would not set any more labour in motion, and therefore would also not realize any more surplus labour than the non-agricultural capital. The same would take place were the composition of agricultural capital to become equal to that of the average social capital with the progress of civilization. It seems to be a contradiction at first glance to assume that, on the one hand, the composition of agricultural capital rises, in other words, that its constant component increases with respect to its variable, and on the other hand, that the price of the agricultural product should rise high enough to permit rent to be yielded by new and worse soil than that previously cultivated, a rent which in this case could originate only from an excess of market price over the value and price of production. In short, a rent derived solely from a monopoly price of the product. It is necessary to make a distinction here. In the first place, it was noted, in considering the manner in which rate of profit is formed, that capitals which have the same composition technologically speaking, that is, which set equivalent amounts of labour in motion relative to machinery and raw materials, may nonetheless have different compositions owing to different values of the constant portions of these capitals. The raw materials or machinery may be dearer in one case than in another. For the same quantity of labour to be set in motion, and this would be required, according to our assumption, to work up the same mass of raw materials, a larger capital would have to be advanced in the one case than in the other, since the same amount of labour cannot be set in motion with, say, a capital of 100, if the cost of raw material which must be covered out of the 100 is 40 in one case and 20 in another. But it would become immediately evident that these two capitals are of the same technical composition as soon as the price of the dearer raw material fell to the level of the cheaper one. The value ratio between constant and variable capital would have become the same in that case, although no change had taken place in the technical proportions between the living labour and the mass and nature of the conditions of labour employed by this capital. On the other hand, a capital of lower organic composition could assume the appearance of being in the same class with one of a higher organic composition merely from a rise in the value of its constant portions, solely from the viewpoint of its value composition. Suppose one capital equals 60C plus 40V, because it employs much machinery and raw material compared to living labour power, and another capital equals 40C plus 60V, because it employs much living labour, 60%, little machinery, for example 10%, and compared to labour power, less and cheaper raw material, for example 30%. Then, a simple rise in the value of raw and auxiliary materials from 30 to 80 could equalize the composition, so that now the second capital would consist of 80 raw material and 60 labour power for 10 in machines, or 90C plus 60V, which in percentages would also equal 60C plus 40V, with no change having taken place in the technical composition. In other words, capitals of equal organic composition may be of different value composition, and capitals with identical percentages of value composition may show varying degrees of organic composition, and thus express different stages in the development of the social productivity of labour. The mere circumstance, then, that agricultural capital might be on the general level of value composition would not prove that the social productivity of labour is equally highly developed in it. It would merely show that its own product, which again forms part of its conditions of production, is dearer, or that auxiliary materials, such as fertilizer, which used to be close by, must now be brought from afar, etc. But aside from this, the peculiar nature of agriculture must be taken into account. Suppose labour-saving machinery, chemical aids, etc., are more extensively used in agriculture, and that therefore constant capital increases technically not merely in value, but also in mass, as compared with the mass of employed labour power. Then, in agriculture, as in mining, it is not only a matter of the social, but also of the natural productivity of labour, which depends on the natural conditions of labour. It is possible for the increase of social productivity in agriculture to barely compensate, or not even compensate, for the decrease in natural power. This compensation will nevertheless be effective only for a short time, so that despite technical development there, no cheapening of the product occurs, but only a still greater increase in price is averted. It is also possible that the absolute mass of products decreases with rising grain prices, while the relative surplus product increases, namely, in the case of a relative increase in constant capital, which consists chiefly of machinery or animals requiring only replacement of wear and tear, and with a corresponding decrease in variable capital, which is expended in wages requiring constant replacement in full out of the product. Moreover, it is also possible that with progress in agriculture, only a moderate rise in market price above the average is necessary in order to cultivate and draw a rent from poorer soil, which would have required a greater rise in market price if technical aids were less developed. The fact that in larger-scale cattle raising, for example, the mass of employed labour power is very small compared with constant capital, as represented in cattle itself, could be taken to refute the assertion that more labour power on a percentage basis is set in motion by agricultural capital than by the average social capital outside of agriculture. But it should be noted here that we have taken as determining for rent analysis that portion of agricultural capital which produces the principal plant foodstuffs, providing the chief means of subsistence among civilized nations. Adam Smith, and this is one of his merits, has already demonstrated that a quite different determination of prices is to be observed in cattle raising, and, for that matter, generally for capitals invested in land which are not engaged in raising the principal means of subsistence, for example, grain. Namely, in that case, the price is determined in such a way that the price of the product of the land which is used for cattle raising, say, as an artificial pasture, but which could just as easily have been transformed into cornfields of a certain quality, must rise high enough to produce the same rent as on arable land of the same quality. In other words, the rent of cornfields becomes a determining element in the price of cattle, and for this reason Ramsay has justly remarked that the price of cattle is in this manner artificially raised by the rent, by the economic expression of landed property, in short, through landed property. G. Ramsay, An Essay on the Distribution of Wealth, Edinburgh, 1836. Adam Smith, quote, "By the extension of cultivation, the unimproved wilds become insufficient to supply the demand for butcher's meat. A great part of the cultivated lands must be employed in rearing and fattening cattle, of which the price, therefore, must be sufficient to pay not only the labour necessary for tending them, but the rent which the landlord and the profit which the farmer could have drawn from such land employed in tillage. The cattle bred upon the most uncultivated moors, when brought to the same market, are, in proportion to their weight or goodness, sold at the same price as those which are reared upon the most improved land. The proprietors of those moors profit by it, and raise the rent of their land in proportion to the price of their cattle." Unquote. Adam Smith, Book 1, Chapter 11, Part 1. In this case, likewise, as distinct from grain rent, the differential rent is in favour of the worst soil. Absolute rent explains some phenomena which at first sight seem to make merely a monopoly price responsible for the rent. To go on with Adam Smith's example, take the owner of some Norwegian forest, for instance, which exists independent of human activity. That is, it is not a product of silviculture. If the proprietor of this forest receives a rent from a capitalist who has the timber felled, perhaps in consequence of a demand from England, or if this owner has the timber felled himself, acting in the capacity of capitalist, then a greater or smaller amount of rent will accrue to him in timber, apart from the profit on invested capital. This appears to be a pure monopoly charge, derived from a pure product of nature. But as a matter of fact, the capital here consists almost exclusively of a variable component expended in labour, and thus sets more surplus labour in motion than another capital of the same size. The value of the timber, then, contains a greater surplus of unpaid labour, or of surplus value, than that of a product of a capital of a higher organic composition. For this reason, the average profit can be derived from this timber, and a considerable surplus in the form of rent can fall to the share of the owner of the forest. Conversely, it may be assumed that, owing to the ease with which timber felling may be extended, in other words, its production rapidly increased, the demand must rise very considerably for the price of timber to equal its value, and thereby for the entire surplus of unpaid labour, over and above that portion which falls to the capitalist as average profit, to accrue to the owner in the form of rent. We have assumed that the land newly brought under cultivation is of still inferior quality to the worst previously cultivated. If it is better, it yields a differential rent. But here we are analyzing precisely the case wherein rent does not appear as a differential rent. There are only two cases possible. The newly cultivated soil is either inferior to, or just as good as the previously cultivated soil. If inferior, then the matter has already been analyzed. It remains only to analyze the case in which it is just as good. As already developed in our analysis of differential rent, the progress of cultivation may just as well bring equally good or even better soils under the plough as worse soil. First, because in differential rent, or any rent in general, since even in the case of non-differential rent, the question always arises whether, on the one hand, the soil fertility in general, and on the other hand, its location, admit of its cultivation at the regulating market price so as to yield a profit and rent. Two conditions work in opposing directions, now cancelling one another, now alternately exerting the determining influence. The rise in market price, provided the cost price of cultivation has not fallen, that is, no technical progress has given a new impetus to further cultivation, may bring under cultivation more fertile soil formerly excluded from competition by virtue of its location. Or it may so enhance the advantage of the location of the inferior soil that its lesser fertility is counterbalanced by it. Or, without any rise in market price, the location may bring better soils into competition through improvement in means of communication, as can be observed on a large scale in the prairie states of North America. In countries of older civilization, the same also takes place constantly, if not to the same extent as in the colonies, where, as Wakefield correctly observes, location is decisive. E. Wakefield, England and America. A Comparison of the Social and Political State of Both Nations, Volume 1, London, 1833. To sum up, then, the contradictory influences of location and fertility, and the variableness of the location factor, which is continually counterbalanced and perpetually passes through progressive changes tending towards equalization, alternately carry equally good, better, or worse land areas into new competition with the older ones under cultivation. Secondly, with the development of natural science and agronomy, the soil fertility is also changed by changing the means through which the soil constituents may be rendered immediately serviceable. In this way, light soil types in France and in the eastern counties of England, which were regarded as inferior at one time, have recently risen to first place. See Passy, H. Passy, Rente du sol, in Dictionnaire de l'économie politique, Volume 2, Paris 1854. On the other hand, soil considered inferior not for bad chemical composition but for certain mechanical and physical obstacles that hindered its cultivation, is converted into good land as soon as means to overcome these obstacles have been discovered. Thirdly, in all ancient civilizations, old historical and traditional relations, for instance in the form of state-owned lands, communal lands, etc., have purely arbitrarily withheld from cultivation large tracts of land, which only return to it little by little. The succession in which they are brought under cultivation depends neither upon their good quality nor siting, but upon wholly external circumstances. In tracing the history of English communal lands turned successively into private property through the enclosure bills and brought under the plough, nothing would be more ridiculous than the fantastic idea that a modern agricultural chemist, such as Liebig, had indicated the selection of land in this succession, designating certain fields for cultivation owing to chemical properties, and excluding others. What was more decisive in this case was the opportunity which makes the thief. The more or less plausible, legalistic subterfuges of the big landlords to justify their appropriation. Fourthly, apart from the fact that the stage of development reached at any time by the population and capital increase sets certain limits, even though elastic, to the extension of cultivation, and apart from chance effects which temporarily influence the market price, such as a series of good or bad seasons, the extension of agriculture over a larger area depends on the overall state of the capital market and business conditions in a country. In periods of stringency, it will not suffice for uncultivated soil to yield the tenant an average profit, no matter whether he pays any rent or not, in order that additional capital be invested in agriculture. In other periods, when there is a plethora of capital, it will pour into agriculture, even without a rise in market price, if only other normal conditions are present. Better soil than hitherto cultivated would in fact be excluded from competition solely on the basis of unfavourable location, or if hitherto insurmountable obstacles to its employment existed, or through chance. For this reason we should only concern ourselves with soils which are just as good as those last cultivated. However, there still exists the difference in cost of clearing for cultivation between the new soil and the one last cultivated. And it depends upon the level of market prices and credit conditions, whether this will be undertaken or not. As soon as this soil then actually enters into competition, the market price will fall once more to its former level, assuming other conditions to be equal, and the new soil will then yield the same rent as the corresponding old soil. The assumption that it does not yield any rent is proved by its advocates by assuming precisely what they are called upon to prove, namely that the last soil did not yield any rent. One might prove in the same manner that houses which were the last built do not yield any rent for the building outside of house rent proper, even though they are leased. In fact, however, they do yield rent, even before yielding any house rent, when they frequently remain vacant for a long period. Just as successive investments of capital in a certain piece of land may bring a proportional surplus and thereby the same rent as the first investment, so fields of the same quality as those last cultivated may bring the same proceeds for the same cost. Otherwise it would be altogether inexplicable how fields of the same quality are ever brought successively under cultivation. It seems that either it would be necessary to take all together, or rather, not a single one of them, in order not to bring all the remaining ones into competition. The landlord is always ready to draw a rent, that is, to receive something for nothing. But capital requires certain conditions to fulfill his wish. Competition between pieces of land does not, therefore, depend upon the landlord desiring them to compete, but upon the capital existing which seeks to compete with other capitals in the new fields. To the extent that the agricultural rent proper is purely a monopoly price, the latter can only be small, just as the absolute rent can only be small here under normal conditions, whatever the excess of the product's value over its price of production. The essence of absolute rent, therefore, consists in this. Given the same rate of surplus value, or degree of labour exploitation, equally large capitals in various spheres of production produce different amounts of surplus value, in accordance with their varying average composition. In industry, these various masses of surplus value are equalized into an average profit and distributed uniformly among the individual capitals as aliquot parts of the social capital. Landed property hinders such an equalization among capitals invested in land. Whenever production requires land for either agriculture or extraction of raw materials, and takes hold of a portion of the surplus value which would otherwise take part in equalizing to the general rate of profit. The rent, then, forms a portion of the value, or more specifically surplus value, of commodities, and instead of falling into the lap of the capitalists, who have extracted it from their labourers, it falls to the share of the landlords, who extract it from the capitalists. It is hereby assumed that the agricultural capital sets more labour in motion than an equally large portion of non-agricultural capital. How far the discrepancy goes, or whether it exists at all, depends upon the relative development of agriculture as compared with industry. It is in the nature of the case that this difference must decrease with the progress of agriculture, unless the proportionate decrease of variable as compared with constant capital is still greater in the case of industrial than in the case of agricultural capital. This absolute rent plays an even more important role in the extractive industry proper, where one element of constant capital, raw material, is wholly lacking, and where, excluding those lines in which capital consisting of machinery and other fixed capital is very considerable, by far the lowest composition of capital prevails. Precisely here, where the rent appears entirely attributable to a monopoly price, unusually favourable market conditions are necessary for commodities to be sold at their value, or for rent to equal the entire excess of a commodity's surplus value over its price of production. This applies, for instance, to rent from fisheries, stone quarries, natural forests, etc. Footnote. Ricardo deals with this very superficially. See the passage directed against Adam Smith concerning forest rent in Norway at the very beginning of chapter 11 in Principles. End of footnote. Chapter 46. Building site rent, rent in mining, price of land. Wherever rent exists at all, differential rent appears at all times and is governed by the same laws as agricultural differential rent. Wherever natural forces can be monopolized and guarantee a surplus profit to the industrial capitalist using them, be it waterfalls, rich mines, waters teeming with fish, or a favorably located building site, there the person who, by virtue of title to a portion of the globe, has become the proprietor of these natural objects, will wrest this surplus profit from functioning capital in the form of rent. Adam Smith has set forth, as concerns land for building purposes, that the basis of its rent, like that of all non-agricultural land, is regulated by agricultural rent proper. Volume 1, Chapter 11, Sections 2 and 3. This rent is distinguished in the first place by the preponderant influence exerted here by location upon differential rent. Very significant, for example, in vineyards and building sites in large cities. Secondly, by the palpable and complete passiveness of the owner, whose sole activity consists, especially in mines, in exploiting the progress of social development, toward which he contributes nothing, and for which he risks nothing, unlike the industrial capitalist. And finally, by the prevalence of monopoly prices in many cases, particularly through the most shameless exploitation of poverty. For poverty is more lucrative for house rent than the mines of Potosi ever were for Spain. See Lang, National Distress, Its Causes and Remedies, London 1844, and Newman, Lectures on Political Economy, London 1857. And through the monstrous power wielded by landed property, which, when united hand in hand with industrial capital, enables it to be used against labourers engaged in their wage struggle as a means of practically expelling them from the earth as a dwelling place. See Crowlington or Cramlington strike, Engels, Lage der arbeitenden Klasse in England. One part of society thus exacts tribute from another for the permission to inhabit the earth, as landed property in general assigns the landlord the privilege of exploiting the terrestrial body, the bowels of the earth, the air, and thereby the maintenance and development of life. Not only the population increase, and with it the growing demand for shelter, but also the development of fixed capital, which is either incorporated in land or takes root in it, and is based upon it, such as all industrial buildings, railways, warehouses, factory buildings, docks, etc., necessarily increase the building rent. A confusion of house rent, insofar as it constitutes interest and amortization on capital invested in a house and rent for the mere land, is not possible in this case, even with all the goodwill of a person like Carey, particularly when landlord and building speculator are different persons, as is true in England. Two elements should be considered here. On the one hand, the exploitation of the earth for the purpose of reproduction or extraction. On the other hand, the space required as an element of all production and all human activity. And property in land demands its tribute in both senses. The demand for building sites raises the value of land as space and foundation, while thereby the demand for elements of the terrestrial body serving as building material grows simultaneously. Footnote: the paving of the streets of London has enabled the owners of some barren rocks on the coast of Scotland to draw a rent from what never afforded any before. Adam Smith, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, Book 1, Chapter 11, Section 2. End of footnote. That it is the ground rent, and not the house, which forms the actual object of building speculation in rapidly growing cities, especially where construction is carried on as an industry, for example in London, has already been illustrated in Volume 2, Chapter 12, in the testimony of a big building speculator in London, Edward Capps, given before the Select Committee on Bank Acts of 1857. He stated there, number 5435, quote, "I think a man who wishes to rise in the world can hardly expect to rise by following out a fair trade. It is necessary for him to add speculative building to it, and that must be done not on a small scale, for the builder makes very little profit out of the buildings themselves. He makes the principal part of the profit out of the improved ground rents. Perhaps he takes a piece of ground and agrees to give £300 a year for it. By laying it out with care and putting certain descriptions of buildings upon it, he may succeed in making £400 or £450 a year out of it, and his profit would be the increased ground rent of £100 or £150 a year, rather than the profit of the buildings, at which, in many instances, he scarcely looks at all." Unquote. And parenthetically, it should not be forgotten that after the lapse of the lease, generally at the end of 99 years, the land, with all its buildings and its ground rent, usually increased in the interim 2 or 3 times, reverts from the building speculator or his legal successor to the original last landlord. Mining rent proper is determined in the same way as agricultural rent. Quote, "There are some mines of which the produce is barely sufficient to pay the labour and replace, together with its ordinary profits, the stock employed in working them. They afford some profit to the undertaker of the work, but no rent to the landlord. They can be wrought advantageously by nobody but the landlord, who, being himself the undertaker of the work, gets the ordinary profit of the capital which he employs in it. Many coal mines in Scotland are wrought in this manner, and can be wrought in no other. The landlord will allow nobody else to work them without paying some rent, and nobody can afford to pay any." Unquote. Adam Smith, Book 1, Chapter 11. It must be distinguished whether the rent springs from a monopoly price, because a monopoly price of the product or the land exists independently of it, or whether the products are sold at a monopoly price because a rent exists. When we refer to a monopoly price, we mean in general a price determined only by the purchaser's eagerness to buy and ability to pay, independent of the price determined by the general price of production, as well as by the value of the products. A vineyard producing wine of very extraordinary quality, which can be produced only in relatively small quantities, yields a monopoly price. The wine-grower would realize a considerable surplus profit from this monopoly price, whose excess over the value of the product would be wholly determined by the means and fondness of the discriminating wine-drinker. This surplus profit, which accrues from a monopoly price, is converted into rent, and in this form falls into the lap of the landlord, thanks to his title to this piece of the globe endowed with singular properties. Here, then, the monopoly price creates the rent. On the other hand, the rent would create a monopoly price if grain were sold not merely above its price of production, but also above its value, owing to the limits set by landed property to the investment of capital in uncultivated land without payment of rent. that it is only the title of a number of persons to the possession of the globe, enabling them to appropriate to themselves as tribute a portion of the surplus labour of society, and furthermore to a constantly increasing extent with the development of production, is concealed by the fact that the capitalized rent, that is, precisely this capitalized tribute, appears as the price of land, which may therefore be sold like any other article of commerce. The buyer, therefore, does not feel that his title to the rent is obtained gratis, and without the labour, risk, and spirit of enterprise of the capitalist, but rather that he has paid for it with an equivalent. To the buyer, as previously indicated, the rent appears merely as interest on the capital with which he has purchased the land, and consequently his title to the rent. In the same way, the slaveholder considers a Negro, whom he has purchased, as his property, not because the institution of slavery as such entitles him to that Negro, but because he has acquired him like any other commodity through sale and purchase. But the title itself is simply transferred and not created by the sale. The title must exist before it can be sold, and a series of sales can no more create this title through continued repetition than a single sale can. What created it in the first place were the production relations. As soon as these have reached a point where they must shed their skin, the material source of the title, justified economically and historically and arising from the process which creates social life, falls by the wayside, along with all transactions based upon it. From the standpoint of a higher economic form of society, private ownership of the globe by single individuals will appear quite as absurd as private ownership of one man by another. Even a whole society, a nation, or even all simultaneously existing societies taken together, are not the owners of the globe. They are only its possessors, its usufructuaries, and, like Bonaparte's familias, they must hand it down to succeeding generations in an improved condition. In the following analysis of the price of land, we leave out of consideration all fluctuations of competition, all land speculation, and also small landed property, in which land forms the principal instrument of producers, and must therefore be bought by them at any price. 1. The price of land may rise without the rent rising, namely, 1. By a mere fall in interest rate, which causes the rent to be sold more dearly, and thereby the capitalized rent or price of land rises. 2. Because the interest on capital incorporated in the land rises. 2. The price of land may rise because the rent increases. The rent may increase because the price of the product of the land rises, in which case the rate of differential rent always rises, whether the rent on the worst cultivated soil be large, small, or non-existent. By rate we mean the ratio of that portion of surplus value converted into rent to the invested capital which produces the agricultural product. This differs from the ratio of surplus product to total product, for the total product does not comprise the entire invested capital, namely the fixed capital, which continues to exist alongside the product. On the other hand, it covers the fact that on soils yielding differential rent, an increasing portion of the product is transformed into an excess of surplus product. The increase in price of agricultural product of the worst soil first creates rent, and thereby the price of land. The rent, however, may also increase without a rise in price of the agricultural product. This price may remain constant or even decrease. If the price remains constant, the rent can grow only apart from monopoly prices, because, on the one hand, given the same amount of capital invested in the old lands, new lands of better quality are cultivated, which merely suffice, however, to cover the increased demand, so that the regulating market price remains unchanged. In this case, the price of the old lands does not rise, but the price of the newly cultivated lands rises above that of the old ones. Or, on the other hand, the rent rises because the mass of capital exploiting the land increases, assuming that the relative productivity and market price remain the same. Although the rent thus remains the same compared with the invested capital, still its mass, for instance, may be doubled, because the capital itself has doubled. Since no fall in price has occurred, the second investment of capital yields a surplus profit just as well as the first, and it likewise is transformed into rent after the expiration of the lease. The mass of rent rises here because the mass of capital producing a rent increases. The contention that various successive investments of capital in the same piece of land can produce rent only insofar as their yield is unequal, so that a differential rent thus arises, is reduced to the contention that when two capitals of £1,000 each are invested in two fields of equal productivity, only one of them can produce a rent, although both fields belong to a better soil type, which produces differential rent. The mass of rental, the total rent of a country, grows therefore with the mass of capital invested, without the price of the individual pieces of land, or the rate of rent, or even the mass of rent on individual pieces of land necessarily increasing. The amount of rental grows in this case with the extension of cultivation over a wider area. This may even be combined with a decrease in rent on individual holdings. Otherwise, this contention would lead to the other, namely that the investment of capital in two different pieces of land existing side by side follows different laws from the successive investment of capital in the same plot, whereas differential rent is derived precisely from the identity of the law in both cases, from the increased productiveness of capital invested either in the same field or in different fields. The only modification which exists here and is overlooked is that successive investments of capital, when applied to different pieces of land, meet the barrier of landed property, which is not the case with successive investments of capital in the same piece of land. This accounts for the opposing tendencies by which these two different forms of investment curb each other in practice. No difference in capital ever appears here. If the composition of the capital remains the same, and similarly the rate of surplus value, the rate of profit remains unaltered, so that the mass of profit is doubled when the capital is doubled. In like manner, the rate of rent remains the same under the assumed conditions. If a capital of £1,000 produces a rent of X, then a capital of £2,000, under the assumed conditions, produces a rent of 2x. But calculated with reference to the area of land, which has remained unaltered, since, according to our assumption, the doubled capital operates in the same field, the level of rent has also risen as a consequence of its increase in mass. The same acre which yielded a rent of £2 now yields £4. Footnote. It is one of the merits of Rodbertus, whose important work on rent, Letters to von Kirchmann, Third Letter, a refutation of the Ricardian theory of ground rent and the establishment of a new theory of rent, Berlin, 1851, we shall discuss in Book 4, that is, Theorien über den Mehrwert, Theories of Surplus Value, Karl Marx. Engels, Werke, Volume 26, to have this point developed. He commits the one error, however, of assuming, in the first place, that as regards capital, an increase in profit is always expressed by an increase in capital, so that the ratio remains the same when the mass of profit increases. But this is erroneous, since the rate of profit may increase, given a changed composition of capital, even if the exploitation of labor remains the same, precisely because the proportional value of the constant portion of capital, compared with its variable portion, falls. Secondly, he commits the mistake of dealing with the ratio of money rent to a quantitatively definite piece of land, for example an acre, as though it had been the general premise of classical economics in its analysis of the rise or fall of rent. This again is erroneous. Classical economics always treats the rate of rent, insofar as it considers rent in its natural form, with reference to the product, and insofar as it considers rent as money rent, with reference to the advanced capital, because these are, in fact, the rational expressions. End of footnote. The relation of a portion of the surplus value, of money rent, for money is the independent expression of value, to the land, is in itself absurd and irrational. For the magnitudes which are here measured by one another are incommensurable. A particular use value, a piece of land of so many and so many square feet, on the one hand, and value, especially surplus value, on the other. This expresses, in fact, nothing more than that, under the given conditions, the ownership of so many square feet of land enables the landowner to wrest a certain quantity of unpaid labor, which the capital, wallowing in these square feet like a hog in potatoes, has realized. Written in the manuscript here in brackets, but crossed out, is the name Liebig. But prima facie, the expression is the same as if one desired to speak of the relation of a £5 note to the diameter of the earth. However, the reconciliation of irrational forms in which certain economic relations appear and assert themselves in practice does not concern the active agents of these relations in their everyday life, and since they are accustomed to move about in such relations, they find nothing strange therein. A complete contradiction offers not the least mystery to them. They feel as much at home as a fish in water, among manifestations which are separated from their internal connections and absurd when isolated by themselves. What Hegel says with reference to certain mathematical formulas applies here. That which seems irrational to ordinary common sense is rational, and that which seems rational to it is itself irrational. Hegel, Enzyklopädie der philosophischen Wissenschaften im Grundrisse, Part 1, Die Logik, in Werke, Volume 6, Berlin, 1840. When considered in connection with the land area itself, a rise in the mass of rent is thus expressed in the same way as a rise in the rate of rent, and hence the embarrassment experienced when the conditions which would explain the one case are lacking in the other. The price of land, however, may also rise even when the price of the agricultural product decreases. In this case, the differential rent, and with it the price of the better lands, may have risen, owing to further differentiations. Or, if this is not the case, the price of the agricultural product may have fallen by virtue of greater labor productivity, but in such a manner that the increased production more than counterbalances this. Let us assume that 1 quarter costs 60 shillings. Now, if the same acre with the same capital should produce 2 quarters instead of 1, and the price of 1 quarter should fall to 40 shillings, then 2 quarters would cost 80 shillings, so that the value of the product of the same capital invested in the same acre would have risen by 1/3, despite the fall in price per quarter by 1/3. How this is possible without selling the product above its price of production or above its value has been developed in the analysis of differential rent. As a matter of fact, it is possible only in 2 ways. Either bad soil is excluded from competition, but the price of the better soil increases with the increase in differential rent, that is, the general improvement affects the various soil types differently, or the same price of production and the same value, if absolute rent is paid, expresses itself on the worst soil through a larger mass of products, when labour productivity has become greater. The product represents the same value as before, but the price of its aliquot parts has fallen, while their number has increased. This is impossible when the same capital has been employed, for in this case the same value always expresses itself through any portion of the product. It is possible, however, when additional capital has been expended for gypsum, guano, etc., in short, for improvements, the effects of which extend over several years. The stipulation is that the price of an individual quarter falls, but not to the same extent as the number of quarters increases. 3. These different conditions under which rent may rise, and with it the price of land in general, or of particular kinds of land, may partly compete or partly exclude one another, and can only act alternately. But it follows from the foregoing that the consequence of a rise in the price of land does not necessarily signify also a rise in rent, or that a rise in rent, which always brings with it a rise in the price of land, is not necessarily contingent upon an increase in the agricultural product. Footnote. Concerning the actual fall in the price of land when rent rises, see Passy, H. Passy, Rente du sol, in Dictionnaire de l'économie politique, Volume 2, end of footnote. Rather than tracing to their origin the real natural causes leading to an exhaustion of the soil, which incidentally were unknown to all economists writing on differential rent, owing to the level of agricultural chemistry in their day, the shallow conception was seized upon that any amount of capital cannot be invested in a limited area of land. As the Edinburgh Review, issue 54, August to December 1831, for instance, argued against Richard Jones that all of England cannot be fed through the cultivation of Soho Square. If this be considered a special disadvantage of agriculture, precisely the opposite is true. It is possible to invest capital here successively with fruitful results, because the soil itself serves as an instrument of production, which is not the case with a factory, or holds only to a limited extent, since it serves only as a foundation, as a place and a space providing a basis of operations. It is true that, compared with scattered handicrafts, large-scale industry may concentrate much production in a small area. Nevertheless, a definite amount of space is always required at any given level of productivity, and the construction of tall buildings also has its practical limitations. Beyond this, any expansion of production also demands an extension of land area. The fixed capital invested in machinery, etc., does not improve through use, but on the contrary, wears out. New inventions may indeed permit some improvement in this respect, but with any given development in productive power, machines will always deteriorate. If productivity is rapidly developed, all of the old machinery must be replaced by the more advantageous. In other words, it is lost. The soil, however, if properly treated, improves all the time. The advantage of the soil, permitting successive investments of capital to bring gains without loss of previous investments, implies the possibility of differences in yield from these successive investments of capital. Chapter 47. Genesis of Capitalist Ground Rent. Section 1. Introductory Remarks. We must clarify in our minds wherein, from the viewpoint of modern economics as the theoretical expression of the capitalist mode of production, lies the real difficulty in analyzing ground rent. Even many of the more modern writers have not as yet grasped this, as evidenced by each renewed attempt to newly explain ground rent. The novelty almost invariably consists in a relapse into long out-of-date views. The difficulty is not to explain the surplus product produced by agricultural capital and its corresponding surplus value in general. This question is solved in the analysis of the surplus value produced by all productive capital, in whatever sphere it may be invested. The difficulty consists rather in showing the source of the excess of surplus value paid to the landlord by capital invested in land in the form of rent, after equalization of the surplus value to the average profit among the various capitals, after the various capitals have shared in the total surplus value produced by the social capital in all spheres of production in proportion to their relative size. In other words, the source subsequent to this equalization and the apparently already completed distribution of all surplus value which, in general, is to be distributed. Quite apart from the practical motives which prodded modern economists, as spokesmen of industrial capital against landed property, to investigate this question, motives which we shall point out more clearly in the chapter on the history of ground rent, the question was of paramount interest to them as theorists. To admit that the appearance of rent for capital invested in agriculture is due to some particular effect produced by the sphere of investment itself, due to singular qualities of the earth's crust itself, is tantamount to giving up the conception of value as such, thus tantamount to abandoning all attempts at a scientific understanding of this field. Even the simple observation that rent is paid out of the price of agricultural produce, which takes place even where rent is paid in kind if the farmer is to recover his price of production, showed the absurdity of attempting to explain the excess of this price over the ordinary price of production. In other words, to explain the relative dearness of agricultural products on the basis of the excess of natural productivity of agricultural production over the productivity of other lines of production. For the reverse is true. The more productive labor is, the cheaper is every aliquot part of its product, because so much greater is the mass of use values incorporating the same quantity of labor, that is, the same value. The whole difficulty in analyzing rent, therefore, consists in explaining the excess of agricultural profit over the average profit, not the surplus value, but the excess of surplus value characteristic of this sphere of production. In other words, not the net product, but the excess of this net product over the net product of other branches of industry. The average profit itself is a product formed under very definite historical production relations by the movement of social processes, a product which, as we have seen, requires very complex adjustment. To be able to speak at all of a surplus over the average profit, this average profit itself must already be established as a standard and as a regulator of production in general, as is the case under capitalist production. For this reason, there can be no talk of rent in the modern sense, a rent consisting of a surplus over the average profit, that is, over and above the proportional share of each individual capital in the surplus value produced by the total social capital, in social formations where it is not capital, which performs the function of enforcing all surplus labour and appropriating directly all surplus value. And where, therefore, capital has not yet completely, or only sporadically, brought social labour under its control. It reflects naivety, for example, of a person like Passy, when he speaks of rent in primitive society as a surplus over profit, a historically defined social form of surplus value, but which, according to him, might almost as well exist without any society. Passy, Rente du sol, in Dictionnaire de l'économie politique, Volume 2, Paris, 1854. For the older economists, who in general merely begin analyzing the capitalist mode of production, still undeveloped in their day, the analysis of rent offers either no difficulty at all, or only a difficulty of a completely different kind. Petit, Cantillon, and in general those writers who are closer to feudal times, assume ground rent to be the normal form of surplus value in general. Petit, A Treatise on Taxes and Contributions, London, 1667. Richard Cantillon, Essai sur la nature du commerce en général, Amsterdam, 1756. Whereas profit to them is still amorphously combined with wages, or at best appears to be a portion of surplus value extorted by the capitalist from the landlord. These writers thus take as their point of departure a situation where, in the first place, the agricultural population still constitutes the overwhelming majority of the nation, and secondly, the landlord still appears as the person appropriating at first hand the surplus labour of the direct producers, by virtue of his monopoly of landed property, where landed property, therefore, still appears as the main condition of production. For these writers, the question could not yet be posed, which, inversely, seeks to investigate from the viewpoint of capitalist production how landed property manages to wrest back again from capital a portion of the surplus value produced by it, that is, filched by it from the direct producers, and already appropriated directly. The physiocrats are troubled by difficulties of another nature. As the actually first systematic spokesmen of capital, they attempt to analyze the nature of surplus value in general. For them, this analysis coincides with the analysis of rent, the only form of surplus value which they recognize. Therefore, they consider rent-yielding, or agricultural capital, to be the only capital producing surplus value, and the agricultural labour set in motion by it the only labour producing surplus value, which, from a capitalist viewpoint, is quite properly considered the only productive labour. They are quite right in considering the creation of surplus value as decisive. Apart from other merits to be set forth in Volume 4, they deserve credit primarily for going back from merchants' capital, which functions solely in the sphere of circulation, to productive capital, in opposition to the mercantile system, which, with its crude realism, constitutes the actual vulgar economy of that period, pushing into the background in favour of its own practical interests the beginnings of scientific analysis made by Petty and his successors. In this critique of the mercantile system, incidentally, only its conceptions of capital and surplus value are dealt with. It has already been indicated previously that the monetary system correctly proclaims production for the world market and the transformation of the output into commodities and thus into money as the prerequisite and condition of capitalist production. In this system's further development into the mercantile system, it is no longer the transformation of commodity value into money, but the creation of surplus value, which is decisive. But from the meaningless viewpoint of the circulation sphere, and, at the same time, in such manner that this surplus value is represented as surplus money, as the balance of trade surplus. At the same time, however, the characteristic feature of the interested merchants and manufacturers of that period, which is in keeping with the stage of capitalist development represented by them, is that the transformation of feudal agricultural societies into industrial ones, and the corresponding industrial struggle of nations on the world market, depends on an accelerated development of capital, which is not to be arrived at along the so-called natural path, but rather by means of coercive measures. It makes a tremendous difference whether national capital is gradually and slowly transformed into industrial capital, or whether this development is accelerated by means of a tax which they impose through protective duties mainly upon landowners, middle and small peasants, and handicraftsmen, by way of accelerated expropriation of the independent direct producers, and through the violently accelerated accumulation and concentration of capital. In short, by means of the accelerated establishment of conditions of capitalist production. It simultaneously makes an enormous difference in the capitalist and industrial exploitation of the natural, national, productive power. Hence, the national character of the mercantile system is not merely a phrase on the lips of its spokesmen. Under the pretext of concern solely for the wealth of the nation and the resources of the state, they in fact pronounce the interests of the capitalist class and the amassing of riches in general to be the ultimate aim of the state, and thus proclaim bourgeois society in place of the old divine state. But at the same time, they are consciously aware that the development of the interests of capital and of the capitalist class, of capitalist production, forms the foundation of national power and national ascendancy in modern society. The physiocrats, furthermore, are correct in stating that, in fact, all production of surplus value, and thus all development of capital, has for its natural basis the productiveness of agricultural labour. If man were not capable of producing in one working day more means of subsistence, which signifies in the strictest sense more agricultural products than every labourer needs for his own reproduction, if the daily expenditure of his entire labour power sufficed merely to produce the means of subsistence indispensable for his own individual requirements, then one could not speak at all either of surplus product or surplus value. An agricultural labour productivity exceeding the individual requirements of the labourer is the basis of all societies, and is above all the basis of capitalist production, which disengages a constantly increasing portion of society from the production of basic foodstuffs and transforms them into free heads, as Stewart, An Inquiry into the Principles of Political Economy, Volume 1, Dublin, 1770, has it, making them available for exploitation in other spheres. But what can be said of more recent writers on economics, such as Dare, Passy, etc., who parrot the most primitive conceptions concerning the natural conditions of surplus labour and thereby surplus value in general in the twilight of classical economy, indeed on its very deathbed, and who imagine that they are thus propounding something new and striking on ground rent? Dare, Introduction in Physiocrats, Part 1, Paris 1846, and Passy, Rente du Sol, in Dictionnaire de l'économie politique, Volume 2, Paris 1854, long after this ground rent has been investigated as a special form and become a specific portion of surplus value. It is particularly characteristic of vulgar economy that it echoes what was new, original, profound, and justified during a specific outgrown stage of development in a period when it has turned platitudinous, stale, and false. It thus confesses its complete ignorance of the problems which concerned classical economy. It confounds them with questions that could only have been posed on a lower level of development of bourgeois society. The same holds true of its incessant and self-complacent rumination of the physiocratic phrases concerning free trade. These phrases have long since lost all theoretical interest, no matter how much they may engage the practical attention of this or that state. In natural economy proper, when no part of the agricultural product, or but a very insignificant portion, enters into the process of circulation, and then only a relatively small portion of that part of the product which represents the landlord's revenue, as, for example, in many Roman latifundia, or the villas of Charlemagne, or more or less during the entire Middle Ages, see Vinsart, Histoire du Travail. The product and surplus product of the large estates consists by no means purely of products of agricultural labour. It encompasses equally well the products of industrial labour. Domestic handicrafts and manufacturing labour as secondary occupations of agriculture, which forms the basis, are the prerequisite of that mode of production upon which natural economy rests, in European antiquity and the Middle Ages, as well as in the present-day Indian community, in which the traditional organization has not yet been destroyed. The capitalist mode of production completely abolishes this relationship, a process which may be studied on a large scale, particularly in England during the last third of the 18th century. Thinkers like Ehrenschwand, who had grown up in more or less semi-feudal societies, still consider, for example, as late as the close of the 18th century, this separation of manufacture from agriculture as a foolhardy social adventure, as an unthinkably risky mode of existence. And even in the agricultural economies of antiquity, showing the greatest analogy to capitalist agriculture, namely Carthage and Rome, the similarity to a plantation economy is greater than to a form corresponding to the really capitalist mode of exploitation. Footnote: Adam Smith emphasizes how, in his time, and this applies also to the plantations in tropical and subtropical countries in our own day, rent and profit were not yet divorced from one another. Smith, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, Aberdeen, London, 1848. For the landlord was simultaneously a capitalist, just as Cato, for instance, was, on his estates. But this separation is precisely the prerequisite for the capitalist mode of production, to whose conception the basis of slavery, moreover, stands in direct contradiction. End of footnote. A formal analogy, which simultaneously, however, turns out to be completely illusory in all essential points to a person familiar with the capitalist mode of production who does not, like Herr Mommsen, discover a capitalist mode of production in every monetary economy, is not to be found at all in continental Italy during antiquity, but at best only in Sicily, since this island served Rome as an agricultural tributary, so that its agriculture was aimed chiefly at export. Farmers, in the modern sense, existed there. Footnote. Herr Mommsen, in his Roman history, by no means uses the term capitalist in the sense employed by modern economics and modern society, but rather in the manner of popular conception, such as still continues to thrive, though not in England or America, but nevertheless on the European continent, as an ancient tradition reflecting bygone conditions. End of footnote. An erroneous conception of the nature of rent is based upon the fact that rent in kind, partly as tithes to the church, and partly as a curiosity, perpetuated by long-established contracts, has been dragged over into modern times from the natural economy of the Middle Ages, completely in contradiction to the conditions of the capitalist mode of production. It thereby creates the impression that rent does not arise from the price of the agricultural product, but from its mass, thus not from social conditions, but from the earth. We have previously shown that although surplus value is manifested in a surplus product, the converse does not hold, that a surplus product, representing a mere increase in the mass of product, constitutes surplus value. It may represent a minus quantity in value. Otherwise, the cotton industry of 1860, compared with that of 1840, would show an enormous surplus value, whereas on the contrary, the price of the yarn has fallen. Rent may increase enormously as a result of a succession of crop failures, because the price of grain rises, although this surplus value appears as an absolutely decreasing mass of dearer wheat. Conversely, the rent may fall in consequence of a succession of bountiful years, because the price falls, although the reduced rent appears as a greater mass of cheaper wheat. As regards rent in kind, it should be noted now that in the first place it is a mere tradition, carried over from an obsolete mode of production, and managing to prolong its existence as a survival. Its contradiction to the capitalist mode of production is shown by its disappearance of itself from private contracts, and its being forcibly shaken off as an anachronism, wherever legislation was able to intervene, as in the case of church tithes in England. Secondly, however, where rent in kind persisted on the basis of capitalist production, it was no more, and could be no more, than an expression of money rent in medieval garb. Wheat, for instance, is quoted at 40 shillings per quarter. One portion of this wheat must replace the wages contained therein, and must be sold to become available for renewed expenditure. Another portion must be sold to pay its proportionate share of taxes. Seed, and even a portion of fertilizer, enter as commodities into the process of reproduction, wherever the capitalist mode of production, and with it division of social labour, are developed. That is, they must be purchased for replacement purposes, and therefore another portion of this quarter must be sold to obtain money for this. Insofar as they need not be bought as actual commodities, but are taken out of the product itself in kind, in order to enter into its reproduction anew as conditions of production, as occurs not only in agriculture, but in many other lines of production producing constant capital, they figure in the books as money of account, and are deducted as elements of the cost price. The wear and tear of machinery and of fixed capital in general must be made good in money. And finally comes profit, which is calculated on this sum, expressed as costs either in actual money or in money of account. This profit is represented by a definite portion of the gross product, which is determined by its price, and the excess portion, which then remains, forms rent. If the rent in kind stipulated by contract is greater than this remainder determined by the price, then it does not constitute rent, but a deduction from profit. Owing to this possibility alone, rent in kind is an obsolete form, insofar as it does not reflect the price of the product, but may be greater or smaller than the real rent, and thus may comprise not only a deduction from profit, but also from those elements required for capital replacement. In fact, this rent in kind, so far as it is rent not merely in name but also in essence, is exclusively determined by the excess of the price of the product over its price of production. Only it presupposes that this variable is a constant magnitude. But it is such a comforting reflection that the product in kind should suffice, first, to maintain the labourer, secondly, to leave the capitalist tenant farmer more food than he needs, and finally, that the remainder should constitute the natural rent. Quite like a manufacturer producing 200,000 yards of cotton goods. These yards of goods not only suffice to clothe his labourers, to clothe his wife, all his offspring, and himself abundantly, but also leave over enough cotton for sale, in addition to paying an enormous rent in terms of cotton goods. It is all so simple. Deduct the price of production from 200,000 yards of cotton goods, and a surplus of cotton goods must remain for rent. But it is indeed a naive conception to deduct the price of production of, say, £10,000 from 200,000 yards of cotton goods without knowing the selling price, to deduct money from cotton goods, to deduct an exchange value from a use value as such, and thus to determine the surplus of yards of cotton goods over pounds sterling. It is worse than squaring the circle, which is at least based upon the conception that there is a limit at which straight lines and curves imperceptibly flow together. But such is the prescription of Monsieur Passy. Deduct money from cotton goods before the cotton goods have been converted into money, either in one's mind or in reality. What remains is the rent, which, however, is to be grasped naturally. See, for example, Die naturgemäße Volkswirtschaft gegenüber dem Monopoliengeiste und dem Kommunismus, Hanau, 1845, and not by devilries of sophistry. The entire restoration of rent in kind is finally reduced to this foolishness: the deduction of the price of production from so many and so many bushels of wheat, and the subtraction of a sum of money from a cubic measure. Chapter 47, Section 2. Labour Rent. If we consider ground rent in its simplest form, that of labour rent, where the direct producer, using instruments of labour, plough, cattle, etc., which actually or legally belong to him, cultivates soil actually owned by him during part of the week, and works during the remaining days upon the estate of the feudal lord without any compensation from the feudal lord, the situation here is still quite clear, for in this case rent and surplus value are identical. Rent, not profit, is the form here through which unpaid surplus labour expresses itself. To what extent the labourer, a self-sustaining serf, can secure in this case a surplus above his indispensable necessities of life, that is, a surplus above that which we would call wages under the capitalist mode of production, depends, other circumstances remaining unchanged, upon the proportion in which his labour time is divided into labour time for himself and enforced labour time for his feudal lord. This surplus above the indispensable requirements of life, the germ of what appears as profit under the capitalist mode of production, is therefore wholly determined by the amount of ground rent, which in this case is not only directly unpaid surplus labour, but also appears as such. It is unpaid surplus labour for the owner of the means of production, which here coincide with the land, and so far as they differ from it, are mere accessories to it. That the product of the serf must here suffice to reproduce his conditions of labour in addition to his subsistence is a circumstance which remains the same under all modes of production, for it is not the result of their specific form, but a natural requisite of all continuous and reproductive labour in general, of any continuing production, which is always simultaneously reproduction, that is, including reproduction of its own operating conditions. It is furthermore evident that in all forms in which the direct labourer remains the possessor of the means of production and labour conditions necessary for the production of his own means of subsistence, the property relationship must simultaneously appear as a direct relation of lordship and servitude, so that the direct producer is not free. A lack of freedom which may be reduced from serfdom with enforced labour to a mere tributary relationship. The direct producer, according to our assumption, is to be found here in possession of his own means of production, the necessary material labour conditions required for the realization of his labour and the production of his means of subsistence. He conducts his agricultural activity and the rural home industries connected with it independently. This independence is not undermined by the circumstance that the small peasants may form among themselves a more or less natural production community, as they do in India, since it is here merely a question of independence from the nominal lord of the manor. Under such conditions, the surplus labour for the nominal owner of the land can only be extorted from them by other than economic pressure, whatever the form assumed may be. Footnote. Following the conquest of a country, the immediate aim of a conqueror was also to convert its people to his own use. Compare Languet, Théorie des lois civiles, ou Principes fondamentaux de la société, volumes 1-2, London, 1767. See also Moser, Osnabrückische Geschichte, Part 1, Berlin and Stettin. End of footnote. This differs from slave or plantation economy in that the slave works under alien conditions of production and not independently. Thus conditions of personal dependence are requisite, the lack of personal freedom, no matter to what extent, and being tied to the soil as its accessory, bondage in the true sense of the word. Should the direct producers not be confronted by a private landowner, but rather, as in Asia, under direct subordination to a state which stands over them as their landlord and simultaneously as sovereign, then rent and taxes coincide, or rather there exists no tax which differs from this form of ground rent. Under such circumstances, there need exist no stronger political or economic pressure than that common to all subjection to that state. The state is then the supreme lord. Sovereignty here consists in the ownership of land concentrated on a national scale. But on the other hand, no private ownership of land exists, although there is both private and common possession and use of land. The specific economic form in which unpaid surplus labour is pumped out of direct producers determines the relationship of rulers and ruled, as it grows directly out of production itself, and in turn reacts upon it as a determining element. Upon this, however, is founded the entire formation of the economic community which grows up out of the production relations themselves, thereby simultaneously its specific political form. It is always the direct relationship of the owners of the conditions of production to the direct producers, a relation always naturally corresponding to a definite stage in the development of the methods of labour and thereby its social productivity, which reveals the innermost secret, the hidden basis of the entire social structure, and with it the political form of the relation of sovereignty and dependence. In short, the corresponding specific form of the state. This does not prevent the same economic basis, the same from the standpoint of its main conditions, due to innumerable different empirical circumstances, natural environment, racial relations, external historical influences, etc., from showing infinite variations and gradations in appearance, which can be ascertained only by analysis of the empirically given circumstances. So much is evident with respect to labour rent, the simplest and most primitive form of rent. Rent is here the primeval form of surplus labour, and coincides with it. But this identity of surplus value with unpaid labour of others need not be analysed here, because it still exists in its visible, palpable form, since the labour of the direct producer for himself is still separated in space and time from his labour for the landlord, and the latter appears directly in the brutal form of enforced labour for a third person. In the same way, the attribute possessed by the soil to produce rent is here reduced to a tangibly open secret, for the disposition to furnish rent here also includes human labour power bound to the soil, and the property relation which compels the owner of labour power to drive it on and activate it beyond such measure as is required to satisfy his own indispensable needs. Rent consists directly in the appropriation of this surplus expenditure of labour power by the landlord, for the direct producer pays him no additional rent. Here, where surplus value and rent are not only identical, but where surplus value has the tangible form of surplus labour, the natural conditions or limits of rent, being those of surplus value in general, are plainly clear. The direct producer must, 1, possess enough labour power, and 2, the natural conditions of his labour, above all the soil cultivated by him, must be productive enough. In a word, the natural productivity of his labour must be big enough to give him the possibility of retaining some surplus labour over and above that required for the satisfaction of his own indispensable needs. It is not this possibility which creates the rent, but rather compulsion which turns this possibility into reality. But the possibility itself is conditioned by subjective and objective natural circumstances, and here, too, lies nothing at all mysterious. Should labour power be minute, and the natural conditions of labour scanty, then the surplus labour is small. But in such a case, so are the wants of the producers on the one hand, and the relative number of exploiters of surplus labour on the other. And finally, so is the surplus product, whereby this barely productive surplus labour is realized for those few exploiting landowners. Finally, labour rent in itself implies that, all other circumstances remaining equal, it will depend wholly upon the relative amount of surplus labour, or enforced labour, to what extent the direct producer shall be enabled to improve his own condition, to acquire wealth, to produce an excess over and above his indispensable means of subsistence, or, if we wish to anticipate the capitalist mode of expression, whether he shall be able to produce a profit for himself, and how much of a profit, that is, an excess over his wages, which have been produced by himself. Rent here is the normal, all-absorbing, so to say, legitimate form of surplus labour, and far from being excess over profit, which means in this case being above any other excess over wages, it is rather that the amount of such profit, and even its very existence, depends, other circumstances being equal, upon the amount of rent, that is, the enforced surplus labour to be surrendered to the landowners. Since the direct producer is not the owner but only a possessor, and since all his surplus labour by right actually belongs to the landlord, some historians have expressed astonishment that it should be at all possible for those subject to enforced labour, or serfs, to acquire any independent property, or, relatively speaking, wealth, under such circumstances. However, it is evident that tradition must play a dominant role in the primitive and undeveloped circumstances on which these social production relations and the corresponding mode of production are based. It is furthermore clear that here, as always, it is in the interest of the ruling section of society to sanction the existing order as law, and to legally establish its limits, given through usage and tradition. Apart from all else, this, by the way, comes about of itself as soon as the constant reproduction of the basis of the existing order and its fundamental relations assumes a regulated and orderly form in the course of time. And such regulation and order are themselves indispensable elements of any mode of production, if it is to assume social stability and independence from mere chance and arbitrariness. These are precisely the form of its social stability, and therefore its relative freedom from mere arbitrariness and mere chance. Under backward conditions of the production process, as well as the corresponding social relations, it achieves this form by mere repetition of their very reproduction. If this has continued on for some time, it entrenches itself as custom and tradition, and is finally sanctioned as an explicit law. However, since the form of this surplus labour, enforced labour, is based upon the imperfect development of all social productive powers and the crudeness of the methods of labour itself, it will naturally absorb a relatively much smaller portion of the direct producer's total labour than under developed modes of production, particularly the capitalist mode of production. Take it, for instance, that the enforced labour for the landlord originally amounted to 2 days per week. These 2 days of enforced labour per week are thereby fixed, are a constant magnitude, legally regulated by prescriptive or written law. But the productivity of the remaining days of the week, which are at the disposal of the direct producer himself, is a variable magnitude, which must develop in the course of his experience, just as the new wants he acquires and just as the expansion of the market for his product and the increasing assurance with which he disposes of this portion of his labour power will spur him on to a greater exertion of his labour power, whereby it should not be forgotten that the employment of his labour power is by no means confined to agriculture, but includes rural home industry. The possibility is here presented for definite economic development taking place, depending, of course, upon favourable circumstances, inborn racial characteristics, etc. Chapter 47, Section 3. Rent in Kind. The transformation of labour rent into rent in kind changes nothing from the economic standpoint in the nature of ground rent. The latter consists, in the forms considered here, in that rent is the sole prevailing and normal form of surplus value, or surplus labour. This is further expressed in the fact that it is the only surplus labour, or the only surplus product, which the direct producer, who is in possession of the labour conditions needed for his own reproduction, must give up to the owner of the land, which in this situation is the all-embracing condition of labour. And furthermore, that land is the only condition of labour which confronts the direct producer as alien property, independent of him, and personified by the landlord. To whatever extent rent in kind is the prevailing and dominant form of ground rent, it is furthermore always more or less accompanied by survivals of the earlier form, that is, of rent paid directly in labour, corvée, unpaid labour, no matter whether the landlord be a private person or the state. Rent in kind presupposes a higher stage of civilization for the direct producer, that is, a higher level of development of his labour and of society in general, and it is distinct from the preceding form in that surplus labour needs no longer be performed in its natural form, thus no longer under the direct supervision and compulsion of the landlord or his representatives. The direct producer is driven rather by force of circumstances than by direct coercion, through legal enactment rather than the whip, to perform it on his own responsibility. Surplus production, in the sense of production beyond the indispensable needs of the direct producer and within the field of production actually belonging to him, upon the land exploited by himself instead of, as earlier, upon the nearby lord's estate beyond his own land, has already become a self-understood rule here. In this relation, the direct producer more or less disposes of his entire labour time, although, as previously, a part of this labour time, at first practically the entire surplus portion of it, belongs to the landlord without compensation, except that the landlord no longer directly receives this surplus labour in its natural form, but rather in the product's natural form in which it is realized. The burdensome, and according to the way in which enforced labour is regulated, more or less disturbing interruption by work for the landlord, see Volume 1, Chapter 10, Section 2, Manufacture and Boyar, stops wherever rent in kind appears in pure form, or at least it is reduced to a few short intervals during the year, when a continuation of some corvée labour, side by side with rent in kind, takes place. The labour of the producer for himself and his labour for the landlord are no longer palpably separated by time and space. This rent in kind, in its pure form, while it may drag fragments along into more highly developed modes of production and production relations, still presupposes for its existence a natural economy. That is, that the conditions of the economy are either wholly or for the overwhelming part produced by the economy itself, directly replaced and reproduced out of its gross product. It furthermore presupposes the combination of rural home industry with agriculture. The surplus product which forms the rent is the product of this combined agricultural and industrial family labour, no matter whether rent in kind contains more or less of the industrial product, as is often the case in the Middle Ages, or whether it is paid only in the form of actual products of the land. In this form of rent, it is by no means necessary for rent in kind, which represents the surplus labour, to fully exhaust the entire surplus labour of the rural family. Compared with labour rent, the producer rather has more room for action to gain time for surplus labour whose product shall belong to himself, as well as the product of his labour which satisfies his indispensable needs. Similarly, this form will give rise to greater differences in the economic position of the individual direct producers. At least the possibility for such a differentiation exists, and the possibility for the direct producer to have in turn acquired the means to exploit other labourers directly. This, however, does not concern us here, since we are dealing with rent in kind in its pure form. Just as in general, we cannot enter into the endless variety of combinations wherein the various forms of rent may be united, adulterated, and amalgamated. The form of rent in kind, by being bound to a definite type of product and production itself, and through its indispensable combination of agriculture and domestic industry, through its almost complete self-sufficiency, whereby the peasant family supports itself through its independence from the market and the movement of production, and history of that section of society lying outside of its sphere. In short, owing to the character of natural economy in general, this form is quite adapted to furnishing the basis for stationary social conditions, as we see, for example, in Asia. Here, as in the earlier form of labour rent, ground rent is the normal form of surplus value, and thus of surplus labour, that is, of the entire excess labour which the direct producer must perform gratis, hence actually under compulsion, although this compulsion no longer confronts him in the old brutal form, for the benefit of the owner of his essential condition of labour, the land. The profit, if by erroneously anticipating we may thus call that portion of the direct producer's labour excess over his necessary labour, which he retains for himself, has so little to do with determining rent in kind, that this profit, on the contrary, grows up behind the back of rent, and finds its natural limit in the size of rent in kind. The latter may assume dimensions which seriously imperil reproduction of the conditions of labour, the means of production themselves, rendering the expansion of production more or less impossible, and reducing the direct producers to the physical minimum of means of subsistence. This is particularly the case when this form is met with, and exploited by, a conquering commercial nation, for example, the English in India. Chapter 47, Section 4. Money rent. By money rent, as distinct from industrial and commercial ground rent based upon the capitalist mode of production, which is but an excess over average profit, we here mean the ground rent, which arises from a mere change in form of rent in kind. just as the latter in turn is but a modification of labour rent. The direct producer here turns over, instead of the product, its price to the landlord, who may be either the state or a private individual. An excess of products in their natural form no longer suffices. It must be converted from its natural form into money form. Although the direct producer still continues to produce at least the greater part of his means of subsistence himself, a certain portion of this product must now be converted into commodities, must be produced as commodities. The character of the entire mode of production is thus more or less changed. It loses its independence, its detachment from social connection. The ratio of cost of production, which now comprises greater or lesser expenditures of money, becomes decisive. At any rate, the excess of that portion of gross product to be converted into money over that portion which must serve on the one hand as means of reproduction again, and on the other as means of direct subsistence, assumes a determining role. However, the basis of this type of rent, although approaching its dissolution, remains the same as that of rent in kind, which constitutes its point of departure. The direct producer, as before, is still possessor of the land, either through inheritance or some other traditional right, and must perform for his lord, as owner of his most essential condition of production, excess corvée labour, that is, unpaid labour, for which no equivalent is returned, in the form of a surplus product transformed into money. Ownership of the conditions of labour, as distinct from land, such as agricultural implements and other goods and chattels, is transformed into the property of the direct producer, even under the earlier forms of rent, first, in fact, and then also legally. And even more so is this the precondition for the form of money rent. The transformation of rent in kind into money rent, taking place first sporadically and then on a more or less national scale, presupposes a considerable development of commerce, of urban industry, of commodity production in general, and thereby of money circulation. It furthermore assumes a market price for products, and that they be sold at prices roughly approximating their values, which need not at all be the case under earlier forms. In Eastern Europe, we may still partly observe this transformation taking place under our very eyes. How unfeasible it can be without a certain development of social labour productivity is proved by various unsuccessful attempts to carry it through under the Roman Empire, and by relapses into rent in kind, after seeking to convert at least the state tax portion of this rent into money rent. The same transitional difficulties are evidenced, for example, in pre-revolutionary France, when money rent was combined with, and adulterated by, survivals of its earlier forms. Money rent, as a transmuted form of rent in kind, and in antithesis to it, is nevertheless the final form, and simultaneously the form of dissolution of the type of ground rent which we have heretofore considered, namely, ground rent as the normal form of surplus value, and of the unpaid surplus labour to be performed for the owner of the conditions of production. In its pure form, this rent, like labour rent and rent in kind, represents no excess over profit. It absorbs the profit, as it is understood. Insofar as profit arises beside it, practically as a separate portion of excess labour, money rent, like rent in its earlier forms, still constitutes the normal limit of such embryonic profit, which can only develop in relation to the possibilities of exploitation, be it of one's own excess labour or that of another, which remains after the performance of the surplus labour represented by money rent. Should any profit actually arise along with this rent, then this profit does not constitute the limit of rent, but rather conversely the rent is the limit of the profit. However, as already indicated, money rent is simultaneously the form of dissolution of the ground rent considered thus far, coinciding prima facie with surplus value and surplus labour, that is, ground rent as the normal and dominant form of surplus value. In its further development, money rent must lead, aside from all intermediate forms, for example the small peasant tenant farmer, either to the transformation of land into peasants' freehold, or to the form corresponding to the capitalist mode of production, that is, to rent paid by the capitalist tenant farmer. With money rent prevailing, the traditional and customary legal relationship between landlord and subjects who possess and cultivate a part of the land is necessarily turned into a pure money relationship, fixed contractually in accordance with the rules of positive law. The possessor engaged in cultivation thus becomes virtually a mere tenant. This transformation serves, on the one hand, provided other general production relations permit, to expropriate more and more the old peasant possessors and to substitute capitalist tenants in their stead. On the other hand, it leads to the former possessor buying himself free from his rent obligation and to his transformation into an independent peasant with complete ownership of the land he tills. The transformation of rent in kind into money rent is furthermore not only inevitably accompanied, but even anticipated, by the formation of a class of propertyless day labourers, who hire themselves out for money. During their genesis, when this new class appears but sporadically, the custom necessarily develops among the more prosperous peasants subject to rent payments of exploiting agricultural wage labourers for their own account, much as in feudal times, when the more well-to-do peasant serfs themselves also held serfs. In this way, they gradually acquire the possibility of accumulating a certain amount of wealth, and themselves becoming transformed into future capitalists. The old self-employed possessors of land themselves thus give rise to a nursery school for capitalist tenants, whose development is conditioned by the general development of capitalist production beyond the bounds of the countryside. This class shoots up very rapidly when particularly favourable circumstances come to its aid, as in England in the 16th century, where the then progressive depreciation of money enriched them under the customary long leases, at the expense of the landlords. Furthermore, as soon as rent assumes the form of money rent, and thereby the relationship between rent-paying peasant and landlord becomes a relationship fixed by contract, a development which is only possible generally when the world market, commerce, and manufacture have reached a certain relatively high level, the leasing of land to capitalists inevitably also makes its appearance. The latter hitherto stood beyond the rural limits, and now carry over to the countryside and agriculture the capital acquired in the cities, and with it the capitalist mode of operation developed, that is, creating a product as a mere commodity and solely as a means of appropriating surplus value. This form can become the general rule only in those countries which dominate the world market in the period of transition from the feudal to the capitalist mode of production. When the capitalist tenant farmer steps in between landlord and actual tiller of the soil, all relations which arose out of the old rural mode of production are torn asunder. The farmer becomes the actual commander of these agricultural labourers, and the actual exploiter of their surplus labour, whereas the landlord maintains a direct relationship, and indeed simply a money and contractual relationship, solely with this capitalist tenant. Thus, the nature of rent is also transformed, not merely in fact and by chance, as occurred in part even under earlier forms, but normally, in its recognized and prevailing form. From the normal form of surplus value and surplus labor, it descends to a mere excess of this surplus labor over that portion of it appropriated by the exploiting capitalist in the form of profit. Just as the total surplus labor profit and excess over profit is extracted directly by him, collected in the form of the total surplus product, and turned into cash. It is only the excess portion of this surplus value, which is extracted by him from the agricultural labourer by direct exploitation by means of his capital, which he turns over to the landlord as rent. How much or how little he turns over to the latter depends, on the average, upon the limits set by the average profit, which is realized by capital in the non-agricultural spheres of production, and by the prices of non-agricultural production regulated by this average profit. From a normal form of surplus value and surplus labour, rent has now become transformed into an excess over that portion of the surplus labour claimed in advance by capital as its legitimate and normal share, and characteristic of this particular sphere of production, the agricultural sphere of production. Profit, instead of rent, has now become the normal form of surplus value, and rent still exists solely as a form, not of surplus value in general, but of one of its offshoots, surplus profit, which assumes an independent form under particular circumstances. It is not necessary to elaborate the manner in which a gradual transformation in the mode of production itself corresponds to this transformation. This already follows from the fact that it is normal for the capitalist tenant farmer to produce agricultural products as commodities, and that while formerly only the excess over his means of subsistence was converted into commodities, now but a relatively insignificant part of these commodities is directly used by him as means of subsistence. It is no longer the land, but rather capital, which has now brought even agricultural labour under its direct sway and productiveness. The average profit and the price of production regulated thereby are formed outside of relations in the countryside, and within the sphere of urban trade and manufacture. The profit of the rent-paying peasant does not enter into it as an equalizing factor, for his relation to the landlord is not a capitalist one. Insofar as he makes a profit, that is, realizes an excess above his necessary means of subsistence, either by his own labour or through exploiting other people's labour, it is done behind the back of the normal relationship, and other circumstances being equal, the size of this profit does not determine rent, but on the contrary, it is determined by the rent as its limit. The high rate of profit in the Middle Ages is not entirely due to the low composition of capital, in which the variable component invested in wages predominates. It is due to swindling on the land, the appropriation of a portion of the landlord's rent and of the income of his vassals. If the countryside exploits the town politically in the Middle Ages, wherever feudalism has not been broken down by exceptional urban development as in Italy, the town, on the other hand, exploits the land economically everywhere and without exception, through its monopoly prices, its system of taxation, its guild organization, its direct commercial fraudulence, and its usury. One might imagine that the mere appearance of the capitalist farmer in agricultural production would prove that the price of agricultural products, which from time immemorial have paid rent in one form or another, must be higher, at least at the time of this appearance, than the prices of production of manufacture, whether it be because the price of such agricultural products has reached a monopoly price level, or has risen as high as the value of the agricultural products, and their value actually is above the price of production regulated by the average profit. For were this not so, the capitalist farmer could not at all realize, at the existing prices of agricultural produce, first the average profit out of the price of these products, and then pay out of the same price an excess above this profit in the form of rent. One might conclude from this that the general rate of profit which guides the capitalist farmer in his contract with the landlord has been formed without including rent, and, therefore, as soon as it assumes a regulating role in agricultural production, it finds this excess at hand and pays it to the landlord. It is in this traditional manner that, for instance, Herr Rodbertus explains the matter. J. Rodbertus, Letters to von Kirchmann, third letter, Refutation of the Ricardian theory of rent and the establishment of a new theory of rent. See also Karl Marx, Theorien über den Mehrwert, Theories of Surplus Value, Part 2, 1957. But, first, this appearance of capital as an independent and leading force in agriculture does not take place all at once and generally, but gradually, and in particular lines of production. It encompasses at first not agriculture proper, but such branches of production as cattle breeding, especially sheep-raising, whose principal product, wool, offers at the early stages a constant excess of market price over price of production during the rise of industry, and this does not level out until later, thus in England during the 16th century. Secondly, since this capitalist production appears at first but sporadically, the assumption cannot be disputed that it first extends only to such land categories as are able, through their particular fertility or their exceptionally favourable location, to generally pay a differential rent. Thirdly, let us even assume that at the time this mode of production appeared, and this indeed presupposes an increasing preponderance of urban demand, the prices of agricultural products were higher than the price of production, as was doubtless the case in England during the last third of the 17th century. Nevertheless, as soon as this mode of production has somewhat extricated itself from the mere subordination of agriculture to capital, and as soon as agricultural improvement and the reduction of production costs, which necessarily accompany its development, have taken place, the balance will be restored by a reaction, a fall in the price of agricultural produce, as happened in England in the first half of the 18th century. Rent thus, as an excess over the average profit, cannot be explained in this traditional way. Whatever may be the existing historical circumstances at the time rent first appears, once it has struck root, it cannot exist except under the modern conditions earlier described. Finally, it should be noted in the transformation of rent in kind into money rent that along with it capitalized rent, or the price of land, and thus its alienability and alienation, become essential factors, and that thereby not only can the former peasant, subject to payment of rent, be transformed into an independent peasant proprietor, but also urban and other moneyed people can buy real estate in order to lease it either to peasants or capitalists, and thus enjoy rent as a form of interest on their capital so invested. That therefore this circumstance likewise facilitates the transformation of the former mode of exploitation, of the relation between owner and actual cultivator of the land, and of rent itself. Chapter 47, Section 5. Métayage and peasant proprietorship of land parcels. We have now arrived at the end of our elaboration of ground rent. In all these forms of ground rent, whether labour rent, rent in kind, or money rent, as merely a changed form of rent in kind, the one paying rent is always supposed to be the actual cultivator and possessor of the land, whose unpaid surplus labour passes directly into the hands of the landlord. Even in the last form, money rent, in so far as it is pure, that is merely a changed form of rent in kind, this is not only possible, but actually takes place. As a transitory form from the original form of rent to capitalist rent, we may consider the métayer system, or sharecropping, under which the manager, farmer, furnishes labour, his own or another's, and also a portion of working capital, and the landlord furnishes, aside from land, another portion of working capital, for instance, cattle. And the product is divided between tenant and landlord in definite proportions, which vary from country to country. On the one hand, the farmer here lacks sufficient capital required for complete capitalist management. On the other hand, the share here, appropriated by the landlord, does not bear the pure form of rent. It may actually include interest on the capital advanced by him, and an excess rent. It may also absorb practically the entire surplus labour of the farmer, or leave him a greater or smaller portion of this surplus labour. But essentially, rent no longer appears here as the normal form of surplus value in general. On the one hand, the sharecropper, whether he employs his own or another's labour, is to lay claim to a portion of the product not in his capacity as labourer, but as possessor of part of the instruments of labour, as his own capitalist. On the other hand, the landlord claims his share not exclusively on the basis of his land ownership, but also as lender of capital. Footnote. Compare Bouvet, Cours d'économie politique, Brussels, 1842. Tocqueville, L'Ancien Régime et la Révolution, Paris, 1856. Sismondi, Nouveaux Principes d'économie politique, 2nd edition, Volume 1, Paris, 1827. End of footnote. A survival of the old communal ownership of land, which had endured after the transition to independent peasant farming, for example in Poland and Romania, served there as a subterfuge for effecting a transition to the lower forms of ground rent. A portion of the land belongs to the individual peasant, and is tilled independently by him. Another portion is tilled in common, and creates a surplus product, which serves partly to cover community expenses, partly as a reserve in cases of crop failure, etc. These last two parts of the surplus product, and ultimately the entire surplus product, including the land upon which it has been grown, are more and more usurped by state officials and private individuals, and thus the originally free peasant proprietors, whose obligation to till this land in common is maintained, are transformed into vassals, subject either to corvée labour or rent in kind, while the usurpers of common land are transformed into owners, not only of the usurped common lands, but even the very lands of the peasants themselves. We need not further investigate slave economy proper, which likewise passes through a metamorphosis from the patriarchal system mainly for home use to the plantation system for the world market, nor the management of estates under which the landlords themselves are independent cultivators, possessing all instruments of production, and exploiting the labour of free or unfree bondsmen, who are paid either in kind or money. Landlord and owner of the instruments of production, and thus the direct exploiter of labourers included among these elements of production, are in this case one and the same person. Rent and profit likewise coincide then, there occurring no separation of the different forms of surplus value. The entire surplus labour of the labourers, which is manifested here in the surplus product, is extracted from them directly by the owner of all instruments of production, including the land, and, under the original form of slavery, the immediate producers themselves. Where the capitalist outlook prevails, as on American plantations, this entire surplus value is regarded as profit. Where neither the capitalist mode of production itself exists, nor the corresponding outlook has been transferred from capitalist countries, it appears as rent. At any rate, this form presents no difficulties. The income of the landlord, whatever it may be called, the available surplus product appropriated by him, is here the normal and prevailing form, whereby the entire unpaid surplus labour is directly appropriated, and landed property forms the basis of such appropriation. Further, proprietorship of land parcels. The peasant here is simultaneously the free owner of his land, which appears as his principal instrument of production, the indispensable field of employment for his labour and his capital. No lease money is paid under this form. Rent, therefore, does not appear as a separate form of surplus value, although in countries in which otherwise the capitalist mode of production is developed, it appears as a surplus profit, compared with other lines of production, but as surplus profit which, like all proceeds of his labour in general, accrues to the peasant. This form of landed property presupposes, as in the earlier older forms, that the rural population greatly predominates numerically over the town population, so that, even if the capitalist mode of production otherwise prevails, it is but relatively little developed, and thus also in the other lines of production the concentration of capital is restricted to narrow limits, and a fragmentation of capital predominates. In the nature of things, the greater portion of agricultural produce must be consumed as direct means of subsistence by the producers themselves, the peasants, and only the excess above that will find its way as commodities into urban commerce. No matter how the average market price of agricultural products may here be regulated, differential rent, an excess portion of commodity prices from superior or more favourably located land, must evidently exist here much as under the capitalist mode of production. This differential rent exists even where this form appears under social conditions, under which no general market price has as yet been developed. It appears then in the excess surplus product. Only then it flows into the pockets of the peasant whose labour is realized under more favourable natural conditions. The assumption here is generally to be made that no absolute rent exists, that is, that the worst soil does not pay any rent. Precisely under this form, where the price of land enters as a factor in the peasant's actual cost of production, whether, because in the course of this form's further development, either the price of land has been computed at a certain money value in dividing up an inheritance, or, during the constant change in ownership of an entire estate, or of its component parts, the land has been bought by the cultivator himself, largely by raising money on mortgage, and therefore, where the price of land, representing nothing more than capitalized rent, is a factor assumed in advance, and where rent thus seems to exist independently of any differentiation in fertility and location of the land. For absolute rent presupposes either realized excess in product value above its price of production, or a monopoly price exceeding the value of the product. But since agriculture here is carried on largely as cultivation for direct subsistence, and the land exists as an indispensable field of employment for the labour and capital of the majority of the population, the regulating market price of the product will reach its value only under extraordinary circumstances. But this value will generally be higher than its price of production, owing to the preponderant element of living labour, although this excess of value over price of production will in turn be limited by the low composition even of non-agricultural capital in countries with an economy composed predominantly of land parcels. For the peasant owning a parcel, the limit of exploitation is not set by the average profit of capital, insofar as he is a small capitalist, nor, on the other hand, by the necessity of rent, insofar as he is a landowner. The absolute limit for him as a small capitalist is no more than the wages he pays to himself after deducting his actual costs. So long as the price of the product covers these wages, he will cultivate his land, and often at wages down to a physical minimum. As for his capacity as land proprietor, the barrier of ownership is eliminated for him, since it can make itself felt only vis-à-vis a capital, including labour, separated from land ownership by erecting an obstacle to the investment of capital. It is true, to be sure, that interest on the price of land, which generally has to be paid to still another individual, the mortgage creditor, is a barrier. But this interest can be paid precisely out of that portion of surplus labour which would constitute profit under capitalist conditions. The rent anticipated in the price of land and in the interest paid for it can therefore be nothing but a portion of the peasant's capitalized surplus labour over and above the labour indispensable for his subsistence, without this surplus labour being realized in a part of the commodity value equal to the entire average profit, and still less in an excess above the surplus labour realized in the average profit, that is, in a surplus profit. The rent may be a deduction from the average profit, or even the only portion of it which is realized. For the peasant parcel holder to cultivate his land, or to buy land for cultivation, it is therefore not necessary, as under the normal capitalist mode of production, that the market price of the agricultural products rise high enough to afford him the average profit, and still less a fixed excess above this average profit in the form of rent. It is not necessary, therefore, that the market price rise, either up to the value or the price of production of his product. This is one of the reasons why grain prices are lower in countries with predominant small peasant land proprietorship than in countries with a capitalist mode of production. One portion of the surplus labour of the peasants who work under the least favourable conditions is bestowed gratis upon society, and does not at all enter into the regulation of price of production or into the creation of value in general. This lower price is consequently a result of the producers' poverty, and by no means of their labour productivity. This form of free, self-managing peasant proprietorship of land parcels, as the prevailing normal form, constitutes on the one hand the economic foundation of society during the best periods of classical antiquity, and on the other hand it is found among modern nations, as one of the forms arising from the dissolution of feudal land ownership. Thus the yeomanry in England, the peasantry in Sweden, the French and West German peasants. We do not include colonies here, since the independent peasant there develops under different conditions. The free ownership of the self-managing peasant is evidently the most normal form of landed property for small-scale operation, that is, for a mode of production in which possession of the land is a prerequisite for the labourer's ownership of the product of his own labour, and in which the cultivator, be he free owner or vassal, always must produce his own means of subsistence independently, as an isolated labourer with his family. Ownership of the land is as necessary for full development of this mode of production as ownership of tools is for free development of handicraft production. Here is the basis for the development of personal independence. It is a necessary transitional stage for the development of agriculture itself. The causes which bring about its downfall show its limitations. These are destruction of rural domestic industry, which forms its normal supplement as a result of the development of large-scale industry, a gradual impoverishment and exhaustion of the soil subjected to this cultivation, usurpation by big landowners of the common lands, which constitute the second supplement of the management of land parcels everywhere, and which alone enable it to raise cattle, competition, either of the plantation system or large-scale capitalist agriculture. Improvements in agriculture, which on the one hand cause a fall in agricultural prices, and on the other require greater outlays and more extensive material conditions of production, also contribute towards this, as in England during the first half of the 18th century. Proprietorship of land parcels, by its very nature, excludes the development of social productive forces of labour, social forms of labour, social concentration of capital, large-scale cattle-raising, and the progressive application of science. Usury and a taxation system must impoverish it everywhere. The expenditure of capital in the price of the land withdraws this capital from cultivation. An infinite fragmentation of means of production and isolation of the producers themselves. Monstrous waste of human energy. Progressive deterioration of conditions of production and increased prices of means of production. An inevitable law of proprietorship of parcels. Calamity of seasonal abundance for this mode of production. Footnote. See the speech from the throne of the King of France in Touques. Newmarch, A History of Prices and of the State of Circulation during the 9 years 1848-56, Volume 6, London 1857, end of footnote. One of the specific evils of small-scale agriculture, where it is combined with free land ownership, arises from the cultivators investing capital in the purchase of land. The same applies also to the transitory form, in which the big landowner invests capital, first to buy land, and second to manage it as his own tenant farmer. Owing to the changeable nature which the land here assumes as a mere commodity, the changes of ownership increase, so that the land, from the peasant's viewpoint, enters anew as an investment of capital with each successive generation and division of estates. That is, it becomes land purchased by him. The price of land here forms a weighty element of the individual unproductive costs of production, or cost price of the product for the individual producer. See Mounier, de l'agriculture en France, Paris 1846, and Rubichon, du mécanisme de la société en France et en Angleterre, Paris 1837. The price of land is nothing but capitalized and therefore anticipated rent. If capitalist methods are employed by agriculture so that the landlord receives only rent and the farmer pays nothing for land except this annual rent, then it is evident that the capital invested by the landowner himself in purchasing the land constitutes indeed an interest-bearing investment of capital for him, but has absolutely nothing to do with capital invested in agriculture itself. It forms neither a part of the fixed nor of the circulating capital employed here. It merely secures for the buyer a claim to receive annual rent, but has absolutely nothing to do with the production of the rent itself. Footnote. Dr. H. Marron, Extensive oder Intensive, Oppeln, 1859, starts from the false assumption of the adversaries he opposes. He assumes that capital invested in the purchase of land is investment capital, and then engages in a controversy about the respective definitions of investment capital and working capital, that is, fixed and circulating capital. His wholly amateurish conceptions of capital in general, which may be excused incidentally in one who is not an economist, in view of the state of German political economy, conceal from him that this capital is neither investment nor working capital, any more than the capital which someone invests at the stock exchange in purchasing stocks or government securities, and which for him represents a personal investment of capital, is invested in any branch of production. End of footnote. The buyer of land just pays his capital out to the one who sells the land, and the seller, in return, relinquishes his ownership of the land. Thus this capital no longer exists as the capital of the purchaser. He no longer has it. Therefore, it does not belong to the capital which he can invest in any way in the land itself. Whether he bought the land dear or cheap, or whether he received it for nothing, alters nothing in the capital invested by the farmer in his establishment, and changes nothing in the rent, but merely alters the question whether it appears to him as interest or not, or as higher or lower interest, respectively. Take, for instance, the slave economy. The price paid for a slave is nothing but the anticipated and capitalized surplus value or profit to be wrung out of the slave. But the capital paid for the purchase of a slave does not belong to the capital by means of which profit, surplus labor, is extracted from him. On the contrary, it is capital which the slaveholder has parted with. It is a deduction from the capital which he has available for actual production. It has ceased to exist for him, just as capital invested in purchasing land has ceased to exist for agriculture. The best proof of this is that it does not reappear for the slaveholder or the landowner except when he in turn sells his slaves or land. But then the same situation prevails for the buyer. The fact that he has bought the slave does not enable him to exploit the slave without further ado. He is only able to do so when he invests some additional capital in the slave economy itself. The same capital does not exist twice, once in the hands of the seller and a second time in the hands of the buyer of the land. It passes from the hands of the buyer to those of the seller, and there the matter ends. The buyer now no longer has capital, but in its stead a piece of land. The circumstance that the rent produced by a real investment of capital in this land is calculated by the new landowner as interest on capital which he has not invested in the land, but given away to acquire the land, does not in the least alter the economic nature of the land factor, any more than the circumstance that someone has paid £1,000 for 3% consols has anything to do with the capital out of whose revenue the interest on the national debt is paid. In fact, the money expended in purchasing land, like that in purchasing government bonds, is merely capital in itself, just as any value sum is capital in itself, potential capital, on the basis of the capitalist mode of production. What is paid for land, like that for government bonds or any other purchased commodity, is a sum of money. This is capital in itself, because it can be converted into capital. It depends upon the use put to it by the seller, whether the money obtained by him is really transformed into capital or not. For the buyer, it can never again function as such, no more than any other money which he has definitely paid out. It figures in his accounts as interest-bearing capital, because he considers the income received as rent from the land or as interest on state indebtedness as interest on the money which the purchase of the claim to this revenue has cost him. He can only realize it as capital through resale. But then another, the new buyer, enters the same relationship maintained by the former, and the money thus expended cannot be transformed into actual capital for the expender through any change of hands. In the case of small landed property, the illusion is fostered still more that land itself possesses value, and thus enters as capital into the price of production of the product, much as machines or raw materials. But we have seen that rent, and therefore capitalized rent, the price of land, can enter as a determining factor into the price of agricultural products in only two cases. First, when, as a consequence of the composition of agricultural capital, a capital which has nothing to do with the capital invested in purchasing land, the value of the products of the soil is higher than their price of production, and market conditions enable the landlord to realize this difference. Second, when there is a monopoly price. And both are least of all the case under the management of land parcels and small land ownership, because precisely here production to a large extent satisfies the producer's own wants, and is carried on independently of regulation by the average rate of profit, even where cultivation of land parcels is conducted upon leased land. The lease money comprises, far more so than under any other conditions, a portion of the profit, and even a deduction from wages. This money is then only a nominal rent, not rent as an independent category, as opposed to wages and profit. The expenditure of money capital for the purchase of land, then, is not an investment of agricultural capital. It is a decrease, pro tanto, in the capital which small peasants can employ in their own sphere of production. It reduces, pro tanto, the size of their means of production, and thereby narrows the economic basis of reproduction. It subjects the small peasant to the moneylender, since credit proper occurs but rarely in this sphere in general. it is a hindrance to agriculture, even where such purchase takes place in the case of large estates. It contradicts, in fact, the capitalist mode of production, which is on the whole indifferent to whether the landowner is in debt, no matter whether he has inherited or purchased his estate. The nature of management of the leased estate itself is not altered whether the landowner pockets the rent himself, or whether he must pay it out to the holder of his mortgage. We have seen that, in the case of a given ground rent, the price of land is regulated by the interest rate. If the rate is low, then the price of land is high, and vice versa. Normally, then, a high price of land and a low interest rate should go hand in hand, so that if the peasant paid a high price for the land in consequence of a low interest rate, the same low rate of interest should also secure his working capital for him on easy credit terms. But in reality, things turn out differently when peasant proprietorship of land parcels is the prevailing form. In the first place, the general laws of credit are not adapted to the farmer, since these laws presuppose a capitalist as the producer. Secondly, where proprietorship of land parcels predominates, we are not referring to colonies here, and the small peasant constitutes the backbone of the nation, the formation of capital, that is, social reproduction, is relatively weak, and still weaker is the formation of loanable money capital, in the sense previously elaborated. This presupposes the concentration and existence of a class of idle rich capitalists. Massey, An Essay on the Governing Causes of the Natural Rate of Interest, London, 1750. Thirdly, here, where the ownership of the land is a necessary condition for the existence of most producers and an indispensable field of investment for their capital, the price of land is raised independently of the interest rate, and often in inverse ratio to it, through the preponderance of the demand for landed property over its supply. Land sold in parcels brings a far higher price in such a case than when sold in large tracts, because here the number of small buyers is large, and that of large buyers is small. Bande noire. These are associations of profiteers, Engels, Rubichon, and Newman. Lectures on Political Economy, London, 1851. For all these reasons, the price of land rises here with a relatively high rate of interest. The relatively low interest, which the peasant derives here from the outlay of capital for the purchase of land, corresponds here, on the other side, to the high usurious interest rate which he himself has to pay to his mortgage creditors. The Irish system bears out the same thing, only in another form. The price of land, this element foreign to production in itself, may therefore rise here to such a point that it makes production impossible. The fact that the price of land plays such a role, that purchase and sale, the circulation of land as a commodity, develops to this degree, is practically a result of the development of the capitalist mode of production, insofar as a commodity is here the general form of all products and all instruments of production. On the other hand, this development takes place only where the capitalist mode of production has a limited development, and does not unfold all of its peculiarities, because this rests precisely upon the fact that agriculture is no longer, or not yet, subject to the capitalist mode of production, but rather to one handed down from extinct forms of society. The disadvantages of the capitalist mode of production, with its dependence of the producer upon the money price of his product, coincide here, therefore, with the disadvantages occasioned by the imperfect development of the capitalist mode of production. The peasant turns merchant and industrialist without the conditions enabling him to produce his products as commodities. The conflict between the price of land as an element in the producer's cost price and no element in the price of production, even though the rent enters as a determining factor into the price of the agricultural product, the capitalized rent, which is advanced for 20 years or more, by no means enters as a determinant, is but one of the forms manifesting the general contradiction between private land ownership and a rational agriculture, the normal social utilization of the soil. But on the other hand, private land ownership, and thereby expropriation of the direct producers from the land, private land ownership by the one, which implies lack of ownership by others, is the basis of the capitalist mode of production. Here, in small-scale agriculture, the price of land, a form and result of private land ownership, appears as a barrier to production itself. In large-scale agriculture and large estates operating on a capitalist basis, ownership likewise acts as a barrier, because it limits the tenant farmer in his productive investment of capital, which in the final analysis benefits not him, but the landlord. In both forms, exploitation and squandering of the vitality of the soil, apart from making exploitation dependent upon the accidental and unequal circumstances of individual producers rather than the attained level of social development, takes the place of conscious rational cultivation of the soil as eternal communal property, an inalienable condition for the existence and reproduction of a chain of successive generations of the human race. In the case of small property, this results from the lack of means and knowledge of applying the social labor productivity. In the case of large property, it results from the exploitation of such means for the most rapid enrichment of farmer and proprietor. In the case of both, through dependence on the market price. All critique of small landed property resolves itself in the final analysis into a criticism of private ownership as a barrier and hindrance to agriculture. And similarly, all counter-criticism of large landed property. In either case, of course, we leave aside all secondary political considerations. This barrier and hindrance, which are erected by all private landed property vis-à-vis agricultural production and the rational cultivation, maintenance and improvement of the soil itself, develop on both sides, merely in different forms, and in wrangling over the specific forms of this evil, its ultimate cause is forgotten. Small landed property presupposes that the overwhelming majority of the population is rural, and that not social but isolated labour predominates, and that therefore, under such conditions, wealth and development of reproduction, both of its material and spiritual prerequisites, are out of the question, and thereby also the prerequisites for rational cultivation. On the other hand, large landed property reduces the agricultural population to a constantly falling minimum, and confronts it with a constantly growing industrial population crowded together in large cities. It thereby creates conditions which cause an irreparable break in the coherence of social interchange prescribed by the natural laws of life. As a result, the vitality of the soil is squandered, and this prodigality is carried by commerce far beyond the borders of a particular state. Liebig, die Chemie in ihrer Anwendung auf Agrikultur und Physiologie. Braunschweig, 1862. While small landed property creates a class of barbarians standing halfway outside of society, a class combining all the crudeness of primitive forms of society with the anguish and misery of civilized countries, large landed property undermines labour power in the last region where its prime energy seeks refuge and stores up its strength as a reserve fund for the regeneration of the vital force of nations on the land itself. Large-scale industry and large-scale mechanized agriculture work together. If originally distinguished by the fact that the former lays waste and destroys principally labour power, hence the natural force of human beings, whereas the latter more directly exhausts the natural vitality of the soil, they join hands in the further course of development in that the industrial system in the countryside also enervates the labourers, and industry and commerce on their part supply agriculture with the means for exhausting the soil. Part 7. Revenues and their sources. Chapter 48. The Trinity Formula. Section 1. Footnote. The following 3 fragments were found in different parts of the manuscript for Part 6. Friedrich Engels. End of footnote. Capital. Profit, that is, profit of enterprise plus interest. Land. Ground rent. Labour. Wages. This is the Trinity formula, which comprises all the secrets of the social production process. Furthermore, since, as previously demonstrated, this volume, Chapter 23, interest appears as the specific characteristic product of capital, and profit of enterprise, on the contrary, appears as wages independent of capital, the above Trinity formula reduces itself more specifically to the following: capital, interest; land, ground rent; labour, wages; where profit, the specific characteristic form of surplus value belonging to the capitalist mode of production, is fortunately eliminated. On closer examination of this economic trinity, we find the following. First, the alleged sources of the annually available wealth belongs to widely dissimilar spheres, and are not at all analogous with one another. They have about the same relation to each other as lawyers' fees, beetroot, and music. Capital, land, labour. However, capital is not a thing, but rather a definite social production relation, belonging to a definite historical formation of society, which is manifested in a thing, and lends this thing a specific social character. Capital is not the sum of the material and produced means of production. Capital is rather the means of production transformed into capital, which in themselves are no more capital than gold or silver in itself is money. It is the means of production monopolized by a certain section of society, confronting living labour power as products and working conditions, rendered independent of this very labour power, which are personified through this antithesis in capital. It is not merely the products of labourers turned into independent powers, products as rulers and buyers of their producers, but rather also the social forces of their labour and socialized form of this labour, which confront the labourers as properties of their products. Here, then, we have a definite and, at first glance, very mystical social form of one of the factors in a historically produced social production process. And now, alongside of this, we have the land, inorganic nature as such, rudis indigestaque moles, a rude and undigested mass. Ovid, Metamorphoses, Book 1, Part 7. In all its primeval wildness. Value is labour, therefore surplus value cannot be earth. Absolute fertility of the soil effects nothing more than the following. A certain quantity of labour produces a certain product in accordance with the natural fertility of the soil. The difference in soil fertility causes the same quantities of labour and capital, hence the same value, to be manifested in different quantities of agricultural products. That is, causes these products to have different individual values. The equalization of these individual values into market values is responsible for the fact that the, quote, advantages of fertile over inferior soil are transferred from the cultivator or consumer to the landlord, unquote. Ricardo, Principles, London, 1821. And finally, as third party in this union, a mere ghost, the labour, which is no more than an abstraction, and taken by itself does not exist at all, or if we take that which is behind it, the productive activity of human beings in general, by which they promote the interchange with nature, divested not only of every social form and well-defined character, but even in its bare natural existence, independent of society, removed from all societies, and defined as an expression and confirmation of life, which the still non-social man in general has in common with the one who is in any way social. Chapter 48, Section 2. Capital, interest. Landed property, private ownership of the earth, and, to be sure, modern and corresponding to the capitalist mode of production, rent. Wage labour, wages. The connection between the sources of revenue is supposed to be represented in this form. Wage labour and landed property, like capital, are historically determined social forms, one of labour, the other of monopolized terrestrial globe, and indeed both forms corresponding to capital and belonging to the same economic formation of society. The first striking thing about this formula is that, side by side with capital, with this form of an element of production belonging to a definite mode of production, to a definite historical form of social process of production, side by side with an element of production amalgamated with and represented by a definite social form, are indiscriminately placed the land on the one hand and labour on the other, two elements of the real labour process, which, in this material form, are common to all modes of production, which are the material elements of every process of production, and have nothing to do with its social form. Secondly, in the formula capital, interest, land, ground rent, labour, wages, capital, land, and labour appear respectively as sources of interest instead of profit, ground rent and wages as their products or fruits. The former are the basis, the latter the consequence. The former are the cause, the latter the effect. And indeed in such a manner that each individual source is related to its product as to that which is ejected and produced by it. All the proceeds, interest instead of profit, rent, and wages, are three components of the value of the products, that is, generally speaking, components of value, or, expressed in money, certain money components, price components. The formula capital interest is now indeed the most meaningless formula of capital, but still one of its formulas. But how should land create value, that is, a socially defined quantity of labour, and, moreover, that particular portion of the value of its own products which forms the rent? Land, for example, takes part as an agent of production in creating a use value, a material product, wheat. But it has nothing to do with the production of the value of wheat. Insofar as value is represented by wheat, the latter is merely considered as a definite quantity of materialized social labour, regardless of the particular substance in which this labour is manifested, or of the particular use value of this substance. This nowise contradicts that, other circumstances being equal, the cheapness or dearness of wheat depends upon the productivity of the soil. The productivity of agricultural labour is dependent on natural conditions, and the same quantity of labour is represented by more or fewer products, use values, in accordance with such productivity. How large the quantity of labour represented in 1 bushel of wheat depends upon the number of bushels yielded by the same quantity of labour. It depends in this case upon the soil productivity, in what quantities of product the value shall be manifested. But this value is given, independent of this distribution. Value is represented in use value, and use value is a prerequisite for the creation of value. But it is folly to create an antithesis by placing a use value like land on one side, and on the other side value, and a particular portion of value at that. Chapter 48, Section 3. Vulgar economy actually does no more than interpret, systematize, and defend in doctrinaire fashion the conceptions of the agents of bourgeois production who are entrapped in bourgeois production relations. It should not astonish us, then, that vulgar economy feels particularly at home in the estranged outward appearances of economic relations in which these prima facie absurd and perfect contradictions appear, and that these relations seem the more self-evident the more their internal relationships are concealed from it, although they are understandable to the popular mind. But all science would be superfluous if the outward appearance and the essence of things directly coincided. Thus, vulgar economy has not the slightest suspicion that the trinity which it takes as its point of departure, namely land, rent, capital, interest, labour, wages, or the price of labour, are prima facie 3 impossible combinations. First, we have the use value land, which has no value, and the exchange value rent, so that a social relation conceived as a thing is made proportional to nature, that is, 2 incommensurable magnitudes are supposed to stand in a given ratio to one another. Then, capital interest. If capital is conceived as a certain sum of values represented independently by money, then it is prima facie nonsense to say that a certain value should be worth more than it is worth. It is precisely in the form capital interest that all intermediate links are eliminated, and capital is reduced to its most general formula, which therefore in itself is also inexplicable and absurd. The vulgar economist prefers the formula capital interest, with its occult quality of making a value unequal to itself, to the formula capital profit, precisely for the reason that this already more nearly approaches actual capitalist relations. Then again, driven by the disturbing thought that 4 is not 5, and that 100 shillings cannot possibly be 110 shillings, he flees from capital as value to the material substance of capital, to its use value as a condition of production of labour, to machinery, raw materials, etc. Thus he is able once more to substitute, in place of the first incomprehensible relation whereby 4 equals 5, a wholly incommensurable one between a use value, a thing on one side, and a definite social production relation, surplus value, on the other, as in the case of landed property. As soon as the vulgar economist arrives at this incommensurable relation, everything becomes clear to him, and he no longer feels the need for further thought, for he has arrived precisely at the rational in bourgeois conception. Finally, labour wages, or price of labour, is an expression, as shown in Volume 1, which prima facie contradicts the conception of value as well as of price, the latter generally being but a definite expression of value. And price of labour is just as irrational as a yellow logarithm. But here the vulgar economist is all the more satisfied, because he has gained the profound insight of the bourgeois, namely that he pays money for labour, and since precisely the contradiction between the formula and the conception of value relieves him from all obligation to understand the latter. We have seen that the capitalist process of production is a historically determined form of the social process of production in general. The latter is as much a production process of material conditions of human life as a process taking place under specific historical and economic production relations, producing and reproducing these production relations themselves, and thereby also the bearers of this process, their material conditions of existence, and their mutual relations. That is, their particular socio-economic form. For the aggregate of these relations, in which the agents of this production stand with respect to nature and to one another, and in which they produce, is precisely society, considered from the standpoint of its economic structure. Like all its predecessors, the capitalist process of production proceeds under definite material conditions, which are, however, simultaneously the bearers of definite social relations entered into by individuals in the process of reproducing their life. Those conditions, like these relations, are on the one hand prerequisites, on the other hand results and creations of the capitalist process of production. They are produced and reproduced by it. We saw also that capital, and the capitalist is merely capital personified and functions in the process of production solely as the agent of capital, in its corresponding social process of production pumps a definite quantity of surplus labour out of the direct producers or labourers. Capital obtains this surplus labour without an equivalent, and in essence it always remains forced labour, no matter how much it may seem to result from free contractual agreement. This surplus labour appears as surplus value, and this surplus value exists as a surplus product. Surplus labour in general, as labour performed over and above the given requirements, must always remain. In the capitalist, as well as in the slave system, etc., it merely assumes an antagonistic form and is supplemented by complete idleness of a stratum of society. A definite quantity of surplus labour is required as insurance against accidents, and by the necessary and progressive expansion of the process of reproduction in keeping with the development of the needs and the growth of population, which is called accumulation from the viewpoint of the capitalist. It is one of the civilizing aspects of capital that it enforces this surplus labour in a manner and under conditions which are more advantageous to the development of the productive forces, social relations, and the creation of the elements for a new and higher form than under the preceding forms of slavery, serfdom, etc. Thus it gives rise to a stage, on the one hand, in which coercion and monopolization of social development, including its material and intellectual advantages, by one portion of society at the expense of the other, are eliminated. On the other hand, it creates the material means and embryonic conditions which make it possible in a higher form of society to combine this surplus labour with a greater reduction of time devoted to material labour in general. For, depending on the development of labour productivity, surplus labour may be large in a small total working day, and relatively small in a large total working day. If the necessary labour time equals 3, and the surplus labour equals 3, then the total working day equals 6, and the rate of surplus labour equals 100%. If the necessary labour equals 9, and the surplus labour equals 3, then the total working day equals 12, and the rate of surplus labour only 33⅓%. In that case, it depends upon the labour productivity how much use value shall be produced in a definite time, hence also in a definite surplus labour time. The actual wealth of society and the possibility of constantly expanding its reproduction process, therefore, do not depend upon the duration of surplus labour, but upon its productivity, and the more or less copious conditions of production under which it is performed. In fact, the realm of freedom actually begins only where labour, which is determined by necessity and mundane considerations, ceases. Thus, in the very nature of things, it lies beyond the sphere of actual material production. Just as the savage must wrestle with nature to satisfy his wants, to maintain and reproduce life, so must civilized man, and he must do so in all social formations and under all possible modes of production. With his development, this realm of physical necessity expands as a result of his wants, but at the same time the forces of production which satisfy these wants also increase. Freedom in this field can only consist in socialized man, the associated producers, rationally regulating their interchange with nature, bringing it under their common control instead of being ruled by it as by the blind forces of nature, and achieving this with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favourable to and worthy of their human nature. But it nonetheless still remains a realm of necessity. Beyond it begins that development of human energy which is an end in itself, the true realm of freedom, which, however, can blossom forth only with this realm of necessity as its basis. The shortening of the working day is its basic prerequisite. In a capitalist society, this surplus value, or this surplus product, leaving aside chance fluctuations in its distribution and considering only its regulating law, its standardizing limits, is divided among capitalists as dividends proportionate to the share of the social capital each holds. In this form, surplus value appears as average profit, which falls to the share of capital, an average profit which in turn divides into profit of enterprise and interest, and which under these two categories may fall into the laps of different kinds of capitalists. This appropriation and distribution of surplus value or surplus product on the part of capital, however, has its barrier in landed property. Just as the operating capitalist pumps surplus labour, and thereby surplus value and surplus product in the form of profit, out of the labourer, so the landlord in turn pumps a portion of this surplus value or surplus product out of the capitalist in the form of rent, in accordance with the laws already elaborated. Hence, when speaking here of profit as that portion of surplus value falling to the share of capital, we mean average profit, equal to profit of enterprise plus interest, which is already limited by the deduction of rent from the aggregate profit, identical in mass with aggregate surplus value. The deduction of rent is assumed. Profit of capital, profit of enterprise plus interest, and ground rent are thus no more than particular components of surplus value, categories by which surplus value is differentiated depending on whether it falls to the share of capital or landed property, headings which in no whit, however, alter its nature. Added together, these form the sum of social surplus value. Capital pumps the surplus labour, which is represented by surplus value and surplus product, directly out of the labourers. Thus, in this sense, it may be regarded as the producer of surplus value. Landed property has nothing to do with the actual process of production. Its role is confined to transferring a portion of the produced surplus value from the pockets of capital to its own. However, the landlord plays a role in the capitalist process of production, not merely through the pressure he exerts upon capital, nor merely because large landed property is a prerequisite and condition of capitalist production, since it is a prerequisite and condition of the expropriation of the labourer from the means of production, but particularly because he appears as the personification of one of the most essential conditions of production. Finally, the labourer, in the capacity of owner and seller of his individual labour power, receives a portion of the product under the label of wages, in which that portion of his labour appears, which we call necessary labour, that is, that required for the maintenance and reproduction of this labour power. Be the conditions of this maintenance and reproduction scanty or bountiful, favourable or unfavourable. Whatever may be the disparity of these relations in other respects, they all have this in common. Capital yields a profit year after year to the capitalist, land a ground rent to the landlord, and labour power, under normal conditions and so long as it remains useful labour power, a wage to the labourer. These three portions of total value, annually produced, and the corresponding portions of the annually created total product, leaving aside for the present any consideration of accumulation, may be annually consumed by their respective owners, without exhausting the source of their reproduction. They are like the annually consumable fruits of a perennial tree, or rather 3 trees. They form the annual incomes of 3 classes, capitalist, landowner, and labourer, revenues distributed by the functioning capitalist in his capacity as direct extorter of surplus labour and employer of labour in general. Thus, capital appears to the capitalist, land to the landlord, and labour power, or rather labour itself, to the labourer, since he actually sells labour power only as it is manifested, and since the price of labour power, as previously shown, inevitably appears as the price of labour under the capitalist mode of production, as 3 different sources of their specific revenues, namely profit, ground rent, and wages. They are really so in the sense that capital is a perennial pumping machine of surplus labour for the capitalist, Land a perennial magnet for the landlord, attracting a portion of the surplus value pumped out by capital. And finally, labour, the constantly self-renewing condition and ever self-renewing means of acquiring under the title of wages a portion of the value created by the labourer, and thus a part of the social product measured by this portion of value, that is, the necessities of life. They are so, furthermore, in the sense that capital fixes a portion of the value, and thereby of the product of the annual labour in the form of profit. Landed property fixes another portion in the form of rent, and wage labour fixes a third portion in the form of wages, and precisely by this transformation converts them into revenues of the capitalist, landowner, and labourer, without, however, creating the substance itself, which is transformed into these various categories. The distribution rather presupposes the existence of this substance, namely, the total value of the annual product, which is nothing but materialized social labour. Nevertheless, it is not in this form that the matter appears to the agents of production, the bearers of the various functions in the production process, but rather in a distorted form. Why this takes place will be developed in the further course of our analysis. Capital, landed property, and labour appear to those agents of production as three different independent sources, from which, as such, there arise three different components of the annually produced value, and thereby the product in which it exists. Thus, from which there arise not merely the different forms of this value as revenues falling to the share of particular factors in the social process of production, but from which this value itself arises, and thereby the substance of these forms of revenue. It might seem as if a rational relation were expressed at least in labour-wages, but this is no more the case than with land ground rent. Insofar as labour is value-creating and is manifested in the value of commodities, it has nothing to do with the distribution of this value among various categories. Insofar as it has the specifically social character of wage labour, it is not value-creating. It has already been shown, in general, that wages of labour, or price of labour, is but an irrational expression for the value or price of labour power, and the specific social conditions under which this labour power is sold have nothing to do with labour as a general agent in production. Labour is also materialized in that value component of a commodity which, as wages, forms the price of labour power. It creates this portion just as much as the other portions of the product, but it is materialized in this portion no more and no differently than in the portions forming rent or profit. And, in general, when we establish labour as value-creating, we do not consider it in its concrete form as a condition of production, but in its social delimitation, which differs from that of wage labour. Even the expression capital profit is incorrect here. If capital is viewed in the only relation in which it produces surplus value, namely, its relation to the labourer, whereby it extorts surplus labour by compulsion exerted upon labour power, that is, the wage labourer, then this surplus value comprises, outside of profit of enterprise plus interest, also rent. In short, the entire undivided surplus value. Here, on the other hand, as a source of revenue, it is placed only in relation to that portion falling to the share of the capitalist. This is not the surplus value which it extracts generally, but only that portion which it extracts for the capitalist. Still more does all connection vanish no sooner the formula is transformed into capital interest. If we at first considered the disparity of the three sources, we now, secondly, note that their products, their offshoots or revenues, on the other hand, all belong to the same sphere, that of value. However, this is compensated for, this relation not only between incommensurable magnitudes, but also between wholly unlike, mutually unrelated and non-comparable things, in that capital, like land and labour, is simply considered as a material substance, that is, simply as a produced means of production, and thus is abstracted both as a relation to the labourer and as value. Thirdly, if understood in this way, the formula capital interest, that is profit, land rent, labour wages, presents a uniform and symmetrical incongruity. In fact, since wage labour does not appear as a socially determined form of labour, but rather all labour appears by its nature as wage labour, appearing thus to those in the grip of capitalist production relations, the definite specific social forms assumed by the material conditions of labour, the produced means of production and the land, with respect to wage labour, just as they in turn conversely presuppose wage labour, directly coincide with the material existence of these conditions of labour, or with the form possessed by them generally in the actual labour process, independent of its concrete, historically determined social form, or indeed independent of any social form. The changed form of the conditions of labour, that is, alienated from labour and confronting it independently, whereby the produced means of production are thus transformed into capital and the land into monopolized land or landed property, this form belonging to a definite historical period thereby coincides with the existence and function of the produced means of production and of the land in the process of production in general. These means of production are in themselves capital by nature. Capital is merely an economic appellation for these means of production. And similarly, in itself, land is by nature the earth, monopolized by a certain number of landowners. Just as products confront the producer as an independent force in capital and capitalists, who actually are but the personification of capital, so land becomes personified in the landlord, and likewise gets, on its hind legs, to demand, as an independent force, its share of the product created with its help. Thus, not the land receives its due portion of the product for the restoration and improvement of its productivity, but instead the landlord takes a share of this product to sell off or squander. It is clear that capital presupposes labour as wage labour. But it is just as clear that if labour as wage labour is taken as the point of departure, so that the identity of labour in general with wage labour appears to be self-evident, then capital and monopolized land must also appear as the natural form of the conditions of labour in relation to labour in general. To be capital, then, appears as the natural form of the means of labour, and thereby as the purely real character arising from their function in the labour process in general. Capital and produced means of production thus become identical terms. Similarly, land and land monopolized through private ownership become identical. The means of labour as such, which are by nature capital, thus become the source of profit, much as the land as such becomes the source of rent. Labour as such, in its simple capacity as purposive productive activity, relates to the means of production, not in their social determinate form, but rather in their concrete substance, as material and means of labour. The latter, likewise, are distinguished from one another merely materially, as use values, that is, the land as unproduced, the others as produced, means of labour. If, then, labour coincides with wage labour, so does the particular social form in which the conditions of labour confront labour coincide with their material existence. The means of labour as such are then capital, and the land as such is landed property. The formal independence of these conditions of labour in relation to labour, the unique form of this independence with respect to wage labour, is then a property inseparable from them as things, as material conditions of production, an inherent, intrinsic character of them as elements of production. Their definite social character, in the process of capitalist production bearing the stamp of a definite historical epoch, is a natural and intrinsic substantive character belonging to them, as it were, from time immemorial, as elements of the production process. Therefore, the respective part played by the earth, as the original field of activity of labour, as the realm of forces of nature, as the pre-existing arsenal of all objects of labour, and the other respective part played by the produced means of production, instruments, raw materials, etc., in the general process of production, must seem to be expressed in the respective shares claimed by them as capital and landed property, that is, which fall to the share of their social representatives in the form of profit or interest and rent, just as to the labourer the part his labour plays in the process of production is expressed in wages. Rent, profit, and wages thus seem to grow out of the role played by the land, produced means of production, and labour in the simple labour process, even when we consider this labour process as one carried on merely between man and nature, leaving aside any historical determination. It is merely the same thing again in another form when it is argued, the product in which a wage labourer's labour for himself is manifested, his proceeds or revenue, is simply wages, the portion of value, and thereby the social product measured by this value, which his wages represent. Thus, if wage labour coincides with labour generally, then so do wages with the produce of labour, and the value portion representing wages with the value created by labour generally. But in this way the other portions of value, profit and rent, also appear independent with respect to wages, and must arise from sources of their own, which are specifically different and independent of labour. They must arise from the participating elements of production, to the share of whose owners they fall. That is, profit arises from the means of production, the material elements of capital, and rent arises from the land or nature, as represented by the landlord. Roscher, System der Volkswirtschaft, Volume 1. Die Grundlagen der Nationalökonomie, Stuttgart und Augsburg, 1858. Landed property, capital, and wage labour are thus transformed from sources of revenue, in the sense that capital attracts to the capitalist, in the form of profit, a portion of the surplus value extracted by him from labour, that monopoly in land attracts for the landlord another portion in the form of rent, and that labour grants the labourer the remaining portion of value in the form of wages, from sources by means of which one portion of value is transformed into the form of profit, another into the form of rent, and a third into the form of wages, into actual sources from which these value portions and respective portions of the product in which they exist, or for which they are exchangeable, arise themselves, and from which, therefore, in the final analysis, the value of the product itself arises. Footnote: wages, profit, and rent are the three original sources of all revenue, as well as of all exchangeable value. Adam Smith, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, Aberdeen, London, 1848. It is thus that the causes of material production are at the same time the sources of the original revenues which exist. Storch, Cours d'économie politique, St. Petersburg, 1815. End of footnote. In the case of the simplest categories of the capitalist mode of production, and even of commodity production, in the case of commodities and money, we have already pointed out the mystifying character that transforms the social relations, for which the material elements of wealth serve as bearers in production, into properties of these things, commodities themselves, and still more pronouncedly transforms the production relation itself into a thing, money. All forms of society, insofar as they reach the stage of commodity production and money circulation, take part in this perversion. But under the capitalist mode of production, and in the case of capital, which forms its dominant category, its determining production relation, this enchanted and perverted world develops still more. If one considers capital, to begin with, in the actual process of production as a means of extracting surplus labour, then this relationship is still very simple, and the actual connection impresses itself upon the bearers of this process, the capitalists themselves, and remains in their consciousness. The violent struggle over the limits of the working day demonstrates this strikingly. That even within this non-mediated sphere, the sphere of direct action between labour and capital, matters do not rest in this simplicity. With the development of relative surplus value in the actual, specifically capitalist mode of production, whereby the productive powers of social labour are developed, these productive powers and the social interrelations of labour in the direct labour process seem transferred from labour to capital. Capital thus becomes a very mystic being, since all of labour's social productive forces appear to be due to capital, rather than labour as such, and seem to issue from the womb of capital itself. Then the process of circulation intervenes, with its changes of substance and form, on which all parts of capital, even agricultural capital, devolve to the same degree that the specifically capitalist mode of production develops. This is a sphere where the relations under which value is originally produced are pushed completely into the background. In the direct process of production, the capitalist already acts simultaneously as producer of commodities and manager of commodity production. Hence this process of production appears to him by no means simply as a process of producing surplus value. But whatever may be the surplus value extorted by capital in the actual production process and appearing in commodities, the value and surplus value contained in the commodities must first be realized in the circulation process. And both the restitution of the values advanced in production and, particularly, the surplus value contained in the commodities seem not merely to be realized in the circulation, but actually to arise from it, an appearance which is especially reinforced by two circumstances. First, the profit made in selling depends on cheating, deceit, inside knowledge, skill, and 1,000 favorable market opportunities. And then, secondly, by the circumstance that added here to labor time is a second determining element, time of circulation. This acts, in fact, only as a negative barrier against the formation of value and surplus value, but it has the appearance of being as definite a basis as labor itself, and of introducing a determining element that is independent of labor and resulting from the nature of capital. In Volume 2, we naturally had to present this sphere of circulation merely with reference to the form determinations which it created, and to demonstrate the further development of the structure of capital taking place in this sphere. But in reality, this sphere is the sphere of competition, which, considered in each individual case, is dominated by chance. Where, then, the inner law which prevails in these accidents and regulates them, is only visible when these accidents are grouped together in large numbers, where it remains, therefore, invisible and unintelligible to the individual agents in production. But furthermore, the actual process of production, as a unity of the direct production process and the circulation process, gives rise to new formations, in which the vein of internal connections is increasingly lost. The production relations are rendered independent of one another, and the component values become ossified into forms independent of one another. The conversion of surplus value into profit, as we have noted, is determined as much by the process of circulation as by the process of production. Surplus value, in the form of profit, is no longer related back to that portion of capital invested in labor from which it arises, but to the total capital. The rate of profit is regulated by laws of its own, which permit or even require it to change, while the rate of surplus value remains unaltered. All this obscures more and more the true nature of surplus value, and thus the actual mechanism of capital. Still more is this achieved through the transformation of profit into average profit, and of values into prices of production, into the regulating averages of market prices. A complicated social process intervenes here, the equalization process of capitals, which divorces the relative average prices of the commodities from their values, as well as the average profits in the various spheres of production, quite aside from the individual investments of capital in each particular sphere of production, from the actual exploitation of labor by the particular capitals. Not only does it appear so, but it is true, in fact, that the average price of commodities differs from their value, thus from the labor realized in them, and the average profit of a particular capital differs from the surplus value which this capital has extracted from the laborers employed by it. The value of commodities appears directly solely in the influence of fluctuating productivity of labour upon the rise and fall of the prices of production, upon their movement, and not upon their ultimate limits. Profit seems to be determined only secondarily by direct exploitation of labour, insofar as the latter permits the capitalist to realize a profit deviating from the average profit at the regulating market prices, which apparently prevail independent of such exploitation. Normal average profits themselves seem inherent in capital and independent of exploitation. Abnormal exploitation, or even average exploitation under favourable exceptional conditions, seems to determine only the deviations from average profit, not this profit itself. The division of profit into profit of enterprise and interest, not to mention the intervention of commercial profit and profit from money dealing, which are founded upon circulation and appear to arise completely from it and not from the process of production itself, consummates the individualization of the form of surplus value, the ossification of its form as opposed to its substance, its essence. One portion of profit, as opposed to the other, separates itself entirely from the relationship of capital as such, and appears as arising not out of the function of exploiting wage labour, but out of the wage labour of the capitalist himself. In contrast thereto, interest then seems to be independent both of the labourer's wage labour and the capitalist's own labour, and to arise from capital as its own independent source. If capital originally appeared on the surface of circulation as a fetishism of capital, as a value-creating value, so it now appears again in the form of interest-bearing capital, as in its most estranged and characteristic form. Wherefore also the formula capital interest, as the third to land rent and labour wages, is much more consistent than capital profit, since in profit there still remains a recollection of its origin, which is not only extinguished in interest, but is also placed in a form thoroughly antithetical to this origin. Finally, capital as an independent source of surplus value is joined by landed property, which acts as a barrier to average profit, and transfers a portion of surplus value to a class that neither works itself, nor directly exploits labour, nor can find morally edifying rationalizations, as in the case of interest-bearing capital, for example, risk and sacrifice of lending capital to others. Since here a part of the surplus value seems to be bound up directly with a natural element, the land, rather than with social relations, the form of mutual estrangement and ossification of the various parts of surplus value is completed, the inner connection completely disrupted, and its source entirely buried, precisely because the relations of production, which are bound to the various material elements of the production process, have been rendered mutually independent. In capital profit, or still better, capital interest, land rent, labour wages, in this economic trinity represented as the connection between the component parts of value and wealth in general and its sources, we have the complete mystification of the capitalist mode of production, the conversion of social relations into things, the direct coalescence of the material production relations with their historical and social determination. It is an enchanted, perverted, topsy-turvy world, in which Monsieur le Capital and Madame la Terre do their ghost-walking as social characters, and at the same time directly as mere things. It is the great merit of classical economy to have destroyed this false appearance and illusion, this mutual independence and ossification of the various social elements of wealth, this personification of things and conversion of production relations into entities, this religion of everyday life. It did so by reducing interest to a portion of profit, and rent to the surplus above average profit, so that both of them converge in surplus value, and by representing the process of circulation as a mere metamorphosis of forms, and finally by reducing value and surplus value of commodities to labour in the direct production process. Nevertheless, even the best spokesmen of classical economy remain more or less in the grip of the world of illusion which their criticism had dissolved, as cannot be otherwise from a bourgeois standpoint, and thus they all fall, more or less, into inconsistencies, half-truths, and unsolved contradictions. On the other hand, it is just as natural for the actual agents of production to feel completely at home in these estranged and irrational forms of capital, interest, land, rent, labour, wages, since these are precisely the forms of illusion in which they move about and find their daily occupation. It is therefore just as natural that vulgar economy, which is no more than a didactic, more or less dogmatic, translation of everyday conceptions of the actual agents of production, and which arranges them in a certain rational order, should see precisely in this trinity, which is devoid of all inner connection, the natural and indubitable lofty basis for its shallow pompousness. This formula simultaneously corresponds to the interests of the ruling classes by proclaiming the physical necessity and eternal justification of their sources of revenue, and elevating them to a dogma. In our description of how production relations are converted into entities and rendered independent in relation to the agents of production, we leave aside the manner in which the interrelations, due to the world market, its conjunctures, movements of market prices, periods of credit, industrial and commercial cycles, alternations of prosperity and crisis, appear to them as overwhelming natural laws that irresistibly enforce their will over them, and confront them as blind necessity. We leave this aside because the actual movement of competition belongs beyond our scope, and we need present only the inner organization of the capitalist mode of production, in its ideal average, as it were. In preceding forms of society, this economic mystification arose principally with respect to money and interest-bearing capital. In the nature of things, it is excluded, in the first place, where production for the use value for immediate personal requirements predominates, and, secondly, where slavery or serfdom formed the broad foundation of social production, as in antiquity and during the Middle Ages. Here the domination of the producers by the conditions of production is concealed by the relations of dominion and servitude, which appear and are evident as the direct motive power of the process of production. In early communal societies in which primitive communism prevailed, and even in the ancient communal towns, it was this communal society itself, with its conditions, which appeared as the basis of production, and its reproduction appeared as its ultimate purpose. Even in the medieval guild system, neither capital nor labour appear untrammelled, but their relations are rather defined by the corporate rules, and by the same associated relations and corresponding conceptions of professional duty, craftsmanship, etc. Only when the capitalist mode of production. The manuscript breaks off here. Friedrich Engels. Chapter 49. Concerning the analysis of the process of production. For the purposes of the following analysis, we may leave out of consideration the distinction between price of production and value, since this distinction disappears altogether when, as here, the value of the total annual product of labour is considered, that is, the product of the total social capital. Profit, profit of enterprise plus interest, and rent are nothing but peculiar forms assumed by particular parts of the surplus value of commodities. The magnitude of surplus value is the limit of the total size of the parts into which it may be divided. Average profit plus rent are, therefore, equal to the surplus value. It is possible for part of the surplus labour, and thus surplus value, contained in the commodities, not to take part directly in the equalization of an average profit, so that part of the commodity value is not expressed at all in its price. But first, this is balanced either by the fact that the rate of profit increases when the commodities sold below their value form an element of the constant capital, or by profit and rent being represented by a larger product, when commodities sold below their value enter into the portion of value consumed as revenue in the form of articles for individual consumption. Secondly, this is eliminated in the average movement. At any rate, even if a portion of surplus value not expressed in the price of the commodity is lost for the price formation, the sum of average profit plus rent in its normal form can never be larger than the total surplus value, although it may be smaller. Its normal form presupposes wages corresponding to the value of labour power. Even monopoly rent, insofar as it is not a deduction from wages, that is, does not constitute a special category, must always indirectly be a part of the surplus value. If it is not part of the price excess above the price of production of the commodity itself, of which it is a constituent part, as in differential rent, or an excess portion of the surplus value of the commodity itself, of which it is a constituent part, above that portion of its own surplus value measured by the average profit, as in absolute rent, it is at least part of the surplus value of other commodities, that is, of commodities which are exchanged for this commodity having a monopoly price. The sum of average profit plus ground rent can never be greater than the magnitude of which they are components, and which exists before this division. It is therefore immaterial for our discussion whether the entire surplus value of the commodities, that is, all the surplus labour contained in the commodities, is realized in their price or not. The surplus labour is not entirely realized, if only for the reason that, due to a continual change in the amount of labour socially necessary to produce a certain commodity, resulting from the constant change in the productiveness of labour, some commodities are always produced under abnormal conditions, and must, therefore, be sold below their individual value. At any rate, profit plus rent equals the total realized surplus value, surplus labour, and for purposes of this discussion, the realized surplus value may be equated to all surplus value. For profit and rent are realized surplus value, or, generally speaking, the surplus value which passes into the prices of commodities. Thus, in practice, all the surplus value forming a constituent part of this price. On the other hand, Wages, which form the third specific form of revenue, are always equal to the variable component part of capital, that is, the component part which is laid out in purchasing living labour power, paying labourers rather than in means of labour. The labour which is paid in the expenditure of revenue is itself paid in wages, profit, or rent, and therefore does not form any value portion of commodities by which it is paid. Hence it is not considered in the analysis of commodity value and of the component parts into which it is divided. It is the materialization of that portion of the total working day of the labourer in which the value of variable capital and thus the price of labour is reproduced. That portion of commodity value in which the labourer reproduces the value of his own labour power, or the price of his labour. The total working day of the labourer is divided into two parts. One portion in which he performs the amount of labour necessary to reproduce the value of his own means of subsistence, the paid portion of his total labour, the portion necessary for his own maintenance and reproduction. The entire remaining portion of the working day, the entire excess quantity of labour performed above the value of the labour realized in his wages, is surplus labour, unpaid labour, represented in the surplus value of his total commodity production, and thus in an excess quantity of commodities, surplus value which in turn is divided into differently named parts, into profit, profit of enterprise plus interest, and rent. The entire value portion of commodities, then, in which the total labour of the labourers added during one day or 1 year is realized, the total value of the annual product created by this labour, is divided into the value of wages, into profit, and into rent. For this total labour is divided into necessary labour, by which the labourer creates that value portion of the product with which he is himself paid, that is, his wages, and into unpaid surplus labour, by which he creates that value portion of the product which represents surplus value, and which is later divided into profit and rent. Aside from this labour, the labourer performs no labour, and aside from the total value of the product, which assumes the form of wages, profit, and rent, he creates no value. The value of the annual product, in which the new labour added by the labourer during the year is incorporated, is equal to the wage, or the value of the variable capital plus the surplus value, which in turn is divided into profit and rent. The entire value portion of the annual product, then, which the labourer creates in the course of the year, is expressed in the annual value sum of the three revenues, the value of wages, profit, and rent. Evidently, therefore, the value of the constant portion of capital is not reproduced in the annually created value of product, for the wages are only equal to the value of the variable portion of capital advanced in production, and rent and profit are only equal to the surplus value, the excess of value produced above the total value of advanced capital, which equals the value of the constant capital plus the value of the variable capital. It is completely irrelevant to the problem to be solved here that a portion of the surplus value converted into the form of profit and rent is not consumed as revenue, but is accumulated. That portion which is saved up as an accumulation fund serves to create new additional capital, but not to replace the old capital, be it the component part of old capital laid out for labour power or for means of labour. We may therefore assume here, for the sake of simplicity, that the revenue passes wholly into individual consumption. The difficulty is twofold. On the one hand, the value of the annual product, in which the revenues, wages, profit and rent are consumed, contains a portion of value equal to the portion of value of constant capital used up in it. It contains this portion of value in addition to that portion which resolves itself into wages, and that which resolves itself into profit and rent. Its value is, therefore, equal to wages plus profit plus rent plus C, its constant portion of value. How can an annually produced value, which only equals wages plus profit plus rent, buy a product the value of which equals wages plus profit plus rent plus C? How can the annually produced value buy a product which has a higher value than its own? On the other hand, if we leave aside that portion of constant capital which did not pass over into the product, and which therefore continues to exist after the annual production of commodities, although with reduced value, in other words, if we temporarily leave out of consideration the employed but not consumed fixed capital, then the constant portion of advanced capital is seen to have been wholly transferred to the new product in the form of raw and auxiliary materials, whereas a part of the means of labour has been wholly consumed, and another part only partially, and thus only a part of its value has been consumed in production. This entire portion of constant capital consumed in production must be replaced in kind. Assuming all other circumstances, particularly the productive power of labour, to remain unchanged, this portion requires the same amount of labour for its replacement as before. That is, it must be replaced by an equivalent value. If not, then reproduction itself cannot take place on the former scale. But who is obliged to perform this labour, and who does perform it? As to the first difficulty, who is obliged to pay for the constant portion of value contained in the product, and with what? It is assumed that the value of constant capital consumed in production reappears as a part of the value of the product. This does not contradict the assumptions of the second difficulty, for it has already been demonstrated in Volume 1, Chapter 7, the labour process and the process of producing surplus value, how the old value remains simultaneously preserved in the product through the mere addition of new labour, although this does not reproduce the old value and does no more than add to it, creates merely additional value, and that this results from labour not in so far as it is value-creating, that is, labour in general, but in its function as definite productive labour. Therefore, no additional labour was necessary to preserve the value of the constant portion in the product in which the revenue, that is, the entire value created during the year, is expended. But to be sure, new additional labour is required to replace the value and use value of the constant capital consumed during the preceding year, without the replacement of which no reproduction at all is possible. All newly added labour is represented in the value newly created during the year, and this in turn is divided into the three revenues, wages, profit, and rent. Thus, on the one hand, no excess social labour remains for the replacement of the consumed constant capital, which must be replaced partially in kind, and according to its value, and partially merely according to its value, for pure wear and tear on fixed capital. On the other hand, the value annually created by labour, divided into wages, profit, and rent, and to be expended in this form, appears not to suffice to pay for, or buy, the constant portion of capital, which must be contained, outside their own value, in the annual product. It is seen that the problem presented here has already been solved in the consideration of reproduction of the total social capital, Volume 2, Part 3. We return to it here in the first place because surplus value had not been developed there in its revenue forms, profit of enterprise plus interest and rent, and could not therefore be treated in these forms. And then also because precisely in the form of wages, profit and rent there is contained an incredible blunder in analysis which pervades all political economy since Adam Smith. We divided all capital there into two big classes, Department 1, producing means of production, and Department 2, producing articles of individual consumption. The fact that certain products may serve equally well both for personal consumption and as means of production, a horse, grain, etc., does not invalidate the absolute correctness of this division in any way. It is actually no hypothesis, but merely an expression of fact. Take the annual product of a country. One portion of the product, whatever its ability to serve as means of production, passes over into individual consumption. It is the product for which wages, profit, and rent are expended. This product is the product of a definite department of the social capital. It is possible that this same capital may also produce products belonging to Department 1. Insofar as it does so, it is not the portion of this capital consumed in the products of Department 2, products belonging actually to individual consumption, which supplies the productively consumed products belonging to Department 1. This entire product of Department 2, which passes into individual consumption, and for which therefore the revenue is spent, is the existent form of the capital consumed in it, plus the produced surplus. It is thus the product of a capital invested solely in the production of articles of consumption. And in the same way, Department 1 of the annual product, which serves as means of production, raw materials and instruments of labour, whatever capacity this product may otherwise possess by its very nature to serve as means of consumption, is the product of a capital invested solely in the production of means of production. By far the greater part of products forming constant capital exists also materially in a form in which it cannot pass into individual consumption. Insofar as this could be done, for example, insofar as a farmer could eat his seed corn, butcher his draft animals, etc., the economic barrier works the same for him as if this portion did not exist in consumable form. As already indicated, we leave out of consideration in both classes the fixed portion of constant capital, which continues to exist in kind, and, so far as its value is concerned, independently of the annual product of both classes. In Department 2, for the products of which wages, profit, and rent are expended, in short, the revenues consumed, the product itself consists of three components, so far as its value is concerned. One component is equal to the value of the constant portion of capital consumed in production. The second component is equal to the value of the variable advanced capital laid out in wages. Finally, a third component is equal to the produced surplus value, thus is equal to profit plus rent. The first component of the product of Department 2, the value of the constant portion of capital, can be consumed neither by the capitalists of Department 2, nor by the labourers of this department, nor by the landowners. It forms no part of their revenues, but must be replaced in kind, and must be sold for this to occur. On the other hand, the other two components of this product are equal to the value of the revenues created in this class, that is, equal to wages plus profit plus rent. In Department 1, the product consists of the same constituents as regards form, but that part which here forms revenue, wages plus profit plus rent, in short, the variable portion of capital plus surplus value, is not consumed here in the natural form of products of this Department 1, but in products of Department 2. The value of the revenues of Department 1 must, therefore, be consumed in that portion of products of Department 2 which forms the constant capital of Department 2 to be replaced. The portion of the product of Department 2, which must replace its constant capital, is consumed in its natural form by the labourers, capitalists, and landlords of Department 1. They spend their revenue for this product of Department 2. On the other hand, the product of Department 1, to the extent that it represents a revenue of Department 1, is productively consumed in its natural form by Department 2, whose constant capital it replaces in kind. Finally, the used-up constant portion of capital of Department 1 is replaced out of the very products of this class, which consist precisely of means of labour, raw and auxiliary materials, etc., partly through exchange by capitalists of Department 1 among themselves, partly so that some of these capitalists can directly use their own product once more as means of production. Let us take the previous scheme, Volume 2, Chapter 20, for simple reproduction. Department 1. 4,000 C plus 1,000 V plus 1,000 S equals 6,000. Department 2. 2,000 C plus 500 V plus 500 S equals 3,000. Total equals 9,000. Where C equals constant capital, V equals variable capital, and S equals surplus value. According to this, the producers and landlords of Department 2 consume 500 V plus 500 S equals 1,000 as revenue. 2,000 C remains to be replaced. This is consumed by the labourers, capitalists, and those who draw rent from Department 1, whose income equals 1,000 V plus 1,000 S equals 2,000. The consumed product of Department 2 is consumed as revenue by Department 1, and the portion of the revenue of Department 1 representing an unconsumable product is consumed as constant capital by Department 2. It remains, then, to account for the 4,000 constant capital of Department 1. This is replaced out of the product of Department 1 itself, which equals 6,000, or rather equals 6,000 minus 2,000, for these 2,000 have already been converted into constant capital for Department 2. It should be noted, of course, that these numbers have been chosen arbitrarily, and so the relation between the value of the revenues of Department 1 and the value of the constant capital of Department 2 appears arbitrary. It is evident, however, that so far as the process of reproduction is normal and takes place under otherwise equal circumstances, that is, leaving aside the accumulation, the sum of the values of wages, profit, and rent in Department 1 must equal the value of the constant portion of capital of Department 2. Otherwise, either Department 2 will not be able to replace its constant capital, or Department 1 will not be able to convert its revenue from unconsumable into consumable form. Thus, the value of the annual commodity product, just like the value of the commodity product produced by some particular investment of capital, and like the value of any individual commodity, resolves itself into two component parts. A, which replaces the value of the advanced constant capital, and B, which is represented in the form of revenue, wages, profit and rent. The latter component part of value, B, is counterposed to the former, A, insofar as A, under otherwise equal circumstances, 1 never assumes the form of revenue, and 2 always flows back in the form of capital, and indeed constant capital. The other component, B, however, carries within itself, in turn, an antithesis. Profit and rent have this in common with wages. All three are forms of revenue. Nevertheless, they differ essentially in that profit and rent represent surplus value, that is, unpaid labour, whereas wages represent paid labour. The portion of the value of the product which represents wages expended thus replaces wages, and under the conditions assumed by us, where reproduction takes place on the same scale and under the same conditions, is again reconverted into wages, flows back first as variable capital, as a component of the capital that must be advanced anew for reproduction. This portion has a twofold function. It exists first in the form of capital, and is exchanged as such for labour power. In the hands of the labourer, it is transformed into revenue, which he draws out of the sale of his labour power, is converted as revenue into means of subsistence and consumed. This double process is revealed through the mediation of money circulation. The variable capital is advanced in money, paid out as wages. This is its first function as capital. It is exchanged for labour power and transformed into the manifestation of this labour power into labour. This is the process as regards the capitalist. Secondly, however, with this money, the labourers buy a part of the commodities produced by them, which is measured by this money, and is consumed by them as revenue. If we imagine the circulation of money to be eliminated, then a part of the labourer's product is in the hands of the capitalist in the form of available capital. He advances this part as capital, gives it to the labourer for new labour power, while the labourer consumes it as revenue, directly or indirectly, through exchange for other commodities. That portion of the value of the product, then, which is destined in the course of reproduction to be converted into wages, into revenue for the labourers, first flows back into the hands of the capitalist in the form of capital, or more accurately, variable capital. It is an essential requirement that it should flow back in this form, in order for labour as wage labour, the means of production as capital, and the process of production itself as a capitalist process, to be continually reproduced anew. In order to avoid unnecessary difficulty, one should distinguish gross output and net output from gross income and net income. The gross output, or gross product, is the total reproduced product. With the exception of the employed but not consumed portion of fixed capital, the value of the gross output, or gross product, equals the value of capital advanced and consumed in production. That is, constant and variable capital plus surplus value, which resolves itself into profit and rent. Or, if we consider the product of the total social capital instead of that of an individual capital, the gross output equals the material elements forming the constant and variable capital, plus the material elements of the surplus product in which profit and rent are represented. The gross income is that portion of value and that portion of the gross product measured by it which remains after deducting that portion of value and that portion of the product of total production measured by it, which replaces the constant capital advanced and consumed in production. The gross income, then, is equal to wages, or the portion of the product destined to again become the income of the labourer, plus profit, plus rent. The net income, on the other hand, is the surplus value, and thus the surplus product, which remains after deducting wages, and which, in fact, thus represents the surplus value realized by capital and to be divided with the landlord, and the surplus product measured by it. Thus we saw that the value of each individual commodity and the value of the total commodity product of each individual capital is divided into two parts. One replaces only constant capital, and the other, although a fraction of it flows back as variable capital, thus also flows back in the form of capital, nevertheless is destined to be wholly transformed into gross income, and to assume the form of wages, profit, and rent, the sum of which makes up the gross income. Furthermore, we saw that the same is true of the value of the annual total product of a society. A difference between the product of the individual capitalist and that of society exists only in so far as, from the standpoint of the individual capitalist, the net income differs from the gross income, for the latter includes the wages, whereas the former excludes them. Viewing the income of the whole society, national income consists of wages plus profit plus rent, thus of the gross income. But even this is an abstraction to the extent that the entire society, on the basis of capitalist production, bases itself on the capitalist standpoint, and thereby considers only the income resolved into profit and rent as net income. On the other hand, the fantasy of men like Say, to the effect that the entire yield, the entire gross output, resolves itself into the net income of the nation, or cannot be distinguished from it, that this distinction therefore disappears from the national viewpoint, is but the inevitable and ultimate expression of the absurd dogma pervading political economy since Adam Smith, that in the final analysis the value of commodities resolves itself completely into income, into wages, profit, and rent. Footnote. Ricardo makes the following very apt comment on thoughtless Say. Quote, "Of net produce and gross produce, Monsieur Say speaks as follows. The whole value produced is the gross produce. This value, after deducting from it the cost of production, is the net produce. There can, then, be no net produce, because the cost of production, according to Monsieur Say, consists of rent, wages, and profits. He says, the value of a product, the value of a productive service, the value of the cost of production are all, then, similar values, whenever things are left to their natural course. Take a whole from a whole, and nothing remains." Unquote. Ricardo, Principles, Chapter 22. By the way, we shall see later that Ricardo never refuted Smith's false analysis of commodity price, its reduction to the sum of the values of the revenues. He does not bother with it, and accepts its correctness so far in his analysis that he abstracts from the constant portion of the value of commodities. He thus falls back into the same way of looking at things from time to time. End of footnote. To comprehend, in the case of each individual capitalist, that a portion of his product must be transformed again into capital, even aside from the expansion of reproduction or accumulation, indeed not only into variable capital, which is destined to again become in its turn income for the labourers, thus a form of revenue, but also into constant capital, which can never be transformed into revenue, such discernment is naturally extraordinarily easy. The simplest observation of the process of production shows this clearly. The difficulty first begins as soon as the process of production is viewed as a whole. The value of the entire portion of the product which is consumed as revenue in the form of wages, profit, and rent — it is entirely immaterial whether the consumption is individual or productive — indeed completely resolves itself under analysis into the sum of values consisting of wages plus profit plus rent, that is, into the total value of the three revenues, although the value of this portion of the product, just like that which does not enter into revenue, contains a value portion equal to C, equal to the value of the constant capital contained in these portions, and thus, prima facie, cannot be limited by the value of the revenue. This circumstance, which, on the one hand, is a practically irrefutable fact, on the other hand, an equally undeniable theoretical contradiction, presents a difficulty which is most easily circumvented by the assertion that commodity value contains another portion of value, merely appearing to differ, from the standpoint of the individual capitalist, from the portion existing in the form of revenue. The phrase, "that which appears as revenue for one constitutes capital for another," relieves one of the necessity for any further reflection. But how, then, can the old capital be replaced when the value of the entire product is consumable in the form of revenue? And how can the value of the product of each individual capital be equal to the value sum of the three revenues plus C, constant capital, whereas the sum of the values of the products of all capitals is equal to the value sum of the three revenues plus 0? This appears, of course, as an insoluble riddle, and must be solved by declaring that the analysis is completely incapable of unravelling the simple elements of price, and must be content to go around in a vicious circle, making a spurious advance ad infinitum. Thus, that which appears as constant capital may be resolved into wages, profit, and rent, but the commodity values in which wages, profit, and rent appear are determined in their turn by wages, profit, and rent, and so forth, ad infinitum. Footnote. Quote, "In every society, the price of every commodity finally resolves itself into one or other or all of those three parts, viz., wages, profits, rent. A fourth part, it may perhaps be thought, is necessary for replacing the stock of the farmer, or for compensating the wear and tear of his labouring cattle, and other instruments of husbandry. But it must be considered that the price of any instrument of husbandry, such as a labouring horse, is itself made up of the same three parts: the rent of the land upon which he is reared, the labour of tending and rearing him, and the profits of the farmer, who advances both the rent of his land and the wages of his labour. Though the price of the corn, therefore, may pay the price as well as the maintenance of the horse, the whole price still resolves itself either immediately or ultimately into the same three parts of rent, labour, meaning wages, and profit." Unquote. Adam Smith. We shall show later on how Adam Smith himself feels the inconsistency and insufficiency of this subterfuge, for it is nothing but a subterfuge on his part to send us from Pontius to Pilate, while nowhere does he indicate the real investment of capital, in which case the price of the product resolves itself ultimately into these three parts, without any further progressus. End of footnote. The fundamentally erroneous dogma to the effect that the value of commodities in the last analysis may be resolved into wages plus profit plus rent also expresses itself in the proposition that the consumer must ultimately pay for the total value of the total product, or also that the money circulation between producers and consumers must ultimately be equal to the money circulation between the producers themselves. Tuque. All these propositions are as false as the axiom upon which they are based. The difficulties which lead to this erroneous and prima facie absurd analysis are briefly these. Difficulty 1. The fundamental relationship of constant and variable capital, hence also the nature of surplus value, and thereby the entire basis of the capitalist mode of production, are not understood. The value of each partial product of capital, each individual commodity, contains a portion of value equal to the constant capital, a portion of value equal to the variable capital, transformed into wages for labourers, and a portion of value equal to surplus value, later split into profit and rent. Thus, how is it possible for the labourer with his wages, the capitalist with his profit, the landlord with his rent, to be able to buy commodities, each of which contains not only one of these constituent elements, but all three of them? And how is it possible for the sum of the values of wages, profit, and rent, that is, the three sources of revenue together, to be able to buy the commodities which go to make up the total consumption of the recipients of these incomes, commodities containing an additional component of value, namely constant capital, outside these three components of value? How should they buy a value of 4 with a value of 3? Footnote. Proudhon exposes his inability to grasp this in the ignorant formulation, "L'ouvrier ne peut pas racheter son propre produit." The labourer cannot buy back his own product, because the interest which is added to the prix de revient, cost price, is contained in the product. But how does Monsieur Eugène Foucard teach him to know better? Quote, "If Proudhon's objection were correct, it would strike not only the profits of capital, but would eliminate the possibility even of industry. If the labourer is compelled to pay 100 for each article for which he has received only 80, if his wages can buy back only the value which he has put into a product, it could be said that the labourer cannot buy back anything, that wages cannot pay for anything. In fact, there is always something more than the wages of the labourer contained in the cost price, and always more than the profits of enterprise in the selling price. For instance, the price of raw materials often paid to foreign countries. Proudhon has forgotten about the continual growth of national capital. He has forgotten that this growth refers to all labourers, whether in an enterprise or in handicrafts." Unquote. Revue des Deux Mondes, 1848, Volume 24. Here we have the optimism of bourgeois thoughtlessness, in the form of sagacity that most corresponds to it. Monsieur Foucard first believes that the labourer could not live did he not receive a higher value than that which he produces. whereas conversely, the capitalist mode of production could not exist were he really to receive all the value which he produces. Secondly, he correctly generalizes the difficulty which Proudhon expressed only from a narrow viewpoint. The price of commodities contains not only an excess over wages, but also over profit, namely, the constant portion of value. According to Proudhon's reasoning, then, the capitalist, too, could not buy back the commodities with his profit. And how does Fourcade solve this riddle? By means of a meaningless phrase, the growth of capital. Thus, the continual growth of capital is also supposed to be substantiated in that, among other things, the analysis of commodity prices, which is impossible for the political economist as regards a capital of 100, becomes superfluous in the case of a capital of 10,000. What would be said of a chemist who, on being asked, "How is it that the product of the soil contains more carbon than the soil?" would answer, "It comes from the continual increase in agricultural production." The well-meaning desire to discover in the bourgeois world the best of all possible worlds replaces in vulgar economy all need for love of truth and inclination for scientific investigation. End of footnote. We presented our analysis in Volume 2, Part 3. Difficulty 2. The method is not grasped whereby labour, in adding a new value, preserves the old value in a new form, without producing this old value anew. Difficulty 3. The pattern of the process of reproduction is not understood, how it appears not from the standpoint of individual capital, but rather from that of the total capital. The difficulty is not understood how it is that the product in which wages and surplus value, in short, the entire value produced by all the labour newly added during the year, is realized, replaces the constant part of its value, and yet at the same time resolves itself into value limited solely by the revenues. And furthermore, how it is that the constant capital consumed in production can be replaced in substance and value by new capital, although the total sum of newly added labour is realized only in wages and surplus value, and is fully represented in the sum of the values of both. It is precisely here that the main difficulty lies, in the analysis of reproduction and the relations of its various component parts, both as concerns their material character and their value relationships. Difficulty 4. To these difficulties is added still another, which increases even more as soon as the various component parts of surplus value appear in the form of mutually independent revenues. This difficulty consists in the definite designations of revenue and capital interchanging and altering their position, so that they seem to be merely relative determinations from the point of view of the individual capitalist, and to disappear when the total process of production is viewed as a whole. For instance, the revenue of the labourers and capitalists of Department 1, which produces constant capital, replaces in value and substance the constant capital of the capitalists of Department 2, which produces articles of consumption. One may therefore squeeze out of the dilemma by remonstrating that what is revenue for one is capital for another, and that these designations thus have nothing to do with the actual peculiarities of the value components of commodities. Furthermore, commodities which are ultimately destined to form the substantive elements of revenue expenditure, that is, articles of consumption, pass through various stages during the year, for example, woolen yarn, cloth. In one stage they form a portion of constant capital. In the other, they are consumed individually, and thus pass wholly into the revenue. One may therefore imagine, along with Adam Smith, that constant capital is but an apparent element of commodity value, which disappears in the total pattern. Thus a further exchange takes place of variable capital for revenue. The labourer buys with his wages that portion of commodities which form his revenue. In this way, he simultaneously replaces for the capitalist the money form of variable capital. Finally, one portion of products which form constant capital is replaced in kind or through exchange by the producers of constant capital themselves, a process with which the consumers have nothing to do. When this is overlooked, the impression is created that the revenue of consumers replaces the entire product, that is, including the constant portion of value. Difficulty 5. Aside from the confusion which the transformation of values into prices of production brings about, another arises due to the transformation of surplus value into different, special, mutually independent forms of revenue applying to the various elements of production, that is, into profit and rent. It is forgotten that the fact that the values of commodities are the basis, and that the division of these commodity values into distinct constituent parts, and the further development of these constituents of value into forms of revenue, their transmutation into relations of various owners of different factors of production to these individual components of value, their distribution among these owners according to definite categories and titles, itself alters nothing in value determination and its law. Just as little is the law of value changed by the circumstance that the equalization of profit, that is, the distribution of the total surplus value among the various capitals, and the obstacles which landed property partially, in absolute rent, puts in the way of this equalization, bring about a divergence between the regulating average prices and the individual values of commodities. This again affects merely the addition of surplus value to the various commodity prices, but does not abolish surplus value itself, nor the total value of commodities, as the source of these various component parts of price. This is the quid pro quo, which we shall consider in the next chapter, and which is inevitably linked with the illusion that value arises out of its own component parts. And namely, the various component values of the commodity acquire independent forms as revenues, and as such revenues they are related back to the particular material elements of production as their sources of origin, instead of to the value of the commodity as their source. They are related back to those sources, not as components of value, but rather as revenues, as components of value falling to the share of these particular categories of agents in production, the labourer, the capitalist, and the landlord. But then one might fancy that these constituents of value, rather than arising out of the division of commodity value, conversely form it, instead, only through their combination, which leads to the pretty and vicious circle whereby the value of commodities arises out of the sum of the values of wages, profit, and rent, and the value of wages, profit, and rent, in its turn, is determined by the value of commodities, etc. Footnote. Quote, the circulating capital invested in materials, raw materials, and finished goods is itself composed of goods, the necessary price of which is formed of the same elements, so that, viewing the total goods in one country, it would mean duplication to count this portion of circulating capital among the elements of the necessary price." Unquote. Storch, Cours d'économie politique, Volume 2. By these elements of circulating capital, Storch means the value of constant capital. Fixed capital is merely circulating in a different form. He continues, "It is true that the wages of the labourer, like that portion of profit of enterprise which consists of wages, if we consider them as a part of the means of subsistence, also consist of goods bought at current prices, and which likewise comprise wages, interest on capital, ground rent, and profit of enterprise. This observation merely serves to prove that it is impossible to resolve the necessary price into its simplest elements." Unquote. In his Considérations sur la nature du revenu national, Paris, 1824, Storch indeed realizes, in his controversy with Say, to what absurdity the erroneous analysis of commodity value leads when it resolves value into mere revenues. He correctly points out the folly of such results, not from the viewpoint of the individual capitalist, but from that of a nation, but himself goes no step further in his analysis of the prix nécessaire, from that presented in his Cours d'économie politique, that it is impossible to resolve it into its actual elements without resolving it into a spurious advance ad infinitum. Quote, "It is evident that the value of the annual product is divided partly into capitals and partly into profits, and that each one of these portions of value of the annual product regularly goes to buy the products needed by the nation, as much to preserve its capital as to renew its consumption fund. Can a self-employed peasant family live in its barns or stables, eat up its seed and forage, clothe itself with its draft cattle, dispense with its agricultural implements? According to the thesis of Monsieur Say, one must answer all these questions in the affirmative. If it is admitted that the revenue of a nation is equal to its gross product, that is, if no capital has to be deducted from it, then it must also be admitted that a nation can spend the entire value of its annual product unproductively, without impairing its future income in the least. The products which constitute the capital of a nation are not consumable." Unquote. End of footnote. Considering reproduction in its normal state, only a part of newly added labour is employed for production, and thus for replacement of constant capital. Precisely that part which replaces the constant capital used up in the production of articles of consumption, of material elements of revenue. This is balanced by the fact that this constant portion of Department 2 costs no additional labour. But this constant capital, looking upon the total process of reproduction, in which the equalization of Departments 1 and 2 is included, not representing a product of newly added labour, although this product could not be created without it, this constant capital, in the process of reproduction, considered from the standpoint of substance, is exposed to certain accidents and dangers which could decimate it. Furthermore, however, considered from the point of view of value as well, it may be depreciated through a change in the productiveness of labour, but this refers only to the individual capitalist. Accordingly, a portion of the profit, therefore of surplus value and thereby also surplus product, in which, as concerns value, only newly added labour is represented, serves as an insurance fund. And it matters not whether this insurance fund is managed by insurance companies as a separate business or not. This is the sole portion of revenue which is neither consumed as such, nor serves necessarily as a fund for accumulation. Whether it actually serves as such, or covers merely a loss in reproduction, depends upon chance. This is also the only portion of surplus value and surplus product, and thus of surplus labour, which would continue to exist outside of that portion serving for accumulation, and hence expansion of the process of reproduction, even after the abolition of the capitalist mode of production. This, of course, presupposes that the portion regularly consumed by direct producers does not remain limited to its present minimum. Apart from surplus labour for those who, on account of age, are not yet or no longer able to take part in production, all labour to support those who do not work would cease. If we think back to the beginnings of society, we find no produced means of production, hence no constant capital, the value of which could pass into the product, and which, in reproduction on the same scale, would have to be replaced in kind out of the product, and to a degree measured by its value. But nature there directly provides the means of subsistence, which need not first be produced. Nature thereby also gives to the savage, who has but few wants to satisfy, the time not to use the as yet non-existent means of production in new production, but to transform, alongside the labour required to appropriate naturally existing means of production, other products of nature into means of production, bows, stone knives, boats, etc. This process among savages, considered merely from the substantive side, corresponds to the reconversion of surplus labour into new capital. In the process of accumulation, the conversion of such products of excess labour into capital obtains continually, and the circumstance that all new capital arises out of profit, rent, or other forms of revenue, that is, out of surplus labour, leads to the mistaken idea that all value of commodities arises from some revenue. This reconversion of profit into capital shows rather, upon closer analysis, that, conversely, the additional labour, which is always represented in the form of revenue, does not serve for the maintenance or reproduction respectively of the old capital value, but for the creation of new excess capital, so far as it is not consumed as revenue. The whole difficulty arises from the fact that all newly added labour, in so far as the value created by it is not resolved into wages, appears as profit, interpreted here as a form of surplus value in general, that is, as a value which costs the capitalist nothing, and which of course therefore does not have to replace for him anything advanced, any capital whatever. This value thus exists in the form of available additional wealth, in short, from the viewpoint of the individual capitalist, in the form of his revenue. But this newly created value can just as well be consumed productively as individually, equally well as capital or as revenue. As a consequence of its natural form, some of it must be productively consumed. It is therefore evident that the annually added labour creates capital as well as revenue, as becomes evident in the process of accumulation. However, the portion of labour power employed in the creation of new capital, thus analogous to that portion of the working day employed by a savage not for acquiring subsistence, but to fashion tools with which to acquire his subsistence, becomes invisible in that the entire product of surplus labour first appears in the form of profit, a designation which, indeed, has nothing to do with this surplus product itself, but refers merely to the individual relation of the capitalist to the surplus value pocketed by him. In fact, the surplus value created by the labourer is divided into revenue and capital, that is, into articles of consumption and additional means of production. But former constant capital taken over from the previous year is not reproduced as concerns value by the newly added labour. We leave aside the portion impaired and thus pro tanto destroyed, thus so far as it does not have to be reproduced, and such disturbances in the process of reproduction fall under insurance. We see, furthermore, that a portion of the newly added labour is continually absorbed in the reproduction and replacement of consumed constant capital, although this newly added labour resolves itself solely into revenue, into wages, profit, and rent. But it is thereby overlooked, 1, that one value portion of the product of this labour is no product of this new additional labour, but rather pre-existing and consumed constant capital. That the portion of the product in which this part of value appears is thus also not transformed into revenue, but replaces the means of production of this constant capital in kind. 2, that the portion of value in which this newly added labour actually appears is not consumed as revenue in kind, but replaces the constant capital in another sphere, where it is transformed into a natural form, in which it may be consumed as revenue, but which in its turn is again not entirely a product of newly added labour. Insofar as reproduction obtains on the same scale, every consumed element of constant capital must be replaced in kind by a new specimen of the same kind, if not in quantity and form, then at least in effectiveness. If the productiveness of labour remains the same, then this replacement in kind implies replacing the same value which the constant capital had in its old form. But should the productiveness of labour increase, so that the same material elements may be reproduced with less labour, then a smaller portion of the value of the product can completely replace the constant part in kind. The excess may then be employed to form new additional capital, or a larger portion of the product may be given the form of articles of consumption, or the surplus labour may be reduced. On the other hand, should the productiveness of labour decrease, then a larger portion of the product must be used for the replacement of the former capital, and the surplus product decreases. The reconversion of profit, or generally of any form of surplus value into capital, shows, leaving aside the historically defined economic form, and considering it merely as the simple formation of new means of production, that the situation still prevails whereby the labourer performs labour to produce means of production beyond the labour for acquiring his immediate means of subsistence. Transformation of profit into capital is no more than employing a portion of excess labour to form new, additional means of production. That this takes place in the shape of a transformation of profit into capital signifies merely that it is the capitalist, rather than the labourer, who disposes of excess labour. That this excess labour must first pass through a stage in which it appears as revenue, whereas, for example, in the case of a savage, it appears as excess labour directly destined for the production of means of production, means simply that this labour, or its product, is appropriated by the non-worker. However, what is actually transformed into capital is not profit as such. Transformation of surplus value into capital signifies merely that the surplus value and surplus product are not consumed individually as revenue by the capitalist. But what is actually so transformed is value, materialized labor, or the product in which this value is directly manifested, or for which it is exchanged after having been previously transformed into money. And when the profit is transformed back into capital, this definite form of surplus value or profit does not form the source of the new capital. The surplus value is thereby merely changed from one form into another. But it is not this change of form which turns it into capital. It is the commodity and its value which now function as capital. However, that the value of the commodity is not paid for, and only by this means does it become surplus value, is quite irrelevant for the materialization of labor, the value itself. The misunderstanding is expressed in various forms. For instance, that the commodities which compose the constant capital also contain elements of wages, profit, and rent. Or, on the other hand, that what is revenue for the one is capital for another, and that therefore these are but subjective relations. Thus the yarn of the spinner contains a portion of value representing profit for him. Should the weaver buy the yarn, he realizes the profit of the spinner, but for himself this yarn is merely a part of his constant capital. Aside from the previous remarks made concerning the relations between revenue and capital, the following is to be noted. That which, as regards value, passes along with the yarn as a constituent element into the capital of the weaver is the value of the yarn. In what manner the parts of this value have been resolved for the spinner himself into capital and revenue, or in other words, into paid and unpaid labor, is completely irrelevant for the value determination of the commodity itself, aside from modifications through the average profit. Back of this still lurks the idea that the profit, or surplus value in general, is an excess above the value of the commodity, which can only be made by an extra charge, mutual cheating, or gain through selling. When the price of production is paid, or even the value of the commodity, the component values of the commodity, which appear to the seller in the form of revenue, are naturally also paid. Monopoly prices, of course, are not referred to here. Secondly, it is quite correct to say that the component parts of commodities which make up the constant capital, like any other commodity value, may be reduced to portions of value which resolve themselves, for the producers and the owners of the means of production, into wages, profit, and rent. This is merely a capitalist form of expression for the fact that all commodity value is but the measure of the socially necessary labor contained in a commodity. But it has already been shown in Volume 1 that this noways prevents the commodity product of any capital from being split into separate parts, of which one represents exclusively the constant portion of capital, another the variable portion of capital, and a third solely surplus value. Storch expresses the opinion of many others when he says, quote, "The saleable products which make up the national revenue must be considered in political economy in two different ways, relative to individuals as values, and relative to the nation as goods. For the revenue of a nation is not appraised, like that of an individual, by its value, but by its utility, or by the wants which it can satisfy." Unquote. Considération sur le revenu national. In the first place, it is a false abstraction to regard a nation whose mode of production is based upon value and furthermore is capitalistically organized as an aggregate body working merely for the satisfaction of the national wants. Secondly, after the abolition of the capitalist mode of production, but still retaining social production, the determination of value continues to prevail in the sense that the regulation of labor time and the distribution of social labor among the various production groups, and ultimately the bookkeeping encompassing all this, become more essential than ever. Chapter 50. Illusions created by competition. It has been shown that the value of commodities, or the price of production regulated by their total value, resolves itself into 1. A portion of value replacing constant capital, or representing past labor, which was used up in the form of means of production in making the commodity. In a word, the value or price which these means of production carried into the production process of the commodities. We are not referring at all here to individual commodities, but to commodity capital, that is, the form in which the product of the capital during a definite period of time, say a year, manifests itself. The individual commodity forms one element of commodity capital, which, moreover, so far as its value is concerned, resolves itself into the same analogous constituents. It also resolves itself into 2. The portion of value representing variable capital, which measures the income of the laborer, and is transformed into wages for him. That is, the laborer has reproduced these wages in this variable portion of value. In short, the portion of value which represents the paid portion of new labor added to the constant portion in the production of the commodities. Finally, it resolves itself into 3. Surplus value, that is, the portion of value of the produced commodities in which the unpaid labor or surplus labor is incorporated. This last portion of value, in its turn, assumes the independent forms which are at the same time forms of revenue, the forms of profit on capital, interest on capital as such, and profit of enterprise on capital as functioning capital, and ground rent, which is claimed by the owner of the land participating in the production process. The components 2 and 3, that is, the portion of value which always assumes the revenue forms of wages, profit, and rent, is distinguished from the constant component 1 by the fact that in it is embodied that entire value in which the new additional labor added to the constant part, to the means of production of the commodities, is materialized. Now, apart from the constant portion, it is correct to say that the value of a commodity, that is, to the extent that it represents newly added labor, continually resolves itself into 3 parts, which constitute 3 forms of revenue, namely wages, profit, and rent, the respective magnitudes of whose value, that is, the aliquot portions, which they constitute in the total value, are determined by the various specific laws previously developed. Footnote. In breaking down the value added to the constant portion of capital into wages, profit, and ground rent, it goes without saying that these are portions of value. One may indeed conceive of them as existing in the direct product in which this value appears, that is, in the direct product produced by labourers and capitalists in some particular sphere of production. For instance, yarn, produced in the spinning industry. But in fact, they do not materialize in this product any more or any less than in any other commodity, in any other component of the material wealth having the same value. And in practice, wages are indeed paid in money, that is, in the pure expression of value. Likewise, interest and rent. For the capitalist, the transformation of his product into the pure expression of value is indeed very important. In the distribution itself, this transformation is already assumed. Whether these values are reconverted into the same product, the same commodity, out of whose production they arose, whether the labourer buys back a part of the product directly produced by himself, or buys the product of some other labour of a different kind, has nothing to do with the matter itself. Herr Rodbertus quite unnecessarily flies into a passion about this. End of footnote. But it would be a mistake to state the converse, namely, that the value of wages, rate of profit, and rate of rent form independent constituent elements of value, whose synthesis gives rise to the value of commodities, apart from the constant component. In other words, it would be a mistake to say that they are constituent elements of the value of commodities, or of the price of production. Footnote. Quote, "It will be sufficient to remark that the same general rule which regulates the value of raw produce and manufactured commodities is applicable also to the metals, their value depending not on the rate of profits, nor on the rate of wages, nor on the rent paid for mines, but on the total quantity of labour necessary to obtain the metal and to bring it to market." Unquote. Ricardo, Principles, Chapter 3. End of footnote. The difference is easily seen. Let us assume that the value of the product of a capital of 500 is equal to 400C plus 100V plus 150S equals 650, where, as usual, C is the constant capital, V the variable capital, and S the surplus value. Let the 150S in turn be divided into 75 profit plus 75 rent. We will also assume, in order to forestall useless difficulties, that this is a capital of average composition, so that its price of production and its value coincide. This coincidence always takes place whenever the product of such an individual capital may be considered as the product of some portion, corresponding to its magnitude, of the total capital. Here, wages, measured by V equals variable capital, form 20% of the advanced capital. Surplus value, calculated on the total capital, forms 30%, namely 15% profit and 15% rent. The entire value component of the commodity representing the newly added labour is equal to 100V plus 150S equals 250. Its magnitude does not depend upon its division into wages, profit, and rent. We see from the relation of these parts to each other that labour power, which is paid with 100 in money, say £100, has supplied a quantity of labour represented by money to the amount of £250. We see from this that the labourer performed 1.5 times as much surplus labour as he did labour for himself. If the working day equals 10 hours, then he worked 4 hours for himself and 6 hours for the capitalist. Therefore, the labour of the labourers paid with £100 is expressed in a money value of £250. Apart from this value of £250, there is nothing to divide between labour and capitalist, between capitalist and landlord. It is the total value newly added to the value of the means of production, that is, 400. The specific commodity value of 250 thus produced and determined by the quantity of labour materialized in it constitutes the limit, therefore, for the dividends which the labourer, capitalist, and landlord will be able to draw from this value in the form of revenue, wages, profit, and rent. Let us assume that a capital of the same organic composition, that is, the same proportion between employed living labour power and constant capital set in motion, is compelled to pay £150 instead of £100 for the same labour power which sets in motion the constant capital of 400. And let us further assume that profit and rent share in the surplus value in different proportions. Since we have assumed that the variable capital of £150 sets the same quantity of labour in motion as did the variable capital of £100, the newly produced value would equal 250 as before, and the value of the total product would be 650, also as before. But we would then have 400C plus 150V plus 100S, and these 100S would divide, say, into 45 profit and 55 rent. The proportion in which the newly produced total value would be distributed as wages, profit, and rent would now be very different. Similarly, the magnitude of the advanced total capital would be different, although it only sets the same total quantity of labour in motion. Wages would amount to 27 3/11%, profit 8 2/11%, and rent 10% of the advanced capital. Thus, the total surplus value would be somewhat over 18%. As a result of the increase in wages, the unpaid portion of total labour would be different, and thereby the surplus value too. If the working day contained 10 hours, the labourer would have worked 6 hours for himself and only 4 hours for the capitalist. The proportions of profit and rent would also be different. The reduced surplus value would be divided in a different proportion between the capitalist and the landlord. Finally, since the value of the constant capital would have remained the same, and the value of the advanced variable capital would have risen, the reduced surplus value would express itself in a still more reduced rate of gross profit, by which we mean in this case the ratio of the total surplus value to the total advanced capital. The change in the value of wages, in the rate of profit, and in the rate of rent, whatever the effect of the laws regulating the proportions of these parts to each other, could only move within the limits set by the newly produced commodity value of 250. An exception could only take place if rent should be based on a monopoly price. This would nowise alter the law, but merely complicate the analysis. For if we consider only the product itself in this case, then only the division of surplus value would be different. But if we consider its relative value as compared with other commodities, then we should find solely this difference, that a portion of the surplus value had been transferred from them to this particular commodity. To recapitulate. In the first place, the surplus value falls 1/3 of what it was, that is, from 150 to 100. The rate of profit falls by a little more than 1/3, that is, from 30% to 18%, because the reduced surplus value must be calculated on an increased total advanced capital. But it by no means falls in the same proportion as the rate of surplus value. The latter falls from 150 over 100 to 100 over 150, that is, from 150% to 66 2/3%, whereas the rate of profit only falls from 150 over 500 to 100 over 550, or from 30% to 18 2/11%. The rate of profit, then, falls proportionately more than the mass of surplus value, but less than the rate of surplus value. We find furthermore that value, as well as mass of products, remains the same so long as the same quantity of labour is employed, although the advanced capital has increased due to the augmentation of its variable component. This increase in advanced capital would indeed be very much felt by a capitalist undertaking a new enterprise. But considering reproduction as a whole, augmentation of the variable capital merely means that a larger portion of the value newly created by newly added labour is converted into wages, and thus, in the first place, into variable capital instead of into surplus value and surplus product. The value of the product thus remains the same, because it is limited on the one hand by the value of the constant capital, equals 400, and on the other by the number 250, in which the newly added labour is represented. Both, however, remain unaltered. This product would, as before, represent the same amount of use value in the same magnitude of value, to the extent that it would itself again enter into the constant capital. Thus, the same mass of elements of constant capital would retain the same value. The matter would be different if wages were to rise not because the labourer received a larger share of his own labour, but if he received a larger portion of his own labour because the labour productivity had decreased. In this case, the total value, in which the same labour, paid and unpaid, would be incorporated, would remain the same. But the mass of products in which this quantity of labour would be incorporated would have decreased, so that the price of each aliquot portion of this product would rise, because each portion would contain more labour. The increased wages of 150 would not represent any more product than the wages of 100 did before. The reduced surplus value of 100 would represent merely 2/3 of the former product, that is, 66 2/3% of the mass of use values formerly represented by 100. In this case, the constant capital would also become dearer, to the extent that this product would enter into it. However, this would not be the result of the increase in wages, but rather the increase in wages would be a result of the increase in the price of commodities, and a result of the diminished productivity of the same quantity of labour. It appears here as though the increase in wages had made the product dearer. However, this increase is not the cause, but rather the result of a change in the value of the commodities due to the decreased productivity of labour. On the other hand, all other circumstances remaining the same, that is, if the same quantity of employed labour is still represented by 250, then if the value of the means of production employed should rise or fall, the value of the same quantity of products would rise or fall by the same magnitude. 450C plus 100V plus 150S gives a product value equal to 700. But 350C plus 100V plus 150S gives a value for the same quantity of products of only 600, as against the former 650. Hence, if the advanced capital, set in motion by the same quantity of labour, increases or decreases, then the value of the product rises or falls, other circumstances remaining the same. If the increase or decrease in advanced capital is due to a change in the magnitude of the value of the constant portion of capital. On the other hand, the value of the product remains unchanged if the increase or decrease in advanced capital is caused by a change in the magnitude of the value of the variable portion of capital, assuming the labor productivity remains the same. In the case of the constant capital, the increase or decrease in its value is not compensated for by any opposite movement. But in the case of the variable capital, assuming the labor productivity remains the same, an increase or decrease in its value is compensated for by the opposite movement on the part of the surplus value, so that the value of the variable capital plus the surplus value, that is, the value newly added by labor to the means of production and newly incorporated in the product, remains the same. But if the increase or decrease in the value of the variable capital or wages is due to a rise or fall in the price of commodities, that is, a decrease or increase in the productiveness of the labor employed by this investment of capital, then the value of the product is affected. But the rise or fall in wages in this case is not a cause, but merely an effect. On the other hand, assuming the constant capital in this illustration to remain equal to 400C, if the change from 100V plus 150S to 150V plus 100S, that is, the increase in variable capital, should be due to a decrease in the productiveness of labor, not in this particular branch of industry, say cotton spinning, but perhaps in agriculture, which provides the laborers foodstuffs, that is, due to a rise in the price of these foodstuffs, then the value of the product would remain unchanged. The value of 650 would still be represented by the same quantity of cotton yarn. It follows furthermore from this, if the decrease in the expenditure of constant capital is due to economies, etc., in lines of production whose products enter into the labourer's consumption, then this, just like the direct increase in the productivity of the employed labour itself, may lead to a decrease in wages, due to a cheapening of the means of subsistence of the labourer, and may lead, therefore, to an increase in the surplus value, so that the rate of profit in this case would grow for two reasons, namely, on the one hand, because the value of the constant capital decreases, and on the other hand, because the surplus value increases. In our consideration of the transformation of surplus value into profit, we assumed that wages do not fall but remain constant, because there we had to investigate the fluctuations in the rate of profit, independent of the changes in the rate of surplus value. Moreover, the laws developed there are general ones, and also apply to investments of capital whose products do not enter into the labourer's consumption, whereby changes in the value of the product, therefore, are without influence upon the wages. Thus, the separation and resolution of new value annually added by new labour to the means of production, or to the constant part of capital, into the various forms of revenue, viz., wages, profit, and rent, do not all alter the limits of the value itself, the total value to be distributed among the various categories, any more than a change in the mutual relations of these individual parts can change their total, this given magnitude of value. The given number 100 always remains the same, whether it is divided into 50 plus 50, or into 20 plus 70 plus 10, or into 40 plus 30 plus 30. The portion of the value of the product which is resolved into these revenues is determined just like the constant portion of the value of capital by the value of the commodities, that is, by the quantity of labour, incorporated in them in each case. Given first, then, is the quantity of value of commodities to be divided among wages, profit, and rent. In other words, the absolute limit of the sum of the portions of value of these commodities. Secondly, as concerns the individual categories themselves, their average and regulating limits are likewise given. Wages form the basis in this limitation. They are regulated by a natural law. Their lower limit is determined by the physical minimum of means of subsistence required by the labourer for the conservation of his labour power and for its reproduction, that is, by a definite quantity of commodities. The value of these commodities is determined by the labour time required for their reproduction, and thus by the portion of new labour added to the means of production, or by the portion of each working day required by the labourer for the production and reproduction of an equivalent for the value of these necessary means of subsistence. For instance, if his average daily means of subsistence have a value equal to 6 hours of average labour, then he must work on an average 6 hours per day for himself. The actual value of his labour power deviates from this physical minimum. It differs according to climate and level of social development. It depends not merely upon the physical, but also upon the historically developed social needs, which become second nature. But in every country, at a given time, this regulating average wage is a given magnitude. The value of all other revenue thus has its limit. It is always equal to the value in which the total working day, which coincides in the present case with the average working day, since it comprises the total quantity of labour set in motion by the total social capital, is incorporated, minus the portion of the working day incorporated in wages. Its limit is therefore determined by the limit of the value in which the unpaid labour is expressed, that is, by the quantity of this unpaid labour, while the portion of the working day which is required by the labourer for the reproduction of the value of his wages finds its ultimate limit in the physical minimum of wages, the other portion of the working day, in which surplus labour is incorporated, and thus the portion of value representing surplus value, finds its limit in the physical maximum of the working day, that is, in the total quantity of daily labour time during which the labourer can, in general, be active and still preserve and reproduce his labour power. Since we are here concerned with the distribution of the value which represents the total labour newly added per year, the working day may be regarded here as a constant magnitude, and is assumed as such, no matter how much or how little it may deviate from its physical maximum. The absolute limit of the portion of value which forms surplus value, and which resolves itself into profit and ground rent, is thus given. It is determined by the excess of the unpaid portion of the working day over its paid portion, that is, by the portion of the value of the total product in which this surplus labour exists. If we call the surplus value thus limited and calculated on the advanced total capital the profit, as I have done, then this profit, so far as its absolute magnitude is concerned, is equal to the surplus value, and therefore its limits are just as much determined by law as the latter. On the other hand, the level of the rate of profit is likewise a magnitude held within certain specific limits determined by the value of commodities. It is the ratio of the total surplus value to the total social capital advanced in production. If this capital equals 500, say millions, and the surplus value equals 100, then 20% constitutes the absolute limit of the rate of profit. The distribution of the social profit according to this rate among the capitals invested in the various spheres of production creates prices of production which deviate from the values of commodities and which are the real regulating average market prices. But this deviation abolishes neither the determination of prices by values nor the regular limits of profit. Instead of the value of a commodity being equal to the capital consumed in its production plus the surplus value contained in it, its price of production is now equal to the capital C consumed in its production, plus the surplus value falling to its share as a result of the general rate of profit, for instance, 20% on the capital advanced in its production, counting both the consumed and the merely employed capital. But this additional amount of 20% is itself determined by the surplus value created by the total social capital and its relation to the value of this capital. And for this reason, it is 20%, and not 10 or 100. The transformation of values into prices of production, then, does not remove the limits on profit, but merely alters its distribution among the various particular capitals which make up the social capital. That is, it distributes it uniformly among them in the proportion in which they form parts of the value of this total capital. The market prices rise above and fall below these regulating prices of production, but these fluctuations mutually balance each other. If one examines price lists over a more or less long period of time, and if one disregards those cases in which the actual value of commodities is altered by a change in the productivity of labour, and likewise those cases in which the process of production has been disturbed by natural or social accidents, one would be surprised, in the first place, by the relatively narrow limits of the deviations, and secondly, by the regularity of their mutual compensation. The same domination of the regulating averages will be found here that Quetelet pointed out in the case of social phenomena. If the equalization of the values of commodities into prices of production does not meet any obstacles, then the rent resolves itself into differential rent. That is, it is limited to the equalization of the surplus profits which would be given to some capitalists by the regulating prices of production, and which are now appropriated by the landlord. Here, then, rent has its definite limit of value in the deviations of the individual rates of profit, which are caused by the regulation of prices of production by the general rate of profit. If landed property obstructs equalization of the values of commodities into prices of production and appropriates absolute rent, then the latter is limited by the excess of the value of the agricultural products over their price of production, that is, by the excess of the surplus value contained in them over the rate of profit assigned to the capitals by the general rate of profit. This difference, then, forms the limit of the rent, which, as before, is but a definite portion of the given surplus value contained in the commodities. Finally, if equalization of surplus value into average profit meets with obstacles in the various spheres of production in the form of artificial or natural monopolies, and particularly monopoly in landed property, so that a monopoly price becomes possible which rises above the price of production and above the value of the commodities affected by such a monopoly, then the limits imposed by the value of the commodities would not thereby be removed. The monopoly price of certain commodities would merely transfer a portion of the profit of the other commodity producers to the commodities having the monopoly price. A local disturbance in the distribution of the surplus value among the various spheres of production would indirectly take place, but it would leave the limit of this surplus value itself unaltered. Should the commodity having the monopoly price enter into the necessary consumption of the labourer, it would increase the wage and thereby reduce the surplus value, assuming the labourer receives the value of his labour power as before. It could depress wages below the value of labour power, but only to the extent that the former exceed the limit of their physical minimum. In this case, the monopoly price would be paid by a deduction from real wages, that is, the quantity of use values received by the labourer for the same quantity of labour, and from the profit of the other capitalists. The limits within which the monopoly price would affect the normal regulation of the prices of commodities would be firmly fixed and accurately calculable. Thus, just as the division of the newly added value of commodities, and in general value resolvable into revenue, finds its given and regulating limits in the relation between necessary and surplus labour, wages and surplus value, so does the division of surplus value itself into profit and ground rent find its limits in the laws regulating the equalization of the rate of profit. As regards the division into interest and profit of enterprise, the average profit itself forms the limit for both taken together. It furnishes the given magnitude of value which they may split among themselves, and which alone can be so divided. The specific ratio of this division is here fortuitous, that is, it is determined exclusively by conditions of competition. Whereas in other cases the balancing of supply and demand is equivalent to elimination of the deviations in market prices from their regulating average prices, that is, elimination of the influence of competition, it is here the only determinant. But why? Because the same production factor, capital, has to divide its share of the surplus value between two owners of the same production factor. But the fact that there is no definite regular limit here for the division of the average profit does not remove its limit as part of the commodity value, just as the fact that two partners in a certain business divide their profit unequally due to different external circumstances does not affect the limits of this profit in any way. Hence, although the portion of the commodity value in which the new labour added to the value of the means of production is incorporated is divided into various parts, which in the form of revenue assume mutually independent forms, this is no reason for now considering wages, profit, and ground rent as the constituent elements which, in combination or taken altogether, are the source of the regulating price, natural price, prix nécessaire, of the commodities themselves, so that it is not the commodity value, after deducting the constant portion of value, which would be the original unit that divides into these three parts, but rather, conversely, the price of each of these three parts would be independently determined, and the price of the commodities would then be formed by adding these three independent magnitudes together. In reality, the commodity value is the magnitude which precedes the sum of the total values of wages, profit, and rent, regardless of the relative magnitudes of the latter. In the above erroneous conception, wages, profit, and rent are three independent magnitudes of value, whose total magnitude produces, limits, and determines the magnitude of the commodity value. It is evident that if wages, profit and rent were to form the price of commodities, this would apply as much to the constant portion of the commodity value as to the other portion, in which variable capital and surplus value are incorporated. Thus, this constant portion may here be left entirely out of consideration, since the value of the commodities of which it is composed would likewise resolve itself into the sum of the values of wages, profit and rent. As already noted, this conception, then, denies the very existence of such a constant portion of value. It is furthermore evident that value loses all meaning here. Only the conception of price still remains, in the sense that a certain amount of money is paid to the owner of labour power, capital, and land. But what is money? Money is not a thing, but a definite form of value. Hence, value is again presupposed. Let us say, then, that a definite amount of gold or silver is paid for these elements of production, or that it is mentally equated to them. But gold and silver, and the enlightened economist is proud of this discovery, are themselves commodities like all other commodities. The price of gold and silver is therefore likewise determined by wages, profit and rent. Hence we cannot determine wages, profit and rent by equating them to a certain amount of gold and silver, for the value of this gold and silver, by means of which they should be evaluated as in their equivalent, should be first determined precisely by them, independently of gold and silver. That is, independently of the value of any commodity, which value is precisely the product of the above three factors. Thus, to say that the value of wages, profit and rent consists in their being equivalent to a certain quantity of gold and silver would merely be saying that they are equal to a certain quantity of wages, profit and rent. Take wages first, for it is necessary to make labour the point of departure, even in this view of the matter. How, then, is the regulating price of wages determined, the price about which its market prices oscillate? Let us say that it is determined by the supply and demand of labour power. But what sort of labour power demand is this? It is a demand made by capital. The demand for labour is therefore tantamount to the supply of capital. In order to speak of a supply of capital, we should know, above all, what capital is. Of what does capital consist? If we take its simplest aspect, it consists of money and commodities. But money is merely a commodity form. Capital, then, consists of commodities. But the value of commodities, according to our assumption, is determined in the first instance by the price of the labour producing the commodities, by wages. Wages are here presupposed and are treated as a constituent element of the price of commodities. This price, then, should be determined by the ratio of available labour to capital. The price of the capital itself is equal to the price of the commodities of which it is composed. The demand by capital for labour is equal to the supply of capital, and the supply of capital is equal to the supply of a quantity of commodities of given price, and this price is regulated in the first place by the price of labour, and the price of labour, in turn, is equal to that portion of the commodity price constituting the variable capital, which is granted to the labourer in exchange for his labour. And the price of the commodities constituting this variable capital is again determined, in turn, primarily by the price of labour, for it is determined by the prices of wages, profit, and rent. In order to determine wages, we cannot, therefore, presuppose capital, for the value of the capital is itself determined in part by wages. Moreover, dragging competition into this problem does not help at all. Competition makes the market prices of labour rise or fall, but suppose supply and demand of labour are balanced. How are wages then determined? By competition. But we have just assumed that competition ceases to act as a determinant, that its influence is cancelled due to the equilibrium between its two mutually opposing forces. Indeed, it is precisely the natural price of wages that we wish to find, that is, the price of labour that is not regulated by competition, but which, on the contrary, regulates the competition. Nothing remains but to determine the necessary price of labour by the necessary means of subsistence of the labourer. But these means of subsistence are commodities which have a price. The price of labour is therefore determined by the price of the necessary means of subsistence, and the price of the means of subsistence, like that of all other commodities, is determined primarily by the price of labour. Therefore, the price of labour determined by the price of the means of subsistence is determined by the price of labour. The price of labour is determined by itself. In other words, we do not know how the price of labour is determined. Labour in this case has a price in general, because it is considered as a commodity. In order, therefore, to speak of the price of labour, we must know what price in general is. But we do not learn at all in this way what price in general is. Nevertheless, let us assume that the necessary price of labour is determined in this agreeable manner. Then how is the average profit determined? The profit of every capital under normal conditions, which constitutes the second element in the price of commodities. The average profit must be determined by an average rate of profit. How is this rate determined? By competition among the capitalists? But the competition already presupposes the existence of profit. It presupposes various rates of profit, and thus various profits, either in the same or in different spheres of production. Competition can influence the rate of profit only to the extent that it affects the prices of commodities. Competition can only make the producers within the same sphere of production sell their commodities at the same prices, and make them sell their commodities in different spheres of production at prices which will give them the same profit, the same proportional addition to the price of commodities which has already been partially determined by wages. Hence, competition can only equalize inequalities in the rate of profit. In order to equalize unequal rates of profit, profit must exist as an element in the price of commodities. Competition does not create it. It lowers or raises its level, but does not create the level which is established when equalization has been achieved. And when we speak of a necessary rate of profit, what we wish to know is precisely the rate of profit independent of the movements of competition, which in turn regulates competition itself. The average rate of profit sets in when there is an equilibrium of forces among the competing capitalists. Competition may establish this equilibrium, but not the rate of profit which makes its appearance with this equilibrium. When this equilibrium is established, why is the general rate of profit now 10 or 20 or 100%. Because of competition? No. On the contrary, competition has eliminated the causes producing deviations from 10, 20, or 100%. It has brought about a commodity price whereby every capital yields the same profit in proportion to its magnitude. The magnitude of this profit itself, however, is independent of competition. The latter merely reduces, again and again, all deviations to this magnitude. One person competes with another, and competition compels him to sell his commodities at the same price as the other. But why is this price 10 or 20 or 100? Thus, nothing remains but to declare rate of profit, and therefore profit, to be in some unaccountable manner a definite extra charge added to the price of commodities, which up to this point was determined by wages. The only thing that competition tells us is that this rate of profit must be a given magnitude. But we knew this before, when we dealt with general rate of profit and necessary price of profit. It is quite unnecessary to wade through this absurd process anew in the case of ground rent. One can see, without doing this, that when carried out more or less consistently, it makes profit and rent merely appear as definite extra charges added by unaccountable laws to the price of commodities, a price primarily determined by wages. In short, competition has to shoulder the responsibility of explaining all the meaningless ideas of the economists, whereas it should rather be the economists who explain competition. Now, disregarding here the illusion of a profit and rent being created by circulation, that is, price components arising through sale, and circulation can never give what it did not first receive, the matter simply amounts to this. Let the price of a commodity determined by wages equal 100. Let the rate of profit be 10% of wages, and the rent 15% of wages. Then the price of the commodity determined by the sum of wages, profit, and rent equals 125. This additional 25 cannot arise from the sale of the commodity. For all who sell one another commodities sell at 125 that which cost 100 in wages, which is the same as if they had all sold at 100. Thus the operation must be considered independently of the circulation process. If the three share the commodity itself, which now costs 125, and it does not alter matters any if the capitalist first sells at 125 and then pays 100 to the labourer, 10 to himself, and 15 to the landlord, the labourer receives 4/5, equals 100, of the value and of the product. The capitalist receives 2/25 of the value and of the product, and the landlord 3/25. Since the capitalist sells at 125 instead of 100, he gives the labourer only 4/5 of the product, incorporating the latter's labour. Thus it would be just the same as if he had given 80 to the labourer and retained 20, of which 8 would fall to his share and 12 to the landlord. In this case he would have sold the commodity at its value, since in fact the additions to the price represent increases that are independent of the value of the commodity, which, under the assumption made, is determined by the value of wages. This, in a roundabout way, amounts to saying that, according to this conception, the term wages, here 100, means the value of the product, that is, the sum of money in which this definite quantity of labour is represented, but that this value in turn differs from the real wage, and therefore leaves a surplus. But here the surplus is realized by a nominal addition to the price. Hence, if wages were equal to 110 instead of 100, the profit would have to be equal to 11, and the ground rent 16.5, so that the price of the commodity would equal 137.5. This would leave the proportions unaltered. But since the division would always be obtained by way of a nominal addition of definite percentages to wages, the price would rise and fall with the wages. Wages are here first set equal to the value of the commodity, and then divorced from it again. In fact, however, this amounts to saying in a roundabout and meaningless way that the value of the commodity is determined by the quantity of labour contained in it, whereas the value of wages is determined by the price of the necessary means of subsistence, and the excess of value above the wage forms profit and rent. The splitting of the value of commodities after subtracting the value of the means of production consumed in their creation, the splitting of this given quantity of value, determined by the quantity of labour incorporated in the produced commodities, into three component parts which assume, as wages, profit and rent, independent and mutually unrelated forms of revenue, this splitting appears in a perverted form on the surface of capitalist production, and consequently in the minds of those captivated by the latter. Let the total value of a certain commodity equal 300, of which 200 is the value of the means of production or elements of constant capital consumed in its production. This leaves 100 as the amount of new value added to the commodity during its process of production. This new value of 100 is all that is available for division among the three forms of revenue. If we let wages equal X, profit equal Y, and ground rent equal Z, then the sum of X plus Y plus Z will always equal 100 in our case. But to the industrialists, merchants and bankers, and to the vulgar economists, this appears quite different. For them, the value of the commodity, after subtracting the value of the means of production consumed by it, is not given as equal to 100, this 100 then being divided into X, Y, and Z, but rather the price of the commodity simply consists of the value of wages, the value of profit, and the value of rent, which magnitudes are determined independently of the value of the commodity and of each other, so that X, Y, and Z are each given and determined independently, and only from the sum of these magnitudes, which may be smaller or larger than 100, is the magnitude of value of the commodity itself obtained by adding these component values together. This quid pro quo is inevitable because, first, the component parts of the value of a commodity appear as independent revenues in relation to one another, and as such are related to three very dissimilar production factors, namely labour, capital, and land, and therefore they seem to arise from the latter. Ownership of labour power, capital, and land is the cause for these various component values of commodities falling to the share of the respective owners, and thus transforming themselves into revenue for them. But the value does not arise from a transformation into revenue. It must rather exist before it can be converted into revenue, before it can assume this form. The illusion that the opposite is true is strengthened all the more as the determination of the relative magnitudes of these three components in relation to one another follows different laws, whose connection with and limitation by the value of the commodities themselves nowise appears on the surface. Secondly, we have seen that a general rise or fall in wages, by causing a movement of the general rate of profit in the opposite direction, other circumstances remaining the same, changes the prices of production of the various commodities, that is, raises some and lowers others, depending on the average composition of capital in the respective spheres of production. Thus, experience shows here that in some spheres of production, at any rate, the average price of a commodity rises because wages have risen, and falls because wages have fallen. But experience does not show that the value of commodities, which is independent of wages, secretly regulates these changes. However, if the rise in wages is local, if it only takes place in particular spheres of production as a result of special circumstances, then a corresponding nominal rise in the prices of these commodities may occur. This rise in the relative value of one kind of commodity in relation to the others, for which wages have remained unchanged, is then merely a reaction against the local disturbance in the uniform distribution of surplus value among the various spheres of production, a means of equalizing the particular rates of profit into the general rate. Experience shows in this case that wages again determine the price. Thus, in both of these cases, experience shows that wages determine the prices of commodities, but experience does not show the hidden cause of this interrelation. Furthermore, the average price of labor, that is, the value of labor power, is determined by the production price of the necessary means of subsistence. If the latter rises or falls, the former rises or falls accordingly. Thus, experience again shows the existence of a connection between wages and the price of commodities. But the cause may appear as an effect, and the effect as a cause, which is also the case in the movements of market prices, where a rise of wages above their average corresponds to the rise of market prices above the prices of production during periods of prosperity, and the subsequent fall of wages below their average corresponds to a fall of market prices below the prices of production. To the dependence of prices of production upon the values of commodities, prima facie there would always have to correspond, apart from the oscillatory movements of market prices, the experience that whenever wages rise, the rate of profit falls, and vice versa. But we have seen that the rate of profit may be determined by movements in the value of constant capital, independently of the movements of wages, so that wages and rate of profit, instead of moving in opposite directions, may move in the same direction, may rise or fall together. If the rate of surplus value were to directly coincide with the rate of profit, this would not be possible. Similarly, if wages should rise as a result of a rise in the prices of the means of subsistence, the rate of profit may remain the same, or even rise, due to greater intensity of labor or prolongation of the working day. All these experiences bear out the illusion created by the independent and distorted form of the component values, namely, that either wages alone or wages and profit together determine the value of commodities. Once such an illusion appears with respect to wages, once the price of labor and the value created by labor seem to coincide, the same automatically applies to profit and rent. Their prices, that is, their money expression, must then be regulated independently of labour and of the value created by the latter. Thirdly, let us assume that according to direct experience, the values of a commodity, or the prices of production, which merely appear to be independent of the values, always coincide with the market prices of the commodity rather than merely prevailing as the regulating average prices by constant compensation of the continual fluctuations in market price. Let us assume, furthermore, that reproduction always takes place under the same unaltered conditions, that is, labour productivity remains constant in all elements of capital. Finally, let us assume that the component value of the commodity product, which is formed in every sphere of production by the addition of a new quantity of labour, that is, a newly produced value, to the value of the means of production, always splits into constant proportions of wages, profit, and rent, so that the wage actually paid always directly coincides with the value of labour power, the profit actually realised, with the portion of the total surplus value which falls to the share of every independently functioning part of the total capital by virtue of the average rate of profit, and that the actual rent is always limited by the bounds within which ground rent on this basis is normally confined. In a word, let us assume that the division of the socially produced values and the regulation of the prices of production takes place on a capitalist basis, but that competition is eliminated. Thus, under these assumptions, namely, if the value of commodities were constant and appeared so, if the component value of the commodity product, which resolves itself into revenues, were to remain a constant magnitude and always appeared as such, and finally, if this given and constant component value always split into constant proportions of wages, profit, and rent, even under these assumptions, the real movement would necessarily appear in distorted form, not as the splitting of a previously given magnitude of value into three parts which assume mutually independent forms of revenue, but, on the contrary, as the formation of this magnitude of value from the sum of the independent and separately determined, each by itself, constituent elements, wages, profit, and ground rent. This illusion would necessarily arise because in the actual movement of individual capitals and the commodities produced by them, not the value of commodities would appear to be a precondition of its splitting, but conversely, the components into which it is split function as a precondition of the value of the commodities. In the first place, we have seen that to every capitalist, the cost price of his commodities appears as a given magnitude, and continually appears as such in the actual price of production. The cost price, however, is equal to the value of the constant capital, the advanced means of production, plus the value of labour power, which, however, appears to the agent of production in the irrational form of the price of labour, so that wages simultaneously appear as revenue of the labourer. The average price of labour is a given magnitude, because the value of labour power, like that of any other commodity, is determined by the necessary labour time required for its reproduction. But as concerns that portion of the value of commodities which is embodied in wages, it does not arise from the fact that it assumes this form of wages, that the capitalist advances to the labourer his share of his own product in the form of wages, but from the fact that the labourer produces an equivalent for his wages, that is, that a portion of his daily or annual labour produces the value contained in the price of his labour power. But wages are stipulated by contract before their corresponding value equivalent has been produced. As an element of price, whose magnitude is given before the commodity and its value have been produced as a constituent part of the cost price, wages thereby do not appear as a portion which detaches itself in independent form from the total value of the commodity, but rather conversely as a given magnitude which predetermines this value, that is, as a creator of price and value. A role similar to that of wages in the cost price of commodities is played by the average profit in their price of production, for the price of production is equal to cost price plus average profit on the advanced capital. This average profit figures practically, in the mind and calculation of the capitalist himself, as a regulating element, not merely insofar as it determines the transfer of capitals from one sphere of investment into another, but also in all sales and contracts, which embrace a process of reproduction extending over long periods. But so far as it figures in this manner, it is a pre-existent magnitude, which is in fact independent of the value and surplus value produced in any particular sphere of production, and thus even more so in the case of any individual investment of capital in any sphere of production. Rather than appearing as a result of a splitting of value, it manifests itself much more as a magnitude independent of the value of the produced commodities, as pre-existing in the process of production of commodities, and itself determining the average price of the commodities, that is, as a creator of value. Indeed, the surplus value, owing to the separation of its various portions into mutually, completely unrelated forms, appears in still more concrete form as a prerequisite for creating commodity value. A part of the average profit in the form of interest confronts the functioning capitalist independently as an assumed element in the production of commodities and of their value. No matter how much the magnitude of the interest fluctuates, at each moment and for every capitalist it is a given magnitude, entering into the cost price of the commodities produced by him as individual capitalist. The same role is played by ground rent in the form of lease money fixed by contract for the agricultural capitalist, and in the form of rent for business premises in the case of other entrepreneurs. These portions into which surplus value is split, being given as elements of cost price for the individual capitalist, appear conversely therefore as creators of surplus value, creators of a portion of the price of commodities, just as wages create the other. The secret, wherefore these products of the splitting of commodity value constantly appear as prerequisites for the formation of value itself, is simply this, that the capitalist mode of production, like any other, does not merely constantly reproduce the material product, but also the social and economic relations, the characteristic economic forms of its creation. Its result, therefore, appears just as constantly presupposed by it as its presuppositions appear as its results. And it is this continual reproduction of the same relations which the individual capitalist anticipates as self-evident, as an indubitable fact. So long as the capitalist mode of production persists as such, a portion of the newly added labour continually resolves itself into wages, another into profit, interest and profit of enterprise, and a third into rent. In contracts between the owners of various agencies of production, this is always assumed, and this assumption is correct, however much the relative proportions may fluctuate in individual cases. The definite form in which the parts of value confront each other is presupposed because it is continually reproduced, and it is continually reproduced because it is continually presupposed. To be sure, experience and appearance now also demonstrate that market prices, in whose influence the capitalist actually sees the only determination of value, are by no means dependent upon such anticipation, so far as their magnitude is concerned, that they do not correspond to whether the interest or rent were set high or low. But the market prices are constant only in their variation, and their average over longer periods results precisely in the respective averages of wages, profit, and rent as the constant magnitudes, and therefore, in the last analysis, those dominating the market prices. On the other hand, it seems plain on reflection that if wages, profit, and rent are creators of value, since they seem to be presupposed in the production of value and are assumed by the individual capitalist in his cost price and price of production, then the constant portion, whose value enters as given into the production of every commodity, is also a creator of value. But the constant portion of capital is no more than a sum of commodities, and therefore of commodity values. Thus we should arrive at the absurd tautology that commodity value is the creator and cause of commodity value. However, if the capitalist were at all interested in reflecting about this, and his reflections as capitalist are dictated exclusively by his interests and self-interested motives, experience would show him that the product which he himself produces enters into other spheres of production as a constant portion of capital, and that products of these other production spheres enter into his own product as constant portions of capital. Since the additional value, so far as his new production is concerned, seems to be formed, from his point of view, by the magnitude of wages, profit, and rent, then this also holds good for the constant portion consisting of the products of other capitalists. And thus the price of the constant portion of capital, and thereby the total value of the commodities, reduces itself in the final analysis, although in a manner which is somewhat unaccountable, to a sum of values resulting from the addition of independent creators of value, wages, profit, and rent, which are regulated according to different laws and arise from different sources. Fourthly, whether the commodities are sold at their values or not, and hence the determination of value itself, is quite immaterial for the individual capitalist. It is, from the very outset, a process that takes place behind his back, and is controlled by the force of circumstances independent of himself, because it is not the values, but the divergent prices of production which form the regulating average prices in every sphere of production. The determination of value as such interests and has a determining effect on the individual capitalist and the capital in each particular sphere of production only in so far as the reduced or increased quantity of labour required to produce commodities, as a consequence of a rise or fall in productiveness of labour, enables him in one instance to make an extra profit at the prevailing market prices, and compels him in another to raise the price of his commodities, because more wages, more constant capital, and thus more interest fall upon each portion of the product or individual commodity. It interests him only in so far as it raises or lowers the cost of production of commodities for himself, thus only insofar as it makes his position exceptional. On the other hand, wages, interest, and rent appear to him as regulating limits not only of the price at which he can realize the profit of enterprise, the portion of profit falling to his share as functioning capitalist, but also at which he must generally be able to sell his commodities if continued reproduction is to take place. It is quite immaterial to him whether or not he realizes, through sale, the value and surplus value incorporated in his commodities, provided only that he makes the customary, or larger, profit of enterprise at given prices, over and above his individual cost price determined by wages, interest, and rent. Apart from the constant portion of capital, wages, interest, and rent appear to him, therefore, as the limiting and thereby productive determining elements of the commodity price. Should he succeed, for example, in depressing wages below the value of labour power, that is, below its normal level, in obtaining capital at a lower interest rate, and in paying less lease money than the normal amount for rent, then it is completely irrelevant to him whether he sells his product below its value, or even below the general price of production, thereby giving away gratis a portion of the surplus labour contained in the commodities. This also applies to the constant portion of capital. If an industrialist, for example, can buy his raw material below its price of production, then this buffers him against loss, even should he sell it in the finished product under its price of production. His profit of enterprise may remain the same or even increase if only the excess of the commodity price over its elements, which must be paid, replaced by an equivalent, remains the same or increases. But aside from the value of the means of production which enter into the production of his commodities as a given price magnitude, it is precisely wages, interest, and rent which enter into this production as limiting and regulating price magnitudes. Consequently, they appear to him as the elements determining the price of the commodities. Profit of enterprise, from this standpoint, seems to be either determined by the excess of market prices, dependent upon accidental conditions of competition, over the inherent value of commodities determined by the aforementioned elements of price, or, to the extent that this profit itself exerts a determining influence upon market prices, it seems itself, in turn, dependent upon the competition between buyers and sellers. In the competition of individual capitalists among themselves, as well as in the competition on the world market, it is the given and assumed magnitudes of wages, interest, and rent which enter into the calculation as constant and regulating magnitudes. Constant, not in the sense of being unalterable magnitudes, but in the sense that they are given in each individual case and constitute the constant limit for the continually fluctuating market prices. For instance, in competition on the world market, it is solely a question of whether commodities can be sold advantageously with existing wages, interest, and rent at or below existing general market prices, that is, realizing a corresponding profit of enterprise. If wages and the price of land are low in one country, while interest on capital is high because the capitalist mode of production has not been developed generally, whereas in another country wages and the price of land are nominally high, while interest on capital is low, then the capitalist employs more labour and land in the one country, and in the other relatively more capital. These factors enter into calculation as determining elements insofar as competition between these two capitalists is possible. Here, then, experience shows theoretically, and the self-interested calculation of the capitalist shows practically, that the prices of commodities are determined by wages, interest, and rent, by the price of labour, capital, and land, and that these elements of price are indeed the regulating constituent factors of price. Of course, there always remains an element here which is not assumed, but which results from the market price of commodities, namely, the excess above the cost price formed by the addition of the aforementioned elements, wages, interest, and rent. This fourth element seems to be determined by competition in each individual case, and in the average case by the average profit, which in its turn is regulated by this same competition, only over longer periods. Fifthly, on the basis of the capitalist mode of production, it becomes so much a matter of course to split up the value in which newly added labour is represented into the forms of revenue of wages, profit, and ground rent, that this method is applied, leaving aside earlier stages of history from which we gave illustrations in our study of ground rent, even where the preconditions for these forms of revenue are missing. That is, all is subsumed by analogy under these forms of revenue. When an independent labourer, let us take a small farmer, since all three forms of revenue may here be applied, works for himself and sells his own product, he is first considered as his own employer, capitalist, who makes use of himself as a labourer, and second as his own landlord, who makes use of himself as his own tenant. To himself as wage worker he pays wages, to himself as capitalist he gives the profit, and to himself as landlord he pays rent. Assuming the capitalist mode of production and the relations corresponding to it to be the general basis of society, this subsumption is correct, insofar as it is not thanks to his labour, but to his ownership of means of production, which have assumed here the general form of capital, that he is in a position to appropriate his own surplus labour, and, furthermore, to the extent that he produces his product as commodities and thus depends upon its price, and even if not, this price is calculable, the quantity of surplus labour which he can realize depends not on its own magnitude, but on the general rate of profit. And likewise any eventual excess above the amount of surplus value determined by the general rate of profit is, in turn, not determined by the quantity of labour performed by him, but can be appropriated by him only because he is owner of the land. Since such a form of production, not corresponding to the capitalist mode of production, may thus be subsumed under its forms of revenue, and to a certain extent not incorrectly, the illusion is all the more strengthened that capitalist relations are the natural relations of every mode of production. Of course, if wages are reduced to their general basis, namely to that portion of the product of the producer's own labour which passes over into the individual consumption of the labourer, if we relieve this portion of its capitalist limitations and extend it to that volume of consumption which is permitted, on the one hand, by the existing productivity of society, that is, the social productivity of his own individual labour as actually social, and which, on the other hand, the full development of the individuality requires, if, furthermore, we reduce the surplus labour and surplus product to that measure which is required under prevailing conditions of production of society, on the one side to create an insurance and reserve fund, and on the other to constantly expand reproduction to the extent dictated by social needs. Finally, if we include in 1. the necessary labour, and in 2. the surplus labour, the quantity of labour which must always be performed by the able-bodied on behalf of the immature or incapacitated members of society, that is, if we strip both wages and surplus value, both necessary and surplus labour, of their specifically capitalist character, then certainly there remain not these forms, but merely their rudiments, which are common to all social modes of production. Moreover, this method of subsumption was also characteristic of previous dominant modes of production, for example, feudalism. Production relations which nowise corresponded to it, standing entirely beyond it, were subsumed under feudal relations. For example, in England, the tenures in common socage, as distinct from tenures on knight's service, which comprised merely monetary obligations, compare rent, and were feudal in name only. Chapter 51. Distribution relations and production relations. The new value added by the annual newly added labour, and thus also that portion of the annual product in which this value is represented, and which may be drawn out of the total output and separated from it, is thus split into 3 parts, which assume 3 different forms of revenue, into forms which express one portion of this value as belonging or falling to the share of the owner of labour power, another portion to the owner of capital, and a third portion to the owner of landed property. These, then, are relations, or forms of distribution, for they express the relations under which the newly produced total value is distributed among the owners of the various production factors. From the common viewpoint, these distribution relations appear as natural relations, as relations arising directly from the nature of all social production, from the laws of human production in general. It cannot indeed be denied that pre-capitalist societies disclose other modes of distribution, but these are interpreted as undeveloped, unperfected, and disguised, not reduced to their purest expression and their highest form, differently shaded modes of the natural distribution relations. The only correct aspect of this conception is, assuming some form of social production to exist, for example, primitive Indian communities, or the more ingeniously developed communism of the Peruvians, a distinction can always be made between that portion of labour whose product is directly consumed individually by the producers and their families, and, aside from the part which is productively consumed, that portion of labour which is invariably surplus labour, whose product serves constantly to satisfy the general social needs, no matter how this surplus product may be divided, and no matter who may function as representative of these social needs. Thus the identity of the various modes of distribution amounts merely to this. They are identical if we abstract from their differences and specific forms, and keep in mind only their unity as distinct from their dissimilarity. A more advanced, more critical mind, however, admits the historically developed character of distribution relations, but nevertheless clings all the more tenaciously to the unchanging character of production relations themselves, arising from human nature, and thus independent of all historical development. On the other hand, scientific analysis of the capitalist mode of production demonstrates the contrary, that it is a mode of production of a special kind, with specific historical features. That, like any other specific mode of production, it presupposes a given level of the social productive forces and their forms of development as its historical precondition. A precondition which is itself the historical result and product of a preceding process, and from which the new mode of production proceeds as its given basis. That the production relations corresponding to this specific, historically determined mode of production, relations which human beings enter into during the process of social life in the creation of their social life, possess a specific historical and transitory character, and finally, that the distribution relations essentially coincident with these production relations are their opposite side, so that both share the same historically transitory character. In the study of distribution relations, the initial point of departure is the alleged fact that the annual product is apportioned among wages, profit, and rent. But if so expressed, it is a misstatement. The product is apportioned on one side to capital, on the other to revenue. One of these revenues, wages, never itself assumes the form of revenue of the labourer, until after it has first confronted this labourer in the form of capital. The confrontation of produced conditions of labour and of the products of labour generally as capital with the direct producers implies from the outset a definite social character of the material conditions of labour in relation to the labourers, and thereby a definite relationship into which they enter with the owners of the means of production and among themselves during production itself. The transformation of these conditions of labour into capital implies in turn the expropriation of the direct producers from the land, and thus a definite form of landed property. If one portion of the product were not transformed into capital, the other would not assume the forms of wages, profit, and rent. On the other hand, if the capitalist mode of production presupposes this definite social form of the conditions of production, so does it reproduce it continually. It produces not merely the material products, but reproduces continually the production relations in which the former are produced, and thereby also the corresponding distribution relations. It may be said, of course, that capital itself, and landed property, which it includes as its antithesis, already presupposes a distribution, the expropriation of the labourer from the conditions of labour, the concentration of these conditions in the hands of a minority of individuals, the exclusive ownership of land by other individuals, in short, all the relations which have been described in the part dealing with primitive accumulation. Volume 1, Part 8. But this distribution differs altogether from what is understood by distribution relations when the latter are endowed with a historical character, in contradistinction to production relations. What is meant thereby are the various titles to that portion of the product which goes into individual consumption. The aforementioned distribution relations, on the contrary, are the basis of special social functions performed within the production relations by certain of their agents, as opposed to the direct producers. They imbue the conditions of production themselves and their representatives with a specific social quality. They determine the entire character and the entire movement of production. Capitalist production is distinguished from the outset by two characteristic features. Firstly, it produces its products as commodities. The fact that it produces commodities does not differentiate it from other modes of production, but rather the fact that being a commodity is the dominant and determining characteristic of its products. This implies, first and foremost, that the labourer himself comes forward merely as a seller of commodities, and thus as a free wage labourer, so that labour appears in general as wage labour. In view of what has already been said, it is superfluous to demonstrate anew that the relation between capital and wage labour determines the entire character of the mode of production. The principal agents of this mode of production itself, the capitalist and the wage labourer, are as such merely embodiments, personifications of capital and wage labour, definite social characteristics stamped upon individuals by the process of social production, the products of these definite social production relations. The characteristic 1 of the product as a commodity and 2 of the commodity as a product of capital already implies all circulation relations, that is, a definite social process through which the products must pass and in which they assume definite social characteristics. It likewise implies definite relations of the production agents by which the value expansion of their product and its reconversion, either into means of subsistence or into means of production, are determined. But even apart from this, the entire determination of value and the regulation of the total production by value results from the two characteristics of the product as a commodity or of the commodity as a capitalistically produced commodity. In this entirely specific form of value, labour prevails on the one hand solely as social labour. On the other hand, the distribution of this social labour and the mutual supplementing and interchanging of its products, the subordination under and introduction into the social mechanism, are left to the accidental and mutually nullifying motives of individual capitalists. Since these latter confront one another only as commodity owners, and everyone seeks to sell his commodity as dearly as possible, apparently even guided in the regulation of production itself solely by his own free will, the inner law enforces itself only through their competition, their mutual pressure upon each other, whereby the deviations are mutually cancelled. Only as an inner law, vis-à-vis the individual agents as a blind law of nature, does the law of value exert its influence here, and maintain the social equilibrium of production amidst its accidental fluctuations. Furthermore, already implicit in the commodity, and even more so in the commodity as a product of capital, is the materialization of the social features of production, and the personification of the material foundations of production, which characterize the entire capitalist mode of production. The second distinctive feature of the capitalist mode of production is the production of surplus value as the direct aim and determining motive of production. Capital produces essentially capital, and does so only to the extent that it produces surplus value. Our discussion of relative surplus value shows us, and further, in considering the transformation of surplus value into profit, how a mode of production peculiar to the capitalist period is founded hereon, a special form of development of the social productive powers of labour, but confronting the labourer as powers of capital rendered independent, and standing in direct opposition, therefore, to the labourer's own development. Production for value and surplus value implies, as has been shown in the course of our analysis, the constantly operating tendency to reduce the labour time necessary for the production of a commodity, that is, its value, below the actually prevailing social average. The pressure to reduce cost price to its minimum becomes the strongest lever for raising the social productiveness of labour, which, however, appears here only as a continual increase in the productiveness of capital. The authority assumed by the capitalist as the personification of capital in the direct process of production, the social function performed by him in his capacity as manager and ruler of production, is essentially different from the authority exercised on the basis of production by means of slaves, serfs, etc. Whereas, on the basis of capitalist production, the mass of direct producers is confronted by the social character of their production in the form of strictly regulating authority and a social mechanism of the labour process organized as a complete hierarchy, this authority reaching its bearers, however, only as the personification of the conditions of labour in contrast to labour, and not as political or theocratic rulers as under earlier modes of production. Among the bearers of this authority, the capitalists themselves, who confront one another only as commodity owners, there reigns complete anarchy, within which the social interrelations of production assert themselves only as an overwhelming natural law in relation to individual free will. Only because labour pre-exists in the form of wage labour, and the means of production in the form of capital, that is, solely because of this specific social form of these essential production factors, does a part of the value, product, appear as surplus value, and this surplus value as profit, rent, as the gain of the capitalist, as additional available wealth belonging to him. But only because this surplus value thus appears as his profit, do the additional means of production, which are intended for the expansion of reproduction, and which constitute a part of this profit, present themselves as new additional capital, and the expansion of the process of reproduction in general as a process of capitalist accumulation. Although the form of labour as wage labour is decisive for the form of the entire process and the specific mode of production itself, it is not wage labour which determines value. In the determination of value, it is a question of social labour time in general, the quantity of labour which society generally has at its disposal, and whose relative absorption by the various products determines, as it were, their respective social importance. The definite form in which the social labour time prevails as decisive in the determination of the value of commodities is of course connected with the form of labour as wage labour, and with the corresponding form of the means of production as capital, insofar as solely on this basis does commodity production become the general form of production. Let us moreover consider the so-called distribution relations themselves. The wage presupposes wage labour, and profit capital. These definite forms of distribution thus presuppose definite social characteristics of production conditions, and definite social relations of production agents. The specific distribution relations are thus merely the expression of the specific historical production relations. And now let us consider profit. This specific form of surplus value is the precondition for the fact that the new creation of means of production takes place in the form of capitalist production, thus a relation dominating reproduction, although it seems to the individual capitalist as if he could in reality consume his entire profit as revenue. However, he thereby meets barriers, even in the form of insurance and reserve funds laws of competition, etc., which hamper him and prove to him, in practice, that profit is not a mere distribution category of the individually consumable product. The entire process of capitalist production is furthermore regulated by the prices of the products. But the regulating prices of production are themselves, in turn, regulated by the equalization of the rate of profit and its corresponding distribution of capital among the various social spheres of production. Profit, then, appears here as the main factor, not of the distribution of products, but of their production itself, as a factor in the distribution of capitals and labour itself among the various spheres of production. The division of profit into profit of enterprise and interest appears as the distribution of the same revenue, but it arises, to begin with, from the development of capital as a self-expanding value, a creator of surplus value, that is, from this specific social form of the prevailing process of production. It evolves credit and credit institutions out of itself, and thereby the form of production. As interest, etc., the ostensible distribution forms enter into the price as determining production factors. Ground rent might seem to be a mere form of distribution, because landed property as such does not perform any, or at least any normal, function in the process of production itself. But the circumstance that 1. Rent is limited to the excess above the average profit, and that 2. The landlord is reduced from the manager and master of the process of production and of the entire process of social life to the position of mere lessor of land, usurer in land, and mere collector of rent, is a specific historical result of the capitalist mode of production. The fact that the earth received the form of landed property is a historical precondition for this. The fact that landed property assumes forms which permit the capitalist mode of operation in agriculture is a product of the specific character of this mode of production. The income of the landlord may be called rent, even under other forms of society, but it differs essentially from rent as it appears in this mode of production. The so-called distribution relations, then, correspond to and arise from historically determined specific social forms of the process of production and mutual relations entered into by men in the reproduction process of human life. The historical character of these distribution relations is the historical character of production relations, of which they express merely one aspect. Capitalist distribution differs from those forms of distribution which arise from other modes of production, and every form of distribution disappears with the specific form of production from which it is descended and to which it corresponds. The view which regards only distribution relations as historical, but not production relations, is, on the one hand, solely the view of the initial but still handicapped criticism of bourgeois economy. On the other hand, it rests on the confusion and identification of the process of social production with the simple labour process, such as might even be performed by an abnormally isolated human being without any social assistance. To the extent that the labour process is solely a process between man and nature, its simple elements remain common to all social forms of development. But each specific historical form of this process further develops its material foundations and social forms. Whenever a certain stage of maturity has been reached, the specific historical form is discarded and makes way for a higher one. The moment of arrival of such a crisis is disclosed by the depth and breadth attained by the contradictions and antagonisms between the distribution relations and thus the specific historical form of their corresponding production relations on the one hand, and the productive forces, the production powers, and the development of their agencies on the other hand. A conflict then ensues between the material development of production and its social form. See the work on competition and cooperation, 1832. Chapter 52. Classes. The owners merely of labour power, owners of capital, and landowners, whose respective sources of income are wages, profit, and ground rent, in other words, wage labourers, capitalists, and landowners, constitute then three big classes of modern society based upon the capitalist mode of production. In England, modern society is indisputably most highly and classically developed in economic structure. Nevertheless, even here the stratification of classes does not appear in its pure form. Middle and intermediate strata even here obliterate lines of demarcation everywhere, although incomparably less in rural districts than in the cities. However, this is immaterial for our analysis. We have seen that the continual tendency and law of development of the capitalist mode of production is more and more to divorce the means of production from labour, and more to concentrate the scattered means of production into large groups, thereby transforming labour into wage labour, and the means of production into capital. And to this tendency, on the other hand, corresponds the independent separation of landed property from capital and labour, or the transformation of all landed property into the form of landed property corresponding to the capitalist mode of production. Footnote. Friedrich List remarks correctly, quote, "The prevalence of a self-sufficient economy on large estates demonstrates solely the lack of civilization, means of communication, domestic trades, and wealthy cities. It is to be encountered, therefore, throughout Russia, Poland, Hungary, and Mecklenburg. Formerly it was also prevalent in England. With the advance of trades and commerce, however, this was replaced by the breaking up into middle estates and the leasing of land." Unquote. Die Ackerverfassung, die Zwergwirtschaft und die Auswanderung. The Arable Constitution, the Dwarf Economy, and Emigration, 1842. End of footnote. The first question to be answered is this: what constitutes a class? And the reply to this follows naturally from the reply to another question, namely, what makes wage labourers, capitalists, and landlords constitute the three great social classes? At first glance, the identity of revenues and sources of revenue. There are three great social groups whose members, the individuals forming them, live on wages, profit, and ground rent, respectively, on the realization of their labour power, their capital, and their landed property. However, from this standpoint, physicians and officials, for example, would also constitute two classes, for they belong to two distinct social groups, the members of each of these groups receiving their revenue from one and the same source. The same would also be true of the infinite fragmentation of interest and rank into which the division of social labour splits labourers as well as capitalists and landlords, the latter, for example, into owners of vineyards, farm owners, owners of forests, mine owners, and owners of fisheries. Here, the manuscript breaks off. Supplement by Frederick Engels. Introduction. The third book of Capital is receiving many and various interpretations ever since it has been subject to public judgment. It was not to be otherwise expected. In publishing it, what I was chiefly concerned with was to produce as authentic a text as possible, to demonstrate the new results obtained by Marx in Marx's own words as far as possible, to intervene myself only where absolutely unavoidable, and even then to leave the reader in no doubt as to who was talking to him. This has been deprecated. It has been said that I should have converted the material available to me in a systematically written book, en faire un livre, as the French say. In other words, sacrifice the authenticity of the text to the reader's convenience. But this was not how I conceived my task. I lacked all justification for such a revision. A man like Marx has the right to be heard himself, to pass on his scientific discoveries to posterity in the full genuineness of his own presentation. Moreover, I had no desire thus to infringe, as it must seem to me, upon the legacy of so preeminent a man. It would have meant to me a breach of faith. And third, it would have been quite useless. For the people who cannot or do not want to read, who, even in Volume 1, took more trouble to understand it wrongly than was necessary to understand it correctly, for such people it is altogether useless to put oneself out in any way. But for those who are interested in a real understanding, the original text itself was precisely the most important thing. For them my recasting would have had at most the value of a commentary, and what is more, a commentary on something unpublished and inaccessible. The original text would have had to be referred to at the first controversy, and at the second and third its publication in extenso would have become quite unavoidable. Such controversies are a matter of course in a work that contains so much that is new, and in a hastily sketched and partly incomplete first draft to boot. And here my intervention, of course, can be of use, to eliminate difficulties in understanding, to bring more to the fore important aspects whose significance is not strikingly enough evident in the text, and to make some important additions to the text written in 1865 to fit the state of affairs in 1895. Indeed, there are already 2 points which seem to me to require a brief discussion. Law of value and rate of profit. It was to be expected that the solution of the apparent contradiction between these two factors would lead to debates just as much after as before the publication of Marx's text. Some were prepared for a complete miracle, and find themselves disappointed because they see a simple, rational, prosaically sober solution of the contradiction, instead of the hocus-pocus they had expected. Most joyfully disappointed, of course, is the well-known, illustrious Oloria. He has at last found the Archimedean fulcrum from which even a gnome of his caliber can lift the solidly built, gigantic Marxian structure into the air and explode it. "What?" he declaims indignantly. "Is that supposed to be a solution? That is pure mystification. When economists speak of value, they mean value that is actually established in exchange." Quote, "No economist with any trace of sense has ever concerned himself, or will ever want to concern himself, with a value which commodities do not sell for, and never can sell for. Ne possono vendersi mai. In asserting that the value for which commodities never sell is proportional to the labor they contain, what does Marx do except repeat in an inverted form the thesis of the orthodox economists, that the value for which commodities sell is not proportional to the labor expended on them? Matters are not helped by Marx's saying that despite the divergency of individual prices from individual values, the total price of all commodities always coincides with their total value, or the amount of labour contained in the totality of the commodities. For inasmuch as value is nothing more than the exchange ratio between one commodity and another, the very concept of a total value is an absurdity, nonsense, a contradiction in terms." Unquote. At the very beginning of the book, he argues, Marx says that exchange can equate two commodities only by virtue of a similar and equally large element contained in them, namely, the equal amount of labour. And now he most solemnly repudiates himself by asserting that commodities exchange with one another in a totally different ratio than that of the amount of labour contained in them. Quote, "Was there ever such an utter reductio ad absurdum, such complete theoretical bankruptcy? Was ever scientific suicide committed with greater pomp and more solemnity?" Unquote. Nuova Antologia, February 1st, 1895. We see. Our Loria is more than happy. Wasn't he right in treating Marx as one of his own, as an ordinary charlatan? There you see it. Marx sneers at his public, just like Loria. He lives on mystification, just like the most insignificant Italian professor of economics. But whereas Dulcamara can afford that because he knows his trade, the clumsy northerner, Marx, commits nothing but ineptitudes, writes nonsense and absurdities, so that there is nothing left finally for him but solemn suicide. Let us save for later the statement that commodities have never been sold, nor ever can be sold, at the values determined by labour. Let us deal here merely with Mr. Loria's assurance that, quote, "value is nothing more than the exchange ratio between one commodity and another, and that therefore the very concept of a total value is an absurdity, nonsense." Unquote. The ratio in which two commodities are exchanged for each other, their value, is therefore something purely accidental, stuck onto the commodities from the outside, which can be one thing today and something else tomorrow. Whether a metric hundredweight of wheat is exchanged for a gram or a kilogram of gold does not in the least depend upon conditions inherent in that wheat or gold. For otherwise these conditions would also have to assert themselves in the exchange, dominate the latter on the whole, and also have an independent existence apart from exchange, so that one could speak of a total value of commodities. That is nonsense, says the illustrious Loria. No matter in what ratio two commodities may be exchanged for each other, that is their value, and that's all there is to it. Hence value is identical with price, and every commodity has as many values as the prices it can get. And price is determined by supply and demand, and anyone asking any more questions is a fool to expect an answer. But there is a little hitch to the matter. In the normal state, supply and demand balance. Therefore, let us divide all the commodities in the world into two halves, the supply group and the equally large demand group. Let us assume that each represents a price of 1,000 billion marks, francs, pounds, or what you will. According to elementary arithmetic, that makes a price of 2,000 billions. Nonsense! Absurd! Says Mr. Loria. The two groups together may represent a price of 2,000 billions, but it is otherwise with value. If we say price, 1,000 plus 1,000 equals 2,000, but if we say value, 1,000 plus 1,000 equals 0. At least in this case, where the totality of commodities is involved. For here the commodities of each of the two groups are worth 1,000 billion only because each of the two can and will give this sum for the commodities of the other. But if we unite the totality of the commodities of the two in the hands of a third person, the first has no value in his hand any longer, nor the second, and the third certainly not. In the end, no one has anything. And again we marvel at the superiority with which our sudden Cagliostro has manhandled the concept of value in such a fashion that not the slightest trace of it has been left. This is the acme of vulgar economics. In Braun's Archiv für soziale Gesetzgebung, Volume 7, Number 4, Werner Sombart gives an outline of the Marxian system which, taken all in all, is excellent. It is the first time that a German university professor succeeds on the whole in seeing in Marx's writings what Marx really says, stating that the criticism of the Marxian system cannot consist of a refutation, he says let the political careerist deal with that, but merely in a further development. Sombart, too, deals with our subject, as is to be expected. He investigates the importance of value in the Marxian system, and arrives at the following results. Value is not manifest in the exchange relation of capitalistically produced commodities. It does not live in the consciousness of the agents of capitalist production. It is not an empirical, but a mental, a logical fact. The concept of value, in its material definiteness in Marx, is nothing but the economic expression for the fact of the social productive power of labour as the basis of economic existence. In the final analysis, the law of value dominates economic processes in a capitalist economic system, and for this economic system quite generally has the following content. The value of commodities is the specific and historical form in which the productive power of labour, in the last analysis dominating all economic processes, asserts itself as a determining factor. So, says Sombart, it cannot be said that this conception of the significance of the law of value for the capitalist form of production is wrong. But it does seem to me to be too broad, and susceptible of a narrower, more precise formulation. In my opinion, it by no means exhausts the entire significance of the law of value for the economic stages of society's development dominated by this law. There is a likewise excellent article by Konrad Schmidt on the third volume of Kapital in Braun's Sozialpolitisches Zentralblatt, February 25th, 1895, number 22. Especially to be emphasized here is the proof of how the Marxian derivation of average profit from surplus value for the first time gives an answer to the question not even posed by economics up to now. How the magnitude of this average rate of profit is determined, and how it comes about that it is, say, 10 or 15%, and not 50 or 100%. Since we know that the surplus value first appropriated by the industrial capitalist is the sole and exclusive source from which profit and rent flow, this question solves itself. This passage of Schmidt's article might be directly written for economists à la Loria, if it were not labour in vain to open the eyes of those who do not want to see. Schmidt, too, has his formal misgivings regarding the law of value. He calls it a scientific hypothesis, set up to explain the actual exchange process, which proves to be the necessary theoretical starting point, illuminating and indispensable, even in respect of the phenomena of competitive prices, which seem in absolute contradiction to it. According to him, without the law of value, all theoretical insight into the economic machinery of capitalist reality ceases, and in a private letter that he permits me to quote, Schmidt declares the law of value within the capitalist form of production to be a pure, although theoretically necessary, fiction. This view, however, is quite incorrect in my opinion. The law of value has a far greater and more definite significance for capitalist production than that of a mere hypothesis, not to mention a fiction, even though a necessary one. Sombart, as well as Schmidt, I mention the illustrious Laurier merely as an amusing, vulgar economist foil, does not make sufficient allowance for the fact that we are dealing here not only with a purely logical process, but with a historical process, and its explanatory reflection in thought, the logical pursuance of its inner connections. The decisive passage is to be found in Marx, Volume 3. Thus, the whole difficulty arises from the fact that commodities are not exchanged simply as commodities, but as products of capitals, which claim participation in the total amount of surplus value, proportional to their magnitude, or equal if they are of equal magnitude. To illustrate this difference, it is supposed that the workers are in possession of their means of production, that they work on the average for equally long periods of time and with equal intensity, and exchange their commodities with one another directly. Then, in one day, two workers would have added by their labour an equal amount of new value to their products, but the product of each would have different value depending on the labour already embodied in the means of production. This latter part of the value would represent the constant capital of capitalist economy, while that part of the newly added value employed for the worker's means of subsistence would represent the variable capital, and the portion of the new value still remaining would represent the surplus value, which in this case would belong to the worker. Thus, after deducting the amount to replace the constant part of value only advanced by them, both workers would get equal values. But the ratio of the part representing surplus value to the value of the means of production, which correspond to the capitalist rate of profit, would be different in each case. But since each of them gets the value of the means of production replaced through the exchange, this would be a wholly immaterial circumstance. Marx says, quote, "The exchange of commodities at their values, or approximately at their values, thus requires a much lower stage than their exchange at their prices of production, which requires a definite level of capitalist development. Apart from the domination of prices and price movement by the law of value, it is quite appropriate to regard the values of commodities as not only theoretically, but also historically antecedent, prius, to the prices of production. This applies to conditions in which the labourer owns his own means of production, and this is the condition of the land-owning working farmer and the craftsman, in the ancient as well as in the modern world. This agrees also with the view we expressed previously that the evolution of products into commodities arises through exchange between different communities, not between the members of the same community. It holds not only for this primitive condition, but also for subsequent conditions based on slavery and serfdom, and for the guild organization of handicrafts, so long as the means of production involved in each branch of production can be transferred from one sphere to another only with difficulty, and therefore the various spheres of production are related to one another within certain limits, as foreign countries or communist communities." Unquote. Had Marx an opportunity to go over the third volume once more, he would doubtless have extended this passage considerably. As it stands, it gives only a sketchy outline of what is to be said on the point in question. Let us therefore examine it somewhat closer. We all know that at the beginning of society, products are consumed by the producers themselves, and that these producers are spontaneously organized in more or less communistic communities, that the exchange of the surplus of these products with strangers, which ushers in the conversion of products into commodities, is of a later date, that it takes place at first only between individual communities of different tribes, but later also prevails within the community and contributes considerably to the latter's dissolution into bigger or smaller family groups. But even after this dissolution, the exchanging family heads remain working peasants, who produce almost all they require with the aid of their families on their own farmsteads, and get only a slight portion of the required necessities from the outside in exchange for surplus products of their own. The family is engaged not only in agriculture and livestock raising, it also works their products up into finished articles of consumption. Now and then it even does its own milling with the hand mill. It bakes bread, spins, dyes, weaves flax and wool, tans leather, builds and repairs wooden buildings, makes tools and utensils, and not infrequently does joinery and blacksmithing, so that the family, or family group, is in the main self-sufficient. The little that such a family had to obtain by barter or buy from outside, even up to the beginning of the 19th century in Germany, consisted principally of the objects of handicraft production, that is, such things the nature of whose manufacture was by no means unknown to the peasant, and which he did not produce himself only because he lacked the raw material, or because the purchased article was much better or very much cheaper. Hence, the peasant of the Middle Ages knew fairly accurately the labour time required for the manufacture of the articles obtained by him in barter. The smith and the cartwright of the village worked under his eyes, likewise the tailor and shoemaker, who in my youth still paid their visits to our Rhine peasants, one after another, turning homemade materials into shoes and clothing. The peasants, as well as the people from whom they bought, were themselves workers. The exchanged articles were each one's own products. What had they expended in making these products? Labour and labour alone. To replace tools, to produce raw material, and to process it, they spent nothing but their own labour power. How, then, could they exchange these products of theirs for those of other labouring producers, otherwise than in the ratio of labour expended on them? Not only was the labour time spent on these products the only suitable measure for the quantitative determination of the values to be exchanged, no other way was at all possible. Or is it believed that the peasant and the artisan were so stupid as to give up the product of 10 hours' labour of one person for that of a single hour's labour of another? No other exchange is possible in the whole period of peasant natural economy than that in which the exchanged quantities of commodities tend to be measured more and more according to the amounts of labour embodied in them. From the moment money penetrates into this mode of economy, the tendency towards adaptation to the law of value, in the Marxian formulation, nota bene, grows more pronounced on the one hand, while on the other it is already interrupted by the interference of usurer's capital and fleecing by taxation. The periods for which prices on average approach to within a negligible margin of values begin to grow longer. The same holds good for exchange between peasant products and those of the urban artisans. At the beginning, this barter takes place directly, without the medium of the merchant, on the city's market days, when the peasant sells and makes his purchases. Here, too, not only does the peasant know the artisan's working conditions, but the latter knows those of the peasant as well. For the artisan is himself still a bit of a peasant. He not only has a vegetable and fruit garden, but very often also has a small piece of land, 1 or 2 cows, pigs, poultry, etc. People in the Middle Ages were thus able to check up with considerable accuracy on each other's production costs for raw material, auxiliary material, and labour time, at least in respect of articles of daily general use. But how, in this barter on the basis of the quantity of labour, was the latter to be calculated, even if only indirectly and relatively, for products requiring a longer labour, interrupted at regular intervals, and uncertain in yield, grain or cattle, for example, and among people, to boot, who could not calculate? Obviously, only by means of a lengthy process of zigzag approximation, often feeling the way here and there in the dark, and, as is usual, learning only through mistakes. But each one's necessity for covering his own outlay, on the whole, always helped to return to the right direction, and the small number of kinds of articles in circulation, as well as the often century-long stable nature of their production, facilitated the attaining of this goal. And that it by no means took so long for the relative amount of value of these products to be fixed fairly closely is already proved by the fact that cattle, the commodity for which this appears to be most difficult because of the long time of production of the individual head, became the first rather generally accepted money commodity. To accomplish this, the value of cattle, its exchange ratio to a large number of other commodities, must already have attained a relatively unusual stabilization, acknowledged without contradiction in the territories of many tribes. And the people of that time were certainly clever enough, both the cattle breeders and their customers, not to give away the labour time expended by them without an equivalent in barter. On the contrary, the closer people are to the primitive state of commodity production, the Russians and Orientals, for example, the more time do they still waste today in order to squeeze out, through long tenacious bargaining, the full compensation for their labour time expended on a product. Starting with this determination of value by labour time, the whole of commodity production developed, and with it the multifarious relations in which the various aspects of the law of value assert themselves, as described in the first part of Volume 1 of Capital. That is, in particular, the conditions under which labour alone is value-creating. These are conditions which assert themselves without entering the consciousness of the participants, and can themselves be abstracted from daily practice only through laborious theoretical investigation, which act, therefore, like natural laws, as Marx proved to follow necessarily from the nature of commodity production. The most important and most incisive advance was the transition to metallic money, the consequence of which, however, was that the determination of value by labour time was no longer visible upon the surface of commodity exchange. From the practical point of view, money became the decisive measure of value, all the more as the commodities entering trade became more varied, the more they came from distant countries, and the less, therefore, the labour time necessary for their production could be checked. Money itself usually came first from foreign parts. Even when precious metals were obtained within the country, the peasant and artisan were partly unable to estimate approximately the labour employed therein, and partly their own consciousness of the value-measuring property of labour had been fairly well dimmed by the habit of reckoning with money. In the popular mind, money began to represent absolute value. In a word, the Marxian law of value holds generally, as far as economic laws are valid at all, for the whole period of simple commodity production, that is, up to the time when the latter suffers a modification through the appearance of the capitalist form of production. Up to that time, prices gravitate towards the values fixed according to the Marxian law, and oscillate around those values, so that the more fully simple commodity production develops, the more the average prices over long periods, uninterrupted by external violent disturbances, coincide with values within a negligible margin. Thus, the Marxian law of value has general economic validity for a period lasting from the beginning of exchange, which transforms products into commodities, down to the 15th century of the present era. But the exchange of commodities dates from a time before all written history, which in Egypt goes back to at least 2500 BC, and perhaps 5000 BC, and in Babylon to 400 BC, perhaps to 6000 BC. Thus, the law of value has prevailed during a period of from 5 to 7,000 years. And now, let us admire the thoroughness of Mr. Loria, who calls the value generally and directly valid during this period a value at which commodities are never sold, nor can ever be sold, and with which no economist having a spark of common sense would ever occupy himself. We have not spoken of the merchant up to now. We could save the consideration of this intervention for now, when we pass to the transformation of simple into capitalist commodity production. The merchant was the revolutionary element in this society where everything else was stable, as it were, through inheritance, where the peasant obtained not only his hide of land, but his status as a freehold proprietor, as a free or enthralled quit-rent peasant or serf, and the urban artisan his trade and guild privileges by inheritance and almost inalienably, and each of them, in addition, his customer, his market, as well as his skill, trained from childhood for the inherited craft. Into this world then entered the merchant, with whom its revolution was to start. But not as a conscious revolutionary. On the contrary, as flesh of its flesh, bone of its bone. The merchant of the Middle Ages was by no means an individualist. He was essentially an associate, like all his contemporaries. The Mark Association, grown out of primitive communism, prevailed in the countryside. Each peasant originally had an equal hide, with equal pieces of land of each quality, and a corresponding equal share in the rights of the mark. After the mark had become a closed association, and no new hides were allocated any longer, subdivision of the hides occurred through inheritance, etc., with corresponding subdivisions of the common rights in the mark. But the full hide remained the unit, so that there were half, quarter, and eighth hides, with half, quarter, and eighth rights in the mark. All later productive associations, particularly the guilds in the cities, whose statutes were nothing but the application of the mark constitution to a craft privilege instead of to a restricted area of land, followed the pattern of the mark association. The central point of the whole organization was the equal participation of every member in the privileges and produce assured to the guild, as is strikingly expressed in the 1527 license of the Elberfeld and Barmen yarn trade. Thun. Industrie am Niederrhein. Industry on the Lower Rhine, Volume 2. The same holds true of the mine guilds, where each share participated equally and was also divisible together with its rights and obligations, like the hide of the mark member. And the same holds good in no less degree of the merchant companies which initiated overseas trade. The Venetians and the Genoese in the harbour of Alexandria or Constantinople, each nation in its own fondaco, dwelling in, warehouse, exhibition and sales rooms, together with central offices, formed complete trade associations. They were closed to competitors and customers. They sold at prices fixed among themselves. Their commodities had a definite quality, guaranteed by public inspection, and often by stamp. They deliberated in common on the prices to be paid by the natives for their products, etc. Nor did Hanseatic merchants act otherwise on the German bridge, Tyskabriggen, in Bergen, Norway. The same holds true of their Dutch and English competitors. Woe to the man who sold under the price, or bought above the price. The boycott that struck him meant at that time inevitable ruin, not counting the direct penalties imposed by the association upon the guilty. And even close associations were founded for definite purposes, such as the Mauna of Genoa in the 14th and 15th centuries. For years the ruler of the alum mines in Phocia, in Asia Minor, as well as of the island of Chios. Furthermore, the great Ravensburg Trading Company, which dealt with Italy and Spain since the end of the 14th century, founding branches in those countries. The German Company of the Augsburgers, Fugger, Welser, Wöhrlin, Höchstädter, etc. That of the Nürnbergers, Hirschvogel and others, which participated with a capital of 66,000 ducats and 3 ships in the 1505-06 Portuguese exhibition to India, making a net profit of 150%, according to others 175%. Hyde, Levanter Handel, Volume 2. And a large number of other companies. Monopolia, over which Luther waxes so indignant. Here, for the first time, we meet with a profit and a rate of profit. The merchant's efforts are deliberately and consciously aimed at making this rate of profit equal for all participants. The Venetians in the Levant and the Hanseatics in the north each paid the same prices for his commodities as his neighbour. His transport charges were the same. He got the same prices as every other merchant of his nation. Thus, the rate of profit was equal for all. In the big trading companies, the allocation of profit pro rata of the paid-in capital share is as much a matter of course as the participation in mark rights pro rata of the entitled hide share, or as the mining profit pro rata of the mining share. The equal rate of profit, which in its fully developed form is one of the final results of capitalist production, thus manifests itself here in its simplest form as one of the points from which capital started historically, as a direct offshoot, in fact, of the mark association, which in turn is a direct offshoot of primitive communism. This original rate of profit was necessarily very high. The business was very risky, not only because of widespread piracy. The competing nations also permitted themselves all sorts of acts of violence when the opportunity arose. Finally, sales and marketing conditions were based upon licenses granted by foreign princes, which were broken or revoked often enough. Hence the profit had to include a high insurance premium. The turnover was slow, the handling of transactions protracted, and in the best periods, which admittedly was seldom of long duration, the business was a monopoly trade with monopoly profit. The very high interest rates prevailing at the time which always had to be lower on the whole than the percentage of usual commercial profit, also proved that the rate of profit was on the average very high. But this high rate of profit, equal for all participants and obtained through joint labour of the community, held only locally within the associations, that is, in this case, the nation. Venetians, Genoese, Hanseatics, and Dutchmen each had a special rate of profit, and at the beginning more or less each individual market area as well. Equalization of these different company profit rates took place in the opposite way, through competition. First, the profit rates of the different markets for one and the same nation. If Alexandria offered more profit for Venetian goods than Cyprus, Constantinople, or Trebizond, the Venetians would start more capital moving towards Alexandria, withdrawing it from trade with other markets. Then the gradual equalization of profit rates among the different nations exporting the same or similar goods to the same markets had to follow, and some of these nations were very often squeezed to the wall and disappeared from the scene. But this process was being continually interrupted by political events, just as all Levantine trade collapsed owing to the Mongolian and Turkish invasions. The great geographic commercial discoveries after 1492 only accelerated this decline, and then made it final. The sudden expansion of the market area that followed the revolution in communications connected with it introduced no essential change at first in the nature of trade operations. At the beginning, cooperative companies also dominated trade with India and America. But in the first place, bigger nations stood behind these companies. In trade with America, the whole of Great United Spain took the place of the Catalonians trading with the Levant. Alongside it, two countries like England and France, and even Holland and Portugal, the smallest, were still at least as large and strong as Venice, the greatest and strongest trading nation of the preceding period. This gave the travelling merchant, the merchant adventurer of the 16th and 17th centuries, a backing that made the company, which protected its companions with arms, also more and more superfluous, and its expenses an outright burden. Moreover, the wealth in a single hand grew considerably faster, so that single merchants soon could invest as large sums in an enterprise as formerly an entire company. The trading companies, wherever still existent, were usually converted into armed corporations, which conquered and monopolistically exploited whole newly discovered countries under the protection and the sovereignty of the mother country. But the more colonies were founded in the new areas, largely by the state, the more did company trade recede before that of the individual merchant, and the equalization of the profit rate became therewith more and more a matter of competition exclusively. Up to now, we have become acquainted with a rate of profit only for merchant capital. For only merchant and usurer's capital had existed up to that time. Industrial capital was yet to be developed. Production was still predominantly in the hands of workers owning their own means of production, whose work therefore yielded no surplus value to any capital. If they had to surrender a part of the product to third parties without compensation, it was in the form of tribute to feudal lords. Merchant capital, therefore, could only make its profit, at least at the beginning, out of the foreign buyers of domestic products, or the domestic buyers of foreign products. Only toward the end of this period, for Italy, that is, with the decline of Levantine trade, were foreign competition and the difficulty of marketing able to compel the handicraft producers of export commodities to sell the commodity under its value to the exporting merchant. and thus we find here that commodities are sold at their value on the average in the domestic retail trade of individual producers with one another, but for the reasons given, not in international trade as a rule. Quite the opposite of the present-day world, where the production prices hold good in international and wholesale trade, while the formations of prices in urban retail trade is governed by quite other rates of profit. So that the meat of an ox, for example, experiences today a greater rise in price on its way from the London wholesaler to the individual London consumer than from the wholesaler in Chicago, including transport, to the London wholesaler. The instrument that gradually brought about this revolution in price formation was industrial capital. Rudiments of the latter had been formed as early as the Middle Ages, in three fields: shipping, mining, and textiles. Shipping on the scale practiced by the Italian and Hanseatic maritime republics was impossible without sailors, that is, wage labourers, whose wage relationship may have been concealed under association forms with profit-sharing, or without oarsmen, wage labourers or slaves, for the galleys of that day. The guilds in the ore mines, originally associated workers, had already been converted in almost every case into stock companies for exploiting the deposits by means of wage labourers. And in the textile industry, the merchant had begun to place the little master weaver directly in his service, by supplying him with yarn and having it made into cloth for his account in return for a fixed wage. In short, by himself changing from a mere buyer into a so-called contractor. Here we have the first beginnings of the formation of capitalist surplus value. We can ignore the mining guilds as closed monopoly corporations. With regard to the ship owners, it is obvious that their profit had to be at least as high as the customary one in the country, plus an extra increment for insurance, depreciation of ships, etc. But how were matters with the textile contractors, who first brought commodities directly manufactured for capitalist account into competition with the commodities of the same sort made for handicraft account? Merchant capital's rate of profit was at hand to start with. Likewise, it had already been equalized to an approximate average rate, at least for the locality in question. Now, what could induce the merchant to take on the extra business of a contractor? Only one thing: the prospect of greater profit at the same selling price as the others. And he had this prospect. By taking the little master into his service, he broke through the traditional bonds of production within which the producer sold his finished product, and nothing else. The merchant capitalist bought the labour power, which still owned its production instruments, but no longer the raw material. By thus guaranteeing the weaver regular employment, he could depress the weaver's wage to such a degree that a part of the labour time furnished remained unpaid for. The contractor thus became an appropriator of surplus value over and above his commercial profit. Admittedly, he had to employ additional capital to buy yarn, etc., and leave it in the weaver's hands until the article for which he formerly had to pay full price only upon purchasing it was finished. But in the first place, he had already used extra capital in most cases for advances to the weaver, who as a rule submitted to the new production conditions only under the pressure of debt. And secondly, apart from that, the calculation took the following form. Assume that our merchant operates his export business with capital of 30,000 ducats, sequins, pounds sterling, or whatever is the case. Of that, say 10,000 are engaged in the purchase of domestic goods, whereas 20,000 are used in the overseas market. Say the capital is turned over once in 2 years. Annual turnover equals 15,000. Now, our merchant wants to become a contractor, to have cloth woven for his own account. How much additional capital must he invest? Let us assume that the production time of the piece of cloth, such as he sells, averages 2 months, which is certainly very high. Let us further assume that he has to pay for everything in cash. Hence, he must advance enough capital to supply his weavers with yarn for 2 months. Since his turnover is 15,000 a year, he buys cloth for 2,500 in 2 months. Let us say that 2,000 of that represents the value of yarn, and 500 weavers' wages. Then our merchant requires an additional capital of 2,000. We assume that the surplus value he appropriates from the weaver by the new method totals only 5% of the value of the cloth, which constitutes the certainly very modest surplus value rate of 25%. 2000C plus 500V plus 125S. S prime, rate of surplus value, equals 125 over 500 equals 25%. P prime, rate of profit, equals 125 over 2,500 equals 5%. Our man then makes an extra profit of 750 on his annual turnover of 15,000, and has thus got his additional capital back in 2 2/3 years. But in order to accelerate his sales, and hence his turnover, thus making the same profit with the same capital in a shorter period of time, and hence a greater profit in the same time, he will donate a small portion of his surplus value to the buyer. He will sell cheaper than his competitors. These will also gradually be converted into contractors, and then the extra profit for all of them will be reduced to the ordinary profit, or even to a lower profit on the capital that has been increased for all of them. The equality of the profit rate is re-established, although possibly on another level, by a part of the surplus value made at home being turned over to the foreign buyers. The next step in the subjugation of industry by capital takes place through the introduction of manufacture. This, too, enables the manufacturer, who is most often his own export trader in the 17th and 18th centuries, generally in Germany down to 1850 and still today here and there, to produce cheaper than his old-fashioned competitor, the handicraftsman. The same process is repeated. The surplus value appropriated by the manufacturing capitalist enables him, or the export merchant who shares with him, to sell cheaper than his competitors, until the general introduction of the new mode of production, when equalization again takes place. The already existing mercantile rate of profit, even if it is levelled out only locally, remains the Procrustean bed, in which the excessive industrial surplus value is lopped off, without mercy. If manufacturing sprung ahead by cheapening its products, this is even more true of modern industry, which forces the production costs of commodities lower and lower through its repeated revolutions in production, relentlessly eliminating all former modes of production. It is large-scale industry, too, that thus finally conquers the domestic market for capital, puts an end to the small-scale production and natural economy of the self-sufficient peasant family, and places the entire nation in service of capital. Likewise, it equalizes the profit rate of the different commercial and industrial branches of business into one general rate of profit, and finally ensures industry the position of power due to it in this equalization, by eliminating most of the obstacles formerly hindering the transfer of capital from one branch to another. Thereby, the conversion of values into production prices is accomplished for all exchange as a whole. This conversion therefore proceeds according to objective laws, without the consciousness or the intent of the participants. Theoretically, there is no difficulty at all in the fact that competition reduces to the general level profits which exceed the general rate, thus again depriving the first industrial appropriator of the surplus value exceeding the average. All the more so in practice, however, for the spheres of production with excessive surplus value, with high variable and low constant capital, that is, with low capital composition, are by their very nature the ones that are last and least completely subjected to capitalist production, especially agriculture. On the other hand, the rise of production prices above commodity values, which is required to raise the below-average surplus value contained in the products of the spheres of high capital composition, to the level of the average rate of profit, appears to be extremely difficult theoretically, but is soonest and most easily effected in practice, as we have seen. For when commodities of this class are first produced capitalistically and enter capitalist commerce, they compete with commodities of the same nature produced by per-capitalist methods, and hence dearer. Thus, even if the capitalist producer renounces a part of the surplus value, he can still obtain the rate of profit prevailing in his locality, which originally had no direct connection with surplus value, because it had arisen from merchant capital long before there was any capitalist production at all, and therefore before an industrial rate of profit was possible. The Stock Exchange. 1. The position of the stock exchange in capitalist production in general is clear from Volume 3, Part 5, especially Chapter 27. But since 1865, when this volume was written, a change has taken place which today assigns a considerably increased and constantly growing role to the stock exchange, and which, as it develops, tends to concentrate all production, industrial as well as agricultural, and all commerce, the means of communication as well as the functions of exchange, in the hands of stock exchange operators, so that the stock exchange becomes the most prominent representative of capitalist production itself. 2. In 1865, the stock exchange was still a secondary element in the capitalist system. Government bonds represented the bulk of exchange securities, and even their sum total was still relatively small. Besides, there were joint stock banks, predominant on the continent and in America, and just beginning to absorb the aristocratic private banks in England, but still relatively insignificant en masse. Railway shares were still comparatively weak compared to the present time. There were still only few directly productive establishments in stock company form, and, like the banks, most of all in the poorer countries, Germany, Austria, America, etc. The minister's eye was still an unconquered superstition. At that time, the stock exchange was still a place where the capitalists took away each other's accumulated capital, and which directly concerned the workers only as new proof of the demoralizing general effect of capitalist economy, and as confirmation of the Calvinist doctrine that predestination, alias chance, decides, even in this life, blessedness and damnation, wealth, that is enjoyment and power, and poverty, that is privation and servitude. 3. Now it is otherwise. Since the crisis of 1866, accumulation has proceeded with ever-increasing rapidity, so that in no industrial country, least of all in England, could the expansion of production keep up with that of accumulation, or the accumulation of the individual capitalist be completely utilized in the enlargement of his own business. English cotton industry as early as 1845. The railway swindles. But with this accumulation, the number of rentiers, people who were fed up with the regular tension in business and therefore wanted merely to amuse themselves or to follow a mild pursuit as directors or governors of companies, also rose. And third, in order to facilitate the investment of this mass floating around as money capital, new legal forms of limited liability companies were established, wherever that had not yet been done, and the liability of the shareholder, formerly unlimited, was also reduced, more or less. Joint stock companies in Germany, 1890, 40% of subscription. 4. Thereafter, gradual conversion of industry into stock companies. One branch after another suffers this fate. First, iron, where giant plants are now necessary. Before that, mines, where not already organized on shares. Then the chemical industry. Likewise, machinery plants. On the continent, the textile industry. In England, only in a few areas in Lancashire, Oldham spinning mill, Burnley weaving mill, etc. Tailor cooperatives. But this is only a preliminary stage, which will again fall into the master's hands at the next crisis. Breweries. The American ones sold a few years ago to English capital, then Guinness, Bass, Allsop. Then the trusts, which create gigantic enterprises under common management, such as United Alkali. The ordinary individual firm is more and more only a preliminary stage to bring the business to the point where it is big enough to be founded. Likewise in trade, Leafs, Parsons, Morley's, Morrison, Dillon, all founded. The same in retail stores by now, and not merely under the cloak of cooperation a la cooperative wholesale society. Likewise banks and other credit establishments, even in England. A tremendous number of new banks, all shares delimited. Even old banks, etc., are converted, with 7 private shareholders, into limited companies. 5. The same in the field of agriculture. The enormously expanded banks, especially in Germany, under all sorts of bureaucratic names, more and more the holders of mortgages. With their shares, the actual higher ownership of landed property is transferred to the stock exchange, and this is even more true when the farms fall into the creditors' hands. Here the agricultural revolution of prairie cultivation is very impressive. If it continues, the time can be foreseen when England's and France's land will also be in the hands of the stock exchange. 6. Now all foreign investments in the form of shares. To mention England alone, American railways, North and South, consult the stock exchange list, Goldberger, etc. 7. Then colonization. Today this is purely a subsidiary of the stock exchange, in whose interests the European powers divided Africa a few years ago, and the French conquered Tunis and Tonkin. Africa leased directly to companies, Niger, South Africa, German Southwest and German East Africa, and Mashonaland and Natal, seized by Rhodes for the stock exchange. Preface. Engels, 1894. At last I have the privilege of making public this third book of Marx's main work, the conclusion of the theoretical part. When I published the second volume in 1885, I thought that except for a few certainly very important sections, the third volume would probably offer only technical difficulties. This was indeed the case, but I had no idea at the time that these sections, the most important parts of the entire work, would give me as much trouble as they did. Just as I did not anticipate the other obstacles, which were to retard completion of the work to such an extent. Next, and most important of all, it was my eye weakness, which for years restricted my writing time to a minimum, and which even now permits me to write by artificial light only in exceptional cases. Furthermore, there were other pressing labours which could not be turned down, such as new editions and translations of Marx's and my own earlier works, hence reviews, prefaces, and supplements, often impossible without fresh study, etc. Above all, there was the English edition of the first volume of this work, for whose text I am ultimately responsible, and which consequently consumed much of my time. Whoever has in any way followed the colossal growth of international socialist literature during the last 10 years, particularly the great number of translations of Marx's and my own earlier works, will agree with me that I have been lucky that the number of languages in which I could be of help to the translators, and therefore could not refuse in all conscience to review their work, is very limited. But the growth of literature was merely indicative of a corresponding growth of the international working-class movement itself, and this imposed new obligations upon me. From the first days of our public activity, it was Marx and I who shouldered the main burden of the work as go-betweens for the national movements of socialists and workers in the various countries. This work expanded in proportion to the expansion of the movement as a whole. Up to the time of his death, Marx had borne the brunt of the burden in this as well. But after his death, the ever-increasing bulk of work had to be done by myself alone. Since then it has become the rule for the various national workers' parties to establish direct contacts, and this is fortunately ever more the case. Yet requests for my assistance are still far more frequent than I would wish in view of my theoretical work. But if a man has been active in the movement for more than 50 years, as I have been, he regards the work connected with it as a bounden duty that brooks no delay. In our eventful time, just as in the 16th century, pure theorists on social affairs are found only on the side of reaction, and for this reason they are not even theorists in the full sense of the word, but simply apologists of reaction. In view of the fact that I live in London, my party contacts are limited to correspondence in winter, while in summer they are largely personal. This fact, and the necessity of following the movement in a steadily growing number of countries and a still more rapidly growing number of press organs, have compelled me to reserve matters which permit no interruption for completion during the winter months, and primarily the first 3 months of the year. When a man is past 70, his Meinert's association fibres of the brain function with annoying prudence. He no longer surmounts interruptions in difficult theoretical problems as easily and quickly as before. It came about, therefore, that the work of one winter, if it was not completed, had to be largely begun anew the following winter. This was the case with the most difficult 5th part. As the reader will observe from the following, The work of editing the third volume was essentially different from that of editing the second. In the case of the third volume, there was nothing to go by outside a first extremely incomplete draft. The beginnings of the various parts were, as a rule, pretty carefully done and even stylistically polished, but the farther one went, the more sketchy and incomplete was the manuscript, the more excursions it contained into arising side issues, whose proper place in the argument was left for later decision, and the longer and more complex the sentences, in which thoughts were recorded in statu nascendi, in the course of being developed. In some places, handwriting and presentation betrayed all too clearly the outbreak and gradual progress of the attacks of ill health, caused by overwork, which at the outset rendered the author's work increasingly difficult and finally compelled him periodically to stop work altogether. And no wonder. Between 1863 and 1867, Marx not only completed the first draft of the two last volumes of Capital, and prepared the first volume for the printer, but also performed the enormous work connected with the founding and expansion of the International Working Men's Association. As a result, already in 1864 and 1865, ominous signs of ill health appeared, which prevented Marx from personally putting the finishing touches to the second and third volumes. I began my work by dictating into readable copy the entire manuscript, which was often hard to decipher even for me. This alone required considerable time. It was only then that I could start on the actual editing. I limited this to the essential. I tried my best to preserve the character of the first draft wherever it was sufficiently clear. I did not even eliminate repetitions, wherever they, as was Marx's custom, viewed the subject from another standpoint, or at least expressed the same thought in different words. As is only to be expected in a first draft, there are numerous allusions in the manuscript to points which were to have been expanded upon later, without these promises always having been kept. I have left them because they reveal the author's intentions relative to future elaboration. Now as to details. As regards the first part, the main manuscript was serviceable only with substantial limitations. The entire mathematical calculation of the relation between the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit, which makes up our Chapter 3, is introduced in the very beginning, while the subject treated in our Chapter 1 is considered later, and as the occasion arises. 2 attempts at revising, each of them 8 pages in folio, were useful here, but even these did not possess the desired continuity throughout. They furnished the substance for what is now Chapter 1. Chapter 2 is taken from the main manuscript. There was a series of uncompleted mathematical calculations for Chapter 3, as well as a whole almost complete notebook dating from the 70s, which presents the relation of the rate of surplus value to the rate of profit in the form of equations. My friend Samuel Moore, who has also translated the greater portion of the first volume into English, undertook to edit this notebook for me, a work for which he was far better equipped, being an old Cambridge mathematician. It was from his summary, with occasional use of the main manuscript, that I then compiled Chapter 3. Nothing but the title was available for Chapter 4. But since its subject matter, the influence of turnover on the rate of profit, is of vital importance, I have written it myself. It developed in the course of this work that the formula for the rate of profit given in Chapter 3 required modification to be generally valid. Beginning with Chapter 5, the main manuscript is the sole source for the remainder of the part, although many transpositions and supplements were also essential. As for the following 3 parts, aside from stylistic editing, I was able to follow the original manuscript almost throughout. A few passages dealing mostly with the influence of turnover had to be brought into agreement with Chapter 4, which I had inserted. The greatest difficulty was presented by Part 5, which dealt with the most complicated subject in the entire volume, and it was just at this point that Marx was overtaken by one of the aforementioned serious attacks of illness. Here, then, was no finished draft, not even a scheme whose outlines might have been filled out, but only the beginning of an elaboration, often just a disorderly mass of notes, comments, and extracts. I tried at first to complete this part, as I had done to a certain extent with the first one, by filling in the gaps and expanding upon passages that were only indicated, so that it would at least approximately contain everything the author had intended. I tried this no less than 3 times, but failed in every attempt, and the time lost in this is one of the chief causes that held up this volume. At last I realized that I was on the wrong track. I should have had to go through the entire voluminous literature in this field, and would in the end have produced something that would nevertheless not have been a book by Marx. I had no other choice but to more or less cut the Gordian knot, by confining myself to as orderly an arrangement of available matter as possible, and to making only the most indispensable additions. And so it was that I succeeded in completing the principal labours for this part in the spring of 1893. As for the various chapters, chapters 21 to 24 were in the main complete. Chapters 25 and 26 required a sifting of the references and an interpolation of material found elsewhere. Chapters 27 and 29 could be taken almost completely from the original manuscript, but chapter 28 had to be rearranged in places. The real difficulty, however, began with chapter 30. From here on, it was not only a matter of properly arranging the references, but of putting the train of thought into proper order, interrupted as it was at every point by intervening clauses and deviations, etc., and resumed elsewhere, often just casually. Thus, chapter 30 was put together by means of transpositions and excisions, which were utilized, however, in other places. Chapter 31, again, possessed greater continuity, but then follows a long section in the manuscript entitled The Confusion, containing nothing but extracts from parliamentary reports on the crises of 1848 and 1857, in which are compiled statements of 23 businessmen and economists, largely on money and capital, gold drain, over-speculation, etc., and supplied here and there with short, facetious comments. Practically all the then current views concerning the relation of money to capital are represented therein, either in the answers or in the questions, and it was the confusion revealed in identifying money and capital in the money market that Marx meant to treat with criticism and sarcasm. After many attempts, I convinced myself that this chapter could not be put into shape. Its material, particularly that supplied with Marx's comments, was used wherever I found an opportune place for it. Next, in tolerable order, comes what I placed in chapter 32, but this is immediately followed by a new batch of extracts from parliamentary reports on every conceivable thing pertinent to this part, intermingled with the author's comments. Toward the end, these extracts and comments are focused more and more on the movement of monetary metals and on exchange rates, and close with all kinds of miscellaneous remarks. On the other hand, the pre-capitalist chapter, chapter 36, was quite complete. Of all this material, beginning with the confusion, save that which had been previously inserted, I made up chapters 33 to 35. This could not, of course, be done without considerable interpolations on my part for the sake of continuity. Unless they are merely formal in nature, the interpolations are expressly indicated as belonging to me. In this way, I have finally succeeded in working into the text all the author's relevant statements. Nothing has been left out but a small portion of the extracts, which either repeated what had already been said, or touched on points which the manuscript did not treat any further. The part on ground rent was much more fully treated, although by no means properly arranged, if only for the fact that Marx found it necessary to recapitulate the plan of the entire part in chapter 43, the last portion of the part on rent in the manuscript. This was all the more desirable, since the manuscript opens with chapter 37, followed by chapters 45 to 47, and only thereafter chapters 38 to 44. The titles for the differential rent, too, involved the greatest amount of work, and so did the discovery that the third case of this class of rent had not at all been analysed in chapter 43, where it belonged. In the 70s, Marx engaged in entirely new special studies for this part on ground rent. For years he had studied the Russian originals of statistical reports inevitable after the reform of 1861 in Russia, and other publications on land ownership, had taken extracts from these originals, placed at his disposal in admirably complete form by his Russian friends, and had intended to use them for a new version of this part. Owing to the variety of forms both of land ownership and of exploitation of agricultural producers in Russia, this country was to play the same role in the part dealing with ground rent that England played in Volume 1 in connection with industrial wage labour. He was unfortunately denied the opportunity of carrying out this plan. Lastly, the seventh part was available complete, but only as a first draft, whose endlessly involved periods had first to be dissected to be made printable. There exists only the beginning of the final chapter. It was to treat of the three major classes of developed capitalist society, the landowners, capitalists, and wage labourers, corresponding to the three great forms of revenue, ground rent, profit, and wages, and the class struggle, an inevitable concomitant of their existence, as the actual consequence of the capitalist period. Marx used to leave such concluding summaries until the final editing just before going to press, when the latest historical developments furnished him with unfailing regularity with proofs of the most laudable timeliness for his theoretical propositions. Citations and proofs illustrating his statements are, as in the second volume, considerably less numerous than in the first. Quotations from Volume 1 refer to pages in the second and third editions. Wherever the manuscript refers to theoretical statements of earlier economists, the name alone is given as a rule, and the quotations were to be added during the final editing. Of course, I had to leave this as it was. There are only 4 parliamentary reports, but these are abundantly used. They are the following. 1. Reports from Committees of the Lower House, Volume 8. Commercial Distress, Volume 2, Part 1, 1847-48. Minutes of Evidence, quoted as Commercial Distress, 1847-48. 2. Secret Committee of the House of Lords on Commercial Distress, 1847. Report printed in 1848. Evidence printed in 1857, because considered too compromising in 1848. Quoted as CD, Commercial Distress, 1848-57. 3. Report. Bank Acts, 1857. Ditto 1858. Reports of the Committee of the Lower House on the effect of the Bank Acts of 1844 and 1845, with evidence, quoted as Bank Acts, B.A., also as B.C., 1857 or 1858. I am going to start on the fourth volume, The History of the Theory of Surplus Value, as soon as it is in any way possible. In the preface to the second volume of Capital, I had to square accounts with the gentlemen who raised a hue and cry at the time because they fancied to have discovered in Rodbertus the secret source and superior predecessor of Marx. I offered them an opportunity to show what the economics of a Rodbertus can accomplish. I defied them to show in which way an equal average rate of profit can and must come about, not only without a violation of the law of value, but on the very basis of it. These same gentlemen, who, for either subjective or objective, but as a rule anything but scientific reasons, were then lionizing the brave Rodbertus as an economic star of the first magnitude, have, without exception, failed to furnish an answer. However, other people have thought it worth their while to occupy themselves with the problem. In his critique of the second volume, Conrad's Jahrbücher, 1885, Professor Lexis took up the question, although he did not care to offer a direct solution. He says, quote, "The solution of the contradiction between the Ricardo-Marxian law of value and an equal average rate of profit is impossible if the various classes of commodities are considered individually, and if their value is to be equal to their exchange value, and the latter equal or proportional to their price. According to him, the solution is only possible if, quote, we cease measuring the value of individual commodities according to labour, and consider only the production of commodities as a whole, and their distribution among the aggregate classes of capitalists and workers. The working class receives but a certain portion of the total product. The other portion, which falls to the share of the capitalist class, represents the surplus product in the Marxian sense, and accordingly the surplus value. Then the members of the capitalist class divide this total surplus value among themselves, not in accordance with the number of workers employed by them, but in proportion to the capital invested by each, the land also being accounted for as capital value." Unquote. The Marxian ideal values determined by units of labour incorporated in the commodities do not correspond to prices, but may be, quote, regarded as points of departure of a shift which leads to the actual prices. The latter depend on the fact that equal sums of capital demand equal profits." Unquote. For this reason, some capitalists will secure prices higher than the ideal values for their commodities, and others will secure lower prices. Quote, "But since the losses and gains of surplus value balance one another within the capitalist class, the total amount of the surplus value is the same as it would be if all prices were proportional to the ideal values." Unquote. It is evident that the problem has not in any way been solved here, but has, though somewhat loosely and shallowly, been on the whole correctly formulated. And this is, indeed, more than we could have expected from a man who, like this author, takes a certain pride in being a vulgar economist. It is really surprising when compared with the handiwork of other vulgar economists, which we shall later discuss. Lexis's vulgar economy is, anyhow, in a class of its own. He says that capital gains might, at any rate, be derived in the way indicated by Marx, but that nothing compels one to accept this view. On the contrary, vulgar economy, he says, has at least a more plausible explanation, namely, quote, the capitalist sellers, such as the producer of raw materials, the manufacturer, the wholesale dealer, and the retail dealer, all make a gain on their transactions by selling at a price higher than the purchase price, thus adding a certain percentage to the price they themselves pay for the commodity. The worker alone is unable to obtain a similar additional value for his commodity. He is compelled by reason of his unfavourable condition vis-à-vis the capitalist to sell his labour at the price it costs him, that is to say, for the essential means of his subsistence. Thus, these additions to prices retain their full impact with regard to the buying worker and cause the transfer of a part of the value of the total product to the capitalist class." Unquote. One need not strain his thinking powers to see that this explanation for the profits of capital, as advanced by vulgar economy, amounts in practice to the same thing as the Marxian theory of surplus value, that the workers are in just the same unfavourable condition, according to Lexis, as according to Marx, that they are just as much the victims of swindle, because every non-worker can sell commodities above price, while the worker cannot do so, and that it is just as easy to build up an at least equally plausible vulgar socialism on the basis of this theory as that built in England on the foundation of Jevons's and Menger's theory of use-value and marginal utility. I even suspect that if Mr. George Bernard Shaw had been familiar with this theory of profit, he would have likely fallen to with both hands, discarding Jevons and Karl Menger, to build anew the Fabian church of the future upon this rock. In reality, however, this theory is merely a paraphrase of the Marxian. What defrays all the price additions? It is the worker's total product. And this is due to the fact that the commodity labour, or as Marx has it, labour power, has to be sold below its price. For if it is a common property of all commodities to be sold at a price higher than their cost of production, with labour being the sole exception, since it is always sold at the cost of production, then labour is simply sold below the price that rules in the world of vulgar economy. Hence the resultant extra profit accruing to the capitalist or capitalist class arises, and can only arise, in the last analysis, from the fact that the worker, after reproducing the equivalent for the price of his labour power, must produce an additional product for which he is not paid, that is, a surplus product, a product of unpaid labour or surplus value. Lexis is an extremely cautious man in the choice of his terms. He does not say anywhere outright that the above is his own conception. But if it is plain as day that we are not dealing with one of those ordinary vulgar economists, of whom he says himself that every one of them is, at best, only a hopeless idiot in Marx's eyes, but with a Marxist disguised as a vulgar economist. Whether this disguise has occurred consciously or unconsciously is a psychological question which does not interest us at this point. Whoever would care to investigate this might also probe how a man as shrewd as Lexis undoubtedly is could at one time defend such nonsense as bimetallism. The first to really attempt an answer to the question was Dr. Konrad Schmidt in his pamphlet entitled Durchschnittsprofitrate auf Grundlage des Marxischen Wertgesetzes, Stuttgart, Dietz, 1889. Schmidt seeks to reconcile the details of the formation of market prices with both the law of value and with the average rate of profit. The industrial capitalist receives in his product, first, an equivalent of the capital he has advanced, and second, a surplus product for which he has paid nothing. But to obtain a surplus product, he must advance capital to production. That is, he must apply a certain quantity of materialized labor to be able to appropriate this surplus product. For the capitalist, therefore, The capital he advances represents the quantity of materialized labor socially necessary for him to obtain this surplus product. This applies to every industrial capitalist. Now, since commodities are mutually exchanged according to the law of value in proportion to the labor socially necessary for their production, and since, as far as the capitalist is concerned, the labor necessary for the manufacture of the surplus product happens to be past labor accumulated in his capital, it follows that surplus products are exchanged in proportion to the sums of capital required for their production, and not in proportion to the labor actually incorporated in them. Hence, the share of each unit of capital is equal to the sum of all produced surplus values divided by the sum of the capitals expended in production. Accordingly, equal sums of capital yield equal profits in equal time spans, and this is accomplished by adding the cost price of the surplus product so calculated, that is, the average profit, to the cost price of the paid product, and by selling both the paid and unpaid product at this increased price. The average rate of profit takes shape in spite of average commodity prices being determined, as Schmidt holds, by the law of value. The construction is extremely ingenious. It is completely patterned after the Hegelian model, but like the majority of Hegelian constructions, it is not correct. Surplus product, or paid product, makes no difference. If the law of value is also to be directly valid for the average prices, both of them must be sold at prices proportionate to the socially necessary labor required and expended in producing them. The law of value is aimed from the first against the idea derived from the capitalist mode of thought that accumulated labor of the past, which comprises capital, is not merely a certain sum of finished value, but that, as a factor in production and the formation of profit, it also produces value, and is hence a source of more value than it has itself. It establishes that living labor alone possesses this faculty. It is well known that capitalists expect equal profits proportionate to their capitals, and regard their advances of capital as a sort of cost price of their profits. But if Schmidt utilizes this conception as a means of reconciling prices based on the average rate of profit with the law of value, he repudiates the law of value itself, by attributing to it, as one of its co-determinative factors, a conception with which the law is wholly at variance. Either accumulated labor creates value the same as living labor, in that case the law of value does not apply, or it does not create value. In that case, Schmidt's demonstration is incompatible with the law of value. Schmidt strayed into this bypath when quite close to the solution, because he believed that he needed nothing short of a mathematical formula to demonstrate the conformance of the average price of every individual commodity with the law of value. But while on the wrong track in this instance, in the immediate proximity of the goal, the rest of his booklet is evidence of the understanding with which he drew further conclusions from the first 2 volumes of Capital. His is the honor of independently finding the correct explanation developed by Marx in the 3rd part of the 3rd volume for the hitherto inexplicable sinking tendency of the rate of profit, and, similarly, of explaining the derivation of commercial profit out of industrial surplus value, and of making a great number of observations concerning interest and ground rent, in which he anticipates ideas developed by Marx in the 4th and 5th parts of the 3rd volume. In a subsequent article, Neue Zeit, 1892-93, numbers 3 and 4, Schmidt takes a different tack in his effort to solve the problem. He contends that it is competition which produces the average rate of profit by causing the transfer of capital from branches of production with under-average profit to branches with above-average profit. It is not a revelation that competition is the great equalizer of profits, but now Schmidt tries to prove that this levelling of profits is identical with a reduction of the selling price of commodities in excess supply to a magnitude of value which society can pay for them according to the law of value. Marx's analyses in this volume are ample evidence why this way, too, could not lead to the goal. After Schmidt, P. Firman tackled the problem. Konrad's Jahrbücher, dritte Folge. I shall not go into his remarks on other aspects of the Marxian analysis. They rest upon the false assumption that Marx wishes to define where he only investigates, and that in general one might expect fixed, cut-to-measure, once-and-for-all applicable definitions in Marx's works. It is self-evident that where things and their interrelations are conceived not as fixed, but as changing, their mental images, the ideas, are likewise subject to change and transformation, and they are not encapsulated in rigid definitions, but are developed in their historical or logical process of formation. This makes clear, of course, why in the beginning of his first book Marx proceeds from the simple production of commodities as the historical premise, ultimately to arrive from this basis to capital, why he proceeds from the simple commodity instead of a logically and historically secondary form, from an already capitalistically modified commodity. To be sure, Firman positively fails to see this. These and other side issues, which could give rise to still other diverse objections, are better left by the wayside, while we go on forthwith to the gist of the matter. While theory teaches Firman that at a given rate of surplus value the latter is proportional to the labour power employed, he learns from experience that at a given average rate of profit, profit is proportional to the total capital employed. He explains this by saying that profit is merely a conventional phenomenon, which means in his language that it belongs to a definite social formation, with which it stands and falls. Its existence is simply tied up with capital. The latter, provided it is strong enough to secure a profit for itself, is compelled by competition also to secure for itself a rate of profit equal for all sums of capital. Capitalist production is simply impossible without an equal rate of profit. Given this mode of production, the quantity of profit for the individual capitalist can, at a certain rate of profit, depend only on the magnitude of his capital. On the other hand, profit consists of surplus value, of unpaid labour. But how is surplus value, whose magnitude hinges upon the degree of labour exploitation, transformed into profit, whose magnitude depends upon the amount of the capital employed? Quote, simply by selling commodities above their value in all branches of production in which the ratio between constant and variable capital is greatest. But this also implies that commodities are sold below their value in those branches of production in which the ratio between constant and variable capital equals C to V is smallest, and that commodities are sold at their true value only in branches in which the ratio of C to V represents a certain mean figure. Is this discrepancy between the individual prices and their respective values a refutation of the value principle? By no means, for since the prices of some commodities rise above their value as much as the prices of others fall below it, the total sum of prices remains equal to the total sum of values. In the end, this incongruity disappears. This incongruity is a disturbance. However, in the exact sciences, it is not customary to regard a predictable disturbance as a refutation of a law. Unquote. On comparing this with the relevant passages in Chapter 9, it will be seen that Firman has indeed placed his finger on the salient point. But the undeservedly cool reception of his able article shows how many interconnecting links would still be needed even after this discovery to enable Firman to work out a full and comprehensive solution. Although many were interested in this problem, they were all still fearful of getting their fingers burnt. And this is explained not only by the incomplete form in which Firman left his discovery, but also by the undeniable faultiness of both his conception of the Marxian analysis and of his own general critique of the latter, based as it was on his misconception. Whenever there is a chance of making a fool of himself over some difficult matter, Herr Professor Julius Wolff of Zurich never fails to do so. He tells us in Conrad's Jahrbücher 1891, Ritterfolge, Buch 2, and following, that the entire problem is resolved in relative surplus value. The production of relative surplus value rests on the increase of constant capital, vis-à-vis variable capital. Quote, "A plus in constant capital presupposes a plus in the productive power of the labourers. Since this plus in productive power, by way of lowering the workers' cost of living, produces a plus in surplus value, a direct relation is established between the increasing surplus value and the increasing share of constant capital in total capital. A plus in constant capital indicates a plus in the productive power of labour. With variable capital remaining the same and constant capital increasing, surplus value must therefore, in accordance with Marx, increase as well. This was the problem presented to us." Unquote. True, Marx says the very opposite, in 100 places in the first volume. True, the assertion that, according to Marx, when variable capital shrinks, relative surplus value increases in proportion to the increasing constant capital, is so astounding that it puts to shame all parliamentary declamation. True, Herr Julius Wolff demonstrates in his every line that he does not in the least understand, be it relatively or absolutely, the concepts of relative or absolute surplus value. To be sure, he says himself that, quote, "At first glance one seems really to be in a nest of incongruities," unquote, which, by the way, is the only true statement in his entire article. But what does all that matter? Herr Julius Wolff is so proud of his brilliant discovery that he cannot refrain from bestowing posthumous praise on Marx for it, and from extolling his own fathomless nonsense as a, quote, "new proof of the keen and far-sighted way his, Marx's, system of criticism of capitalist economy is set forth," unquote. But now comes the choicest bit of all. Herr Wolff says, quote, "Ricardo has likewise claimed that an equal investment of capital yielded equal surplus value, profit, just as the same expenditure of labour created the same surplus value, as regards its quantity. And the question now was how the one agreed with the other. But Marx has refused to accept this way of putting the problem. He has proved beyond a doubt, in the third volume, that the second statement was not necessarily a consequence of the law of value, that it even contradicted his law of value, and should therefore be forthwith repudiated," unquote. Thereupon Wolff probes who of us two, Marx or I, had made a mistake. It does not occur to him, naturally, that it is he who is groping in the dark. I should offend my listeners and fail to see the humour of the situation if I were to waste a single word on this choice morsel. I shall only add that his audacity in using the opportunity to report the ostensible gossip among professors that Konrad Schmidt's aforenamed work was, quote, directly inspired by Engels, matches the audacity with which he dared to say at one time what Marx has proved beyond a doubt in the third volume. Herr Julius Wolff, it may be customary in the world in which you live and strive for the man who publicly poses a problem to others to acquaint his close friends on the sly with its solution. I am quite prepared to believe that you are capable of this sort of thing, but that a man need not stoop to such shabby tricks in my world is proved by the present preface. No sooner had Marx died than Mr. Achille Laurier hastened to publish an article about him in the Nuova Antologia. To begin with, a biography brimming with misinformation, followed by a critique of public, political, and literary work. He falsifies Marx's materialist conception of history and distorts it with an assurance that bespeaks a great purpose. And this purpose was eventually carried out. In 1886, the same Mr. Laurier published a book, La teoria economica della Costituzione politica, in which he announced to his astounded contemporaries that Marx's conception of history, so completely and purposefully misrepresented by him in 1883, was his own discovery. To be sure, the Marxian theory is reduced in this book to a rather Philistine level, and the historical illustrations and proofs abound in blunders which would never be tolerated in a fourth-form boy. But what does that matter? The discovery that political conditions and events are everywhere invariably explained by corresponding economic conditions was, as is herewith demonstrated, not made by Marx in 1845, but by Mr. Laurier in 1886. At least, he has happily convinced his countrymen of this, and after his book appeared in French, also some Frenchmen, and can now pose in Italy as the author of a new epoch-making theory of history, until the Italian socialists find time to strip the illustrious Laurier of his stolen peacock feathers. But this is just a sample of Mr. Laurier's style. He assures us that all Marx's theories rest on conscious sophistry, that Marx did not stop at paralogisms even when he knew them to be paralogisms, etc. And after thus impressing the necessary upon his readers with a series of similar contemptible insinuations, so that they should regard Marx as an unprincipled upstart à la Laurier, who achieves his little effects by the same wretched humbug as our professor from Padua, he reveals an important secret to them, and thereby takes us back to the rate of profit. Mr. Laurier says, according to Marx, the amount of surplus value, which Mr. Laurier here identifies with profit, produced in a capitalist industrial establishment should depend on the variable capital employed in it, since constant capital does not yield profit. But this is contrary to fact, for in practice profit does not depend on variable, but on total capital, and Marx himself recognizes this, Volume 1, Chapter 13, and admits that on the surface facts appear to contradict his theory. But how does he get around this contradiction? He refers his readers to an as yet unpublished subsequent volume, unquote. Laurier has already told his readers about this volume, Volume 2, that he did not believe Marx had ever entertained the thought of writing it, and now exclaims triumphantly, I have not been wrong in contending that this second volume, which Marx always flings at his adversaries without it ever appearing, might very well have been a shrewd expedient applied by Marx whenever scientific arguments failed him, unquote. and whosoever is not convinced after this that Marx stands in the same class of scientific swindlers as l'illustre Loria is past all redemption. We have at least learned this much. According to Mr. Loria, the Marxian theory of surplus value is absolutely incompatible with the existence of a general equal rate of profit. Then there appeared the second volume, and therewith my public challenge, precisely on this very point. If Mr. Loria had been one of us diffident Germans, he would have experienced a certain degree of embarrassment. But he is a cocky southerner, coming from a hot climate, where, as he can testify, cool nerve is a natural requirement. The question of the rate of profit has been publicly put. Mr. Loria has publicly declared it insoluble, and for this very reason he is now going to outdo himself by publicly solving it. This miracle is accomplished in Konrad's Jahrbücher, Neue Folge, Book 20, and following, in an article dealing with Conrad Schmidt's already cited pamphlet. After Loria learned from Schmidt how commercial profit was made, he suddenly saw daylight. Quote, "Since determining value by means of labour time is to the advantage of those capitalists who invest a greater portion of their capital in wages, the unproductive, that is, commercial, capital can derive a higher interest, that is, profit, from these privileged capitalists, and thus bring about an equalization between the individual industrial capitalists. For instance, if each of the industrial capitalists A, B, C uses 400 working days and 0, 400, 200 constant capital, respectively, in production, and if the wages for 400 working days amount to 50 working days, then each receives a surplus value of 50 working days, and the rate of profit is 400% for the first, 33.3% for the second, and 20% for the third capitalist. But if a fourth capitalist, D, accumulates an unproductive capital of 300, which claims an interest, profit, equal in value to 40 working days from A, and an interest of 20 working days from B, then the rate of profit of capitalists A and B will sink to 20%, just as that of C, while D, with his capital of 300, receives profit of 60, or a rate of profit of 20%, the same as the other capitalists." Unquote. With such astonishing dexterity, l'illustre Loria solves by sleight of hand the question which he had declared insoluble 10 years previously. Unfortunately, he did not let us into the secret wherefrom the unproductive capital obtained the power to squeeze out of the industrialists their extra profit in excess of the average rate of profit, and to retain it in its own pocket, just as the landowner pockets the tenant's surplus profit as ground rent. Indeed, according to him, it would be the merchants who would raise a tribute analogous to ground rent from the industrialists, and would thereby bring about an average rate of profit. Commercial capital is indeed a very essential factor in producing the general rate of profit, as nearly everybody knows, but only a literary adventurer, who in his heart sneezes at political economy, can venture the assertion that it has the magic power to absorb all surplus value in excess of the general rate of profit, even before this general rate has taken shape, and to convert it into ground rent for itself, without, moreover, even having need to do with any real estate. No less astonishing is the assertion that commercial capital manages to discover the particular industrialists whose surplus value just covers the average rate of profit, and that it considers it a privilege to mitigate the lot of these luckless victims of the Marxian law of value to a certain extent by selling their products gratis for them, without asking as much as a commission for it. What a mountebank one must be to imagine that Marx had need to resort to such miserable tricks. But it is not until we compare him with his northern competitors, for instance with Herr Julius Wolff, who was not born yesterday either, that the illustrious Loria shines in his full glory. What a yelping pup Herr Wolff appears, even in his big volume on Sozialismus und kapitalistische Gesellschaftsordnung, alongside the Italian. How awkward, I am almost tempted to say modest, he appears beside the rare confidence of the maestro, who takes it for granted that Marx, neither more nor less than other people, was as much a sophist, paralogist, humbug and mountebank as Mr. Loria himself. That Marx took in the public with the promise of rounding out his theory in a subsequent volume whenever he was in a difficult position, knowing full well that he neither could nor ever would write it. Boundless nerve, coupled with a flair for slipping like an eel through impossible situations, a heroic contempt for pummelings received, hasty plagiarism of other people's accomplishments, importunate and fanfaronading advertising, spreading his fame by means of a chorus of friends. Who can equal him in all this? Italy is the land of classicism. Ever since the great era when the dawn of modern times rose there, it has produced magnificent characters of unequalled classic perfection, from Dante to Garibaldi. But the period of its degradation and foreign domination also bequeathed it classic character masks, among them two particularly clear-cut types, that of Zaganarelle and Dulcamara. The classic unity of both is embodied in our illustre Loria. In conclusion, I must take my readers across the Atlantic. Doctor of Medicine George C. Stiebling, of New York, has also found a solution to the problem, and a very simple one. So simple, indeed, that no one either here or there took him seriously. This aroused his ire, and he complained bitterly about the injustice of it in an endless stream of pamphlets and newspaper articles appearing on both sides of the great water. He was told in the Neue Zeit that his entire solution rested on a mathematical error. But this could scarcely disturb him. Marx had also made mathematical errors, and was yet right in many things. Let us then take a look at Dr. Stiebling's solution. Quote, I take two factories working with equal capitals for an equal length of time, but with a different ratio of constant and variable capitals. I make the total capital, C plus V, equal Y, and the difference in the ratio of the constant and variable capital equal to X. For factory 1, Y equals C plus V. For factory 2, Y equals C minus X plus V plus X. Therefore, the rate of surplus value for factory 1 equals S over V, surplus value over variable capital, and for factory 2, the rate of surplus value equals S over V plus X. Profit, P, is what I call the total surplus value S, by which the total capital Y, or C plus V, is augmented in the given time. Thus, P equals S. Profit equals surplus value. Hence, the rate of profit for factory 1 equals P over Y, or S over C plus V, and for factory 2 it is also P over Y, or S over C minus X plus V plus X. That is, it is also S over C plus V. The problem thus resolves itself in such a way that on the basis of the law of value, with equal capital and equal time, but unequal quantities of living labour, a change in the rate of surplus value causes the equalization of an average rate of profit." Unquote. G.C. Stiebling, Das Wertgesetz und die Profitrate. New York, John Heinrich. However pretty and revealing the above calculation may be, we are compelled to ask Dr. Stiebling one question. How does he know that the sum of surplus value produced by Factory 1 is exactly equal to the sum of the surplus value produced by Factory 2? He states explicitly that C, V, Y, and X, that is, all the other factors in the calculation, are the same for both factories, but makes no mention of S. It does not by any means follow from the fact that he designated both of the above-mentioned quantities of surplus value algebraically with S. Rather, it is just the thing that has to be proved, since Mr. Stiebling, without further ado, also identifies profit P with the surplus value. Now there are just two possible alternatives. Either the two S's are equal, both factories produce equal quantities of surplus value and therefore also equal quantities of profit, since both capitals are equal. In that case, Mr. Stiebling has from the start taken for granted what he was really called upon to prove. Or, one factory produces more surplus value than the other, in which case his entire calculation tumbles about his ears. Mr. Stiebling spared neither pains nor money to build mountains of calculations upon this mathematical error, and to exhibit them to the public. I can assure him, for his own peace of mind, that they are nearly all equally wrong, and that in the exceptional cases when this is not so, they prove something entirely different from what he set out to prove. He proves, for instance, by comparing U.S. Census figures for 1870 and 1880, that the rate of profit has actually fallen, but interprets it wrongly and assumes that Marx's theory of a constantly stable rate of profit should be corrected on the basis of experience. Yet it follows from the third part of the present third volume that this Marxian stable rate of profit is purely a figment of Mr. Stiebling's imagination, and that the tendency for the rate of profit to fall is due to circumstances which are just the reverse of those indicated by Dr. Stiebling. No doubt Dr. Stiebling has the best intentions, but when a man wants to deal with scientific questions, he should above all learn to read the works he wishes to use, just as the author had written them, and above all, without reading anything into them that they do not contain. The outcome of the entire investigation shows again, with reference to this question as well, that it is the Marxian school alone which has accomplished something. If Firman and Conrad Schmidt read this third volume, each one, for his part, may well be satisfied with his own work. London, October the 4th, 1894. Frederick Engels. Capital by Karl Marx, Volume 3, edited by Friedrich Engels, was read by Derek LePage for Ukemi Audiobooks. For a full list of Ukemi titles, please go to ukemiaudiobooks.com.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.